Conference bakal digunakan juga.
เราเฝ้าดูทุกเหตุการณ์จากคนนับล้านจากคู่แข่งนับร้อยนี่คือเหล่านักสู้ที่เก่งกาจที่สุดแห่งมวลมนุษยชาติกลุ่มนักแข่งที่สามารถออกไปต่อกรกับผู้แข่งขันที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในโลกพวกเขาคือคนที่ถูกคัดเลือกมาจากพลังที่ยังไม่มีใครสามารถทดแทนได้ความสามารถของคนนิ้วเดิมพลังอำนาจความไวและการควบคุมในระดับโลกพลังแห่งการสื่อสารประสานกันเป็นทีมสร้างพลานุภาพตีบอลเสริมพลังอย่างหนักหน่วงและการสู้ระดับเลเวลเทพปกปิดแนบเนียนอยู่ใต้พุ่มไม้เป็นปีก็ไม่มีใครรู้วันนี้พวกเขารวมตัวกันเพื่อฝึกอย่างหนักและมุ่งมั่นในการเป็นผู้ที่ถูกเลือกนั่นก็เพื่อเป้าหมายเดียวเพื่อเงินอ้าวไม่ใช่เหรอ
มันเยอะนะมันเยอะที่สุดเท่าที่เคยมีการจัดการแข่งขันมาเลยนะ
แต่เป้าหมายที่แท้จริงคือการได้เป็นแชมป์แล้ว AIC นี้รู้กัน
Time makes heroes Arena of Valor International Championship 2021 วันที่ 26 พฤศจิกายน ถึง 19 ธันวาคมนี้
俺から逃げられるわけだお前を排除するこのまま Justice One 諦め俺から逃げられるわけだ I am you
We were born at the beginning of time. We are intertwined, inseparable. We are bound to protect the world. I live to protect. In a bit of a mess, but I have your back. This time, let us stand our ground. I feel I am where I belong. You are. How have you been? We will meet again. 私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに。本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで不安あるとか思ってるの？最初に
Aya Flurry Voice. As the best elf idol, she can greatly enhance the survivability of her teammates. In battle, she can frequently possess teammates to provide protection and defuse the enemy's attack. Aya can also use sound wave attacks against her enemies. They start small and gradually get bigger, which her enemies will not be able to defend against. Once Aya unleashes her magical stage, her opponents will be lost in her singing and be transformed into cute animals. Even if she is attacked, Aya can transform into a squirrel to protect herself. Passive, Spirit of the Squirrel. If Aya is attacked and her HP falls below a threshold, Aya will transform into a squirrel. Whilst in squirrel form, Aya cannot be targeted, nor can she attack enemies. Receive 2 new basic skills. Skill 1 will revert her into human form immediately. Skill 2 will leap forward some distance. Joyful Melodies. Launch a soundwave bullet that deals damage and gradually increases in size. This soundwave explodes when reaching the target, dealing additional damage and inflicting a slowing effect. Joyful Melodies can detect stealth units upon a successful hit. Idol Protection. Possess a teammate and grant them a shield. Releasing a friendly hero from Idol Protection will significantly reduce skill cooldowns. When a teammate dies, Idol Protection automatically disengages possession, and the skill enters a longer cooldown. When possessing another hero, using abilities is also applied to the possessed hero. Chorus of the Forest. After a short delay, cast Polymorph on surrounding enemies and transform them into small animals. Provides a speed bonus to the possessed target. Unleash Magical Stage and deal continuous damage. Polymorph will be cast on enemies who remain within the stage's location. Aya's core playstyle is all about protecting teammates. Thanks to her passive ability, Spirit of the Squirrel, Aya cannot die from burst damage. Thus, Aya can fool the enemy into wasting their abilities on her before a team fight, and she can possess a teammate to protect them. Aya's skill 1 can severely undermine stealth heroes by limiting their movement patterns and positions. Whilst possessing a teammate, Aya can utilize the AoE slowing effect of skill 1 to help her teammates secure a kill. When a teammate is attacked, frequent usage of skill 2, as well as healing abilities, can greatly increase the survivability of her allies. If a teammate is cornered, Aya can escape through walls to continue providing support for the next teammate. The best timing for Aya to unleash her ultimate is right before a large team fight. If her team strikes first, then Aya can help teammates by suppressing the enemy. Whilst if her team is struck first, Aya can limit the enemy's incoming attacks.
ever seen a blood red star?
Can't get it right. Aya, can't you do anything right? Yeah, I don't see any magic.
My voice. I'm still unable to protect everyone. I can't even master the simplest protection spell. Shiny, do you believe in me?
What was that? Oh no, the forest! What's this?
Shiny, be careful! I will succeed! Shiny, let's go! Shiny, watch out! Shiny. Why do you think I'm capable? I only want to protect you and our forest. Okay. I also believe I will one day be be able to protect everyone. Shiny, when I'm able to protect everyone with my voice, I'd like to organize a concert. You don't want to buy a ticket? That won't do. Don't be a cheapskate. Not even if you become my assistant. The star of Athenor and Athada is here. Are you ready?
Aw, that's a good boy.
trying to engage onto XP and Pro E. But it's not going to be successful as of the moment. Some hesitation have been made, but this time there's not. However, Team Flash might actually be the ones who has to be disengaged because that's going to be the first blood here.
Gonna spot on Koa, getting some damage in. One point of result is gonna be shaped. There's gonna be engagement here. The steal from Yue is gonna do it. Ryu is gonna be used here by the Irie with the Thunderbird. The orb is gonna be there for Yue as well. He's not gonna be bursting down as well. Ka is going to be in the thick of it, using the braces of submission. So with the zip roll here, Alamo P is not going to be getting that stack in. Norton goes in with the braces of submission. That's a lot of slows and stuns as well. And the Devar is not going to work. You're going to see 0-0 falling down with
this inhibitor tower, and I can only imagine the struggle here defending because of the pokes, and as a bow goes in, the damage is relatively okay as Dada looks for the flank here onto the side, but as CC is about to fall down, the shield helps him survive for so long. NK though is not, and Dada will finish that kill. A 2-for-3 trade as Kai is under the tower. Dada makes of him being attacked by the double throw, but no, that was his ally. This one is the enemy, Zen Shao getting killed as XF and the rest of the members of Underrack are trying to capitalize and maybe get this a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't get it! He gets 3 kills instead! Yewei? What was that? Are you even human? Saigon...
Welcome to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio, with me is Giyang. we are in the last 2 days of the group stages, and we have a lot of games that we're gonna be able to see, and of course, a lot of teams from the group A is gonna be saying goodbye to us since we are going to enter the playoff stages in a few days more. And the first series of the day, Young, is going to be Exto Esports versus Team Olympus.
Yeah, EXO Esports, Team Olympus. I mean, all the teams right now. We have well, it's been a while since we last see them. They number 3 has seems to be a long time already, as all the teams have been performing their very best, but we're slowly starting to come into conclusion as these teams battle it out to get their spot in the playoffs. And right now, as we check the score lines, well, we can actually come into a conclusion that well, for both EXO Esports and Team Olympus, they're not really gonna be having the best of times for now because of their situation. They won't be able to reach onto the playoffs anymore. But for the other teams like B Gaming, Ditak Talon, BRU, All Gamers, and Mad Team, all of them are gonna be battling for that spot. Particularly Mad Team trying to kind of reach All Gamers, right? Because they're located at 4th and 5th spot respectively.
Yes, and definitely there is going to be someone falling off here, and Mad Team is one of the teams that didn't really have a lot of success and didn't find success in the group stage. So the standings right now isn't really spectacular, but in terms of the other regional teams, they are the ones that has the better record. And yeah, we're gonna see here in your screen the 1 million USD total prize pool, where the champions are definitely gonna be bringing home the lion's share, with the first placers getting $400,000, second placers $200,000, the third placers at $150,000, the fourth placers, of course, $50,000, fifth to the eighth gets $25,000, ninth to the 14th gets a consolation prize of $5,000, and of course for the finals MVP, he is going to be receiving an additional $20,000 for himself, and the best lineup gets a $7,000 times 5 for each times 5, because each player is actually going to receive that $7,000. And
Oh my.
the 1v1 champions and second place, of course, already got the $10,000 prize for the first and $5,000 for the second. And this is the participating teams. This is the last day for Group A, wherein you're gonna be saying goodbye to 3 of the teams here.
Yeah, it's gonna be the conclusion, more so on the group stages for Group A, and I'm kind of well, because Team Olympus and EXO Esports, they won't be able to reach the playoffs anymore. So at most they're just gonna be trying to get a little bit of a spot up than their opponent. But for Mad Team, All Gamers, they are gonna be battling for their spot in the playoffs, because so far All Gamers has a total of 6 points, wherein for Mad Team they have 3. So they still have a chance in this schedule today, as Mad Team does have 2 sets of games today, and for All Gamers, they have 2 as well. First match is going to be EXO Esports and Team Olympus, Mad Team and All Gamers on the second one, Ditak Talon versus EXO Esports on the third. And for the other half of the schedule for today's lineup, We have Mad Team versus Team Olympus as well on our 4th. Burrito United Esports versus All Gamers Superplay on the 5th one. And DTAC Talon and V Gaming to conclude this Group A.
Yeah. One of these exciting series to be watched. And definitely one of the series to look out for is going to be DTAC Talon facing off V Gaming. The two top teams here in Group A facing off. And we're going to know who is really coming out on top out of Group A after the last series. Well, there is a lot of chances that we're not going to see Team Olympus anymore. Even EXO Esports right now is at a 0 point. Just so definitely going into the playoffs, they are not going to be. They don't have any kind of chances. But here, if All Gamers can maybe get an upset for themselves here in the Group A stages, then we're gonna see the All Gamers actually being the one to qualify in the playoff stages.
Yeah, it's gonna be crucial, especially for AG Superplay and Mad Team because of their matchups. Well, Mad Team and All Gamers are gonna be battling later on the second match, but they also have one more respective game. Mad Team is gonna go up against Team Olympus, which if we compare them, kind of lean towards Mad Team. And for All Gamers, they're gonna be battling against BRU, which is having a little bit of an upper spot than them, a better performance so far than All Gamers. So it may be a challenge for them given the situation. There is a chance for Mad Team to kind of overtake that spot of All Gamers if given the chance to do so. But in this first series, it's gonna be EXO Esports versus Team Olympus. A battle of a bit of redemption probably on both teams, trying to not be in the last spot here at Group A. They did, although they had a not so good performance during the group stages, as both teams doesn't have actually a win so far, but that we saw them try to get those wins, even though things got a little bit complicated for them. As a key matchup, EXO Esports, Mahi and J-Jack, we saw them perform as well quite fantastically. Even though it was a loss, we saw them attempt multiple heroes to try and turn their series into a win. And right now, they're gonna be going up against each other.
Yeah, so far the experience and also the playing capabilities of Team Olympus for me is above EXO Esports right now, who has been the narrative for EXO Esports right now is that they have been losing a lot and they were not able to put up a fight. They have the same kind of standings with Group B's underrank. So far, if I'm gonna be looking at the mechanical advantages and even the drafting advantages, I think Team Olympus has the better has a better composition. Usually they have the better gameplay as well. So I guess my predictions for this game is Team Olympus is gonna have a 2-0 unless EXO Esports is gonna show us something new.
Well, hopefully on the side of Team Olympus, they don't go back to the Malok pick, since when we saw that against AG Superplay, it didn't really pan out the best for them. As we check now the bans, El Su is going to be taken away, so naturally Team Olympus does have experience on the Florentino. They have used it on some of their games. particularly AG Superplay. However, well, we can't talk about the performance that much anymore since like both Team Olympus and EXO Esports both have their games as a loss, but I'm gonna be talking about experience and maybe their comfort picks. Florentino has been used already against all gamers and for EXO Esports, while the Tulen has been used by almost all the teams. But I'm wondering why this is gonna be their lineup as of now. It is the lineup that they used against BRU though.
I mean, they're gonna put the Florentino into their hands just because of how unpredictable it can be. And in terms of 1v1s, we've already seen how effective the Florentino can be as long as it's gonna be put into the right hands. And so far, we're gonna see EXO Esports with the Tulen and the Richter. A lot of damage on the Tulen and on the Richter, of course. That's gonna be a lot of tower dives as well. For Team Olympus, they are hovering on a second and third pick. It's Itachi and an Amelie, a possible jungle one of the zeros who can also be flexed in the support role and in the other roles. But since with Florentino is actually being picked out, we already know who is going to be on the Dark Slayer lane, and Violet is going to be picked out as well. That's putting out the range for Team Olympus. They're definitely going to be dealing a lot of damage with this kind of composition. A lot of sustainability on Itachi on the support role or maybe the jungle role, while EXO Esports actually finish it off with a Hayate. So that's a lot of diving potential for their first three picks.
I like the pick of both teams, but I'm kind of leaning more towards the side of well, a little bit more balance on EXO Esports so far, but I'm liking the composition of Team Olympus as well. What they do lack though is their proper frontline, aside from the Florentino, because both Florentino and Taji can be blown up pretty easily by these high damage heroes. So maybe they also need to pick up something that can soak up some of the damage. Primarily due to the fact that EXO Esports are gonna be going on an engaged composition. Maybe they can pick up someone that can actually counter those engaged heroes. Plus, maybe a mage, so that they do have a balanced lineup in terms of distributing their damage. As we see the final ban is coming through, EXO Esports limiting their options on the mage department. Meanwhile, Team Olympus, trying to remove some of these other high damage heroes, particularly the Irie. Possibly, they are gonna be the ones who ban out the Lina. I was kind of hoping they would pick that.
Yeah, and with all of the second phase bans actually out, we saw EXO Esports actually banning out those crucial heroes like the Iggy and the Lorian. We've seen a lot of success for Team Olympus to actually take in some parts of the game just because of having that Iggy in their lineup. And with Iggy being deprived on the mid lane of Team Olympus on J-Jack, maybe it is going to affect some of the gameplay that's going to be shown to us by Team Olympus. But so far, nothing is yet clear here for EXO, and they're hovering for a Crixie. So this means that we're actually gonna see a Tulen for the jungle of EXO Esports. While here on the side of Team Olympus, there is still a lot of options, mages, and even the jungle is open. Maybe as another support can also be taken if they want a Tachi jungle.
And we can also conclude right now that EXO Esports are building a high damage composition. They're not going to be opting for a triple front line for the peel of the Hayate and the damage being having the Tolen being untouched, but right now Team Olympus actually are gonna be fighting fire with fire. Hovering right now the Kriknak and the Liliana. Not so sure about this. What are your thoughts, Vittorio?
Well, it is going to be presenting a lot of damage for the side of Team Olympus with 3 squishies on Exto Esports. Definitely Quicknock can be able to thrive in this kind of scenario wherein we're not going to see a lot of those tanks that with crowd controls. And for sure, Richter is going to be hard to kill if the Quicker is going to be able to parry some of the damage of the Quicknack. But that is an if. There is always a matter of timing your skills to actually avoid the damage. So yeah, so far we're gonna see 4 burstable heroes here on Exo Esports with the Quicknack being picked up by Team Olympus, and with the Liliana pick, it is gonna add someone that can go for a dive as well with a lot of pokes. So going forward, Exo Esports is actually hovering on the Arrow, who is going to be able to dive into the midst of the Violet.
Yeah, and that is actually going to be a wonderful pick coming from Exo Esports because, well, due to the fact that most of the heroes picked up here by Team Olympus are squishy. So the Arrow kinda can pop off in these cases wherein flanks are gonna be a threat towards Team Olympus. And as we check the final, we check the whole roster here of heroes being chosen by both teams, we can actually say that things are looking a little bit more crucial on the side of Team Olympus rather than from Exto Esports, since Exo Esports, at least they do have a Richter that can actually be a little bit tanky in such a way, but also they have options to hit multiple members of Team Olympus in a team fight manner, especially for when they actually try to take objectives. But for Team Olympus, they have to be a little bit creative in how they are going to be approaching Exo Esports. They have to catch them off guard, and the Florentine is gonna be vital for sure, and the Krikna.
Yeah, the damage that they are going to be dealing is going to be substantial. But before anything else, we'll go back into the caster scene before the match is going to start. And yeah, looking at the composition that we saw, it is going to be a lot of damage on the side of Exo Esports. But a lot of damage as well is going to be falling into the hands of Team Olympus just because of getting that quick knock pick. Plus, they have a lot of dueling potential. So in terms of getting those split pushes, the pressure, as long as the Florentino is not going to be shut down, definitely we're going to see Team Olympus having the better rotation just because of the pressure a Florentino can bring in the lane.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna be a little bit scared on the lineup here of Exo Esports, especially because of the Errol. We saw a match turn around because of an Errol's flank, and I'm talking about the match of Team Flash versus one team, wherein the Errol being able to reach the marksman can be vital, especially when the team is relying on the marksman for the damage heavily. So at this point, Real Versi is gonna have a big responsibility in being able to kill out Suns, wherein little to no protection can be provided onto Suns. He has to deal things on his own a little bit and try to maybe group up with his teammates, but since it doesn't have that much protection, I'm not even sure if it's gonna be safe at all.
Yeah, it's still not going to be sure just because there is a lot of factors as well that's going to be playing out. But it doesn't mean that Arrow, since Arrow is one of the only heroes from Exo Esports that can dive with the Richter,
they are gonna have trouble if they are not gonna get a pick off just because of how high the damage is in the side of EXO Esports. If they are not gonna able to capitalize on that kind of damage, then definitely they're gonna be falling off again. And it has been the fact that EXO Esports, yes, even with the better draft, even with a better lineup, was not able to execute the strategy very well, and most of the rotations that they have isn't really very coherent. I feel like there's a lot of chaotic stuffs going on EXO Esports right now, and that is one of the reasons why they are at the bottom of Group A.
Well, both of them. they they I mean, EXO Esports and Team Olympus both have been kind of underperforming compared to the other teams, but like what you said, team fighting and can be a little bit better on the side of Team Olympus. I have to say though that the drafting can be a little bit better on EXO Esports given this game that they are having against Team Olympus. So things can still be in EXO Esports' favor. As of right now, we check the heroes that they have gotten. So Team Olympus, if they actually want to secure a win, maybe 2-0 against EXO Esports, they have to execute their draft perfectly.
Yeah, and so far there's just so much that we are going to be able to actually talk about, especially in those kind of compositions. It's more of the executions that's gonna happen, and we all know Team Olympus really did make a case for themselves. Although they lost they lost most of the games that they played in. They made it hard for teams like the Attack Silent to take the win out of them. It was just they lost just because of the late game, wherein they are actually gonna be falling off in effectivity on the draft that they fielded, like the Iggy and Joker, who was the winning potential of Iggy and a Joker is always gonna be in the mid game, wherein they're gonna have a crazy power spike at the 15-minute mark. But once we reach the 20-minute mark, their effectivity that you'll be feeling from the 15-minute mark is already gonna be gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, scaling is going to be a big factor here, knowing that Team Olympus has the Violet. So, uh, although Hayate can be a menace sometimes, having so much in heroes that can assassinate him can be a hassle as well. So there is gonna be a big responsibility for Suns and all the members, because they have to be a little bit more creative in how they are gonna be approaching EXO Esports. They have to apply all the pressure that they need in order to prevent the error from going in, and also having the Hayate to go, some of the members of EXO Esports to go in, because they can establish a good formation. Meanwhile, for Team Olympus, it's going to be more of a scattered team fight that they are going to be opting for to kind of disrupt EXO Esports.
Yeah, they need to actually go in for pickoffs and to have a lot of space for the kunai bullets of the Hayate, which is going to be the key for them on the in the macro clashes. But that's going to be easier said than done. We're seeing a Florentino, and also there is going to be a Liliana, so there is going to be crowd controls waiting for the Hayate whenever he's going to go for a commit, and he needs to time it very, very right to actually connect the kunai blitz to a lot of the people.
Mm-hmm. So, comparing both lineups, who do you think can actually stop the Hayate and Tulen, aside from the Kriknak, of course? Like, how would Team Olympus should approach EXO Esports if they want to win this game?
well, they can scale very very hard with the Violet on their mids. We all know Violet with that crazy range and also the damage potential that he gets whenever he is gonna go in for a roll is definitely gonna be substantial, especially if it crits. Most of the time, we can see a Hayate being decimated by a Violet, especially going into the late game where the Hayate's effectiveness is also going to be reduced somewhat just because we're going to see him out being outscaled by Violet's burst.
Mm-hmm. So, well, the bursts can actually aid them so much as we are. Well, we can all just talk about theories for now, but the application and the reality is gonna happen later. So that is something we are all looking forward to because both teams, uh, I can't really say much. I have limited positive thoughts about them so far because they haven't shown results, and the results are something that should be important in if you actually want to be competing against the other teams. And right now, at most, this is gonna be their first win since both of them are on the lowest of the group A. So things can, well, maybe they can demonstrate some of their skills here at least to you know provide a positive impact on how the people who are supporting them feel.
Yeah, definitely. Even though these guys are gonna be falling off, at least they are showing us some promise for the future of what these regions are going to be, especially Korea and China, who has had a lot of breakout games. It's just that they are not yet at the par wherein they are going to excel in arena of Valor. But this is the AIC 2021. We'll still see a lot from them and expect a lot from them on the next year stage. This is more just like a formality right now for Team X. I mean Team Olympus and EXO Esports.
Mhm. There's no more chance to reach the playoffs anymore, as well. You have to kind of deserve to be there. You have to earn some points, and as of right now, the minimum points that you have to secure is 6 points, and they have 0 as of the moment. As the game starts here between Team Olympus and EXO Esports, it's starting off a little bit okay for OP.
And we're seeing a 3-man rotation here where Team Olympus went for the small camp as soon as the game started. They have a lot of wavelers on their side just because Violet and also Liliana will be first in that spot. And it's gonna be curious. We're gonna see Lovers actually fighting it off with against Rora by using a Tulin in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's pretty much a safe start for both teams. They are just farming it out, trying to get some objectives. Rora is gonna be having a big responsibility later on, as he is gonna be one of the people trying to engage onto the members of EXO Esports. This Spirit Sentinel most probably is gonna go onto the side of EXO Esports since they do have numbers advantage, and then Sans is here. He can't really deal much damage as of the meantime. He gets engaged, took a bit of damage, chunked down to 1/3 of his HP bar, and that will allow EXO Esports to actually crash this wave. Sans is just gonna be recalling as of the moment. Meanwhile, Team Olympus, this is kind of the pattern we have been seeing with them all throughout the group stages. They're kind of overstaying sometimes in their lane, but this time it's not gonna get punished with a kill. They're gonna be transitioning onto this Abyssal Dragon, which turns to be a trade by EXO Esports onto the Dark Slayer. So both teams having equal amount of objectives. Things are looking good for both teams so far.
Yeah, we're gonna see passive plays coming in from Team Olympus. They are going for an invade though. Yami is gonna be spotting not the members of Team Olympus. Silver C is gonna be starting there. The drone drop is gonna get a hit on Lovers. J-Jack is gonna be able to exit as well. There is no follow-ups from Mahi at that point. Blinding light, shining light again used to poke up some damage here on the side of Exto. J-Jack is still gonna be having his health reduced to half. Well, yeah, another rotate here is gonna come from Exto, who's we're gonna see Yami actually helping out ASD most of the time.
Yeah, and as we see in this game, the gold is kind of leaning towards Team Olympus as of the moment, and they definitely need that, of course, in this game, because later on the engage of EXO Esports is going to be a problem. Team Olympus just trying to gain as much as they can. The rotations are kind of scattered in a way, but at least right now there's going to be an invade by Yami onto the members of Team Olympus. No casualties so far, but a flank here by J-Jack should allow them to secure the kill. Oh, actually managed to stay alive.
Yeah, that is going to be unfortunate. No skills are going to be available for EXO Esports as well. There, the move ball has been blocked out here for Ward, and that's going to be a stun. ASD taking in a kill for himself, and that's the first blood of the game. We're going to see the marksman of EXO Esports actually having the advantage over that Violet. And in terms of effectivity, yeah, Violet is still going to be scaling into the late game, and we're going to see Lovers falling down against Rora's Florentino, getting able to get that combination in. Ward and Yami are going for exchanges. The move ball is going to be used. The passive is going to be procced out as well, but with the double stun from Mahi and Wilbur C, they are going to be securing that kill.
Yeah, a fantastic trade being made there by EXO Esports, and they're looking for more. And since they do have engage and Team Olympus doesn't, they're gonna be struggling a little bit more as Midheart tries to jump but gets cancelled in the process. Team Olympus still has a gold lead, a little over 200 as the objective spawn once again. Think this time EXO Esports might be opting to try and take both objectives since they can turn to the members of Team Olympus. Right now, Yami is gonna get caught once again. J-Jack looking to go for the finish as he goes in. Maybe not anymore, since the tower can be a hassle sometimes given the early stages of the game. It's gonna be dealing a lot of damage. EXO Esports are trying to take this Abyssal Dragon. Rora is just watching them since he doesn't have that punish. It's onto the Cricknack.
And more of the engagements are going to start. We see Yami use the Mark of the Hunter, and J-Jack is going in with a Fox Drop, but he's not going to be able to catch up anyone. But Mahi uses the Moonfall, gets a lot of damage in, and that stun is not going to connect. The pokes are there, and the tower is going to be taken by Team Olympus. While we're going to see Lovers going in with a 1v1 with Rora, almost falling down after the combinations for getting a hit.
EXO Esports right now, well, for both teams we have seen some fights coming in and some ganks as well, but it's not really turning out into a big objective take as of the moment. All towers are kind of secure on the side of Team Olympus. While EXO Esports, they have lost their top lane tier 1, so that translates to a little bit of a lead by Team Olympus, but not really much because of how EXO Esports have been getting their farm and also the kill count that they do have. And as we check here in the replay, that's kind of how Team Olympus lost one of their member. Sans kind of overstaying. We saw it happen a while ago at top wherein he didn't die, but the second one he died. J-Jack though will get a revenge onto the one that killed Sans as the Hayate falls down. So we now are equal in terms of kills, as we do see this dive coming in from the bottom lane, but it's not gonna be continued as another fight breaks out here in the mid lane. J-Jack looks to capitalize on damage onto River C, but it's not gonna be enough as well. At most, they're just gonna be zoning out the members here of EXO Esports away from this Abyssal Dragon. Or maybe a gank here onto the bottom lane as Mai is all alone. Opts to go in with the orb, but I'm not so sure if that's gonna be enough. He's gonna get taken down. Mid-Heart takes a bit of damage from third. But Yami and ASD won't be able to save their comrade.
Yeah. And so far, EXO Esports is now going to be the ones trailing with one of the objectives taken here by Team Olympus on the top lane. Now, first year third being down opens up a lot of possibilities and a lot more options on the rotations that Team Olympus can actually do. Ward spots out Yami going into the bot lane with River C actually starting in maybe the Holy Dragon. River C is not going to be able to get that with Sans and Ward able to use their poking advantage to take that Seagull away. And here comes Rhoda going in. That's the cliffbreaker from Ward as well, securing that kill. Nothing can be done by River C at that moment with a lot of the engagements there starting in from Team Olympus.
Yeah, that's the composition here of Team Olympus. Damage, more and engage as well. And there's nothing, since on the side of EXO Esports, they don't have that much disengage tools. At most, they do have engage. So it's going to be a problem for them if they are the ones behind, as the Infinite Slayer is going to be spawned here in the mid lane. It's going to fall down quite easily, as the Holy Dragon might be the next target here for Team Olympus. But they do want to zone out the members of EXO Esports first. As Yami looks to try and get a position towards Ward and J-Jack. They are going to be able to play it out a little bit safe as they start the Holy Dragon. Team Olympus looking on either taking this objective or actually engaging onto them, since there is no way for anyone to escape when the distance has been closed. But Team Olympus, they have to be a little worried on what's happening right now. Yami and Mahi are lurking from that bush, and as they do try to steal out this Holy Dragon, let's see who is gonna be the one to get it. Nearly Mahi gets it, but because of the punish, it's gonna be Mid-Heart that actually secures it. A little more advantage right now on the side of Team Olympus in terms of the objective department. 3 towers, 1 Slayer, and 2 dragons. Meanwhile, for EXO Esports, there's 1 Slayer and 1 dragon. No towers here just yet. And as it was reflected in the gold department, 3,000 gold deficit. But ASD, though, is not gonna be behind in the damage department. Gets a blown up onto Sans. A little bit of a disrespect by Sans, not creating, not keeping his distance away from this Hayate.
They are actually not on. He was actually ambushed here by ASD. Once a Kunai Blitz was getting a hit, there was gonna be a lot of slows, and that enabled ASD to get that 1 kill for himself. And the advantage of a Violet is always going to be the range that she has. But once there is going to be a closer there, we're going to see them win. River C is going to go for an engagement here with Mid-Heart joining the fray, getting that kill, maybe on Lovers. Rora finishing them off. Mid-Heart is going to be taken out again by River C, and we're going to see Mahi exchanging them with that fast rotation. Mahi is going in hot with that Moonfall. The Ward. Ward is actually going to be in danger as well with the shurikens hitting him. But with the non-committal from ASD, it is not going to be a secure kill for EXO Esports.
Yeah, at this point, things looks kind of even despite the goal lead of Team Olympus. It's kind of because of the towers that they have been taking, but Team Olympus, they are going to be starting this Infinite Slayer if EXO Esports doesn't really prioritize its objectives that much. Are going to be continue to be pushed on their towers, which they have lost 3 already. As Yami is gonna get caught by that skill, but he is kind of tanky in such a way, and they do deal lots of damage as well. So Team Olympus, even though they have a bit of a lead, they should be cautious onto the damage that EXO Esports can also deal to them, especially the Hayate later on, which we haven't seen in the team fight just yet. At most, we have seen him farming and getting those gold to actually help them scale up. But as they go in, Team Olympus are gonna catch out EXO Esports. Yami gonna be able to back away because of the shield he has, but a 1-for-1 trade happens as J-Jack also falls down thanks to Mahi, and because of that 1-for-1 trade, well, the Infinite Slayer is going to be spawned at mid, but it's not going to be doing anything as of the moment. Oh, a dive!
Yeah, I mean, with all of the advantages that we're seeing from EXO Esports, they're not able to capitalize it, but ASD going in hot, letting some of those shurikens to hit on Sans. It's just that even with the kills and the damage potential that we're going to see from EXO Esports, it's just they are playing it as safe as they can. And if you're going to give Team Olympus this kind of berth, you're actually going to be playing into their advantage. And River C is almost going to be taken out here with Rora going in with a 1v1. And in that scenario, River C, even with the damage that he's been building for himself, he's not going to be felt, especially if the combinations are just going to be, you know, continuous at that moment. Mahi goes in with a moonfall. J-Jack is going to be taken out here. Ward is going to be doing his best to go for a reposition here. Getting out in the range with a lot of slows. EXO Esports is still trailing.
Yeah, EXO Esports getting that kill onto J-Jack once again can be big since they also want to secure a tower of their own. And look at the blown up there by ASD. Look at the damage onto Rora, and because of that, they are going to be upping their gold a little bit higher as, well, another tower falls down, this time on bot. So maybe EXO Esports should play this out a little bit safe because Mahi is going to get flanked, gets taken down in the process. And even though they have taken the mid tier 1, the gold is not going to be that much significant on their gains because they continue to lose members, and Team Olympus are going to be happy with some of the trades that happened.
Yeah, but at this point there is going to be a trade on which we're going to see Midheart actually boxing out ASD and bursting him down with that drone drop. But with the Blade of Eternity, he's still going to be able to live. While on the top lane, we saw a push coming in from the arrow, getting that tier 2 turret. But what cost? The tier 3 turret is already down here on the bottom lane, and as well the second tier turret and the mid lane. That's a lot of tower objectives for the side of Team Olympus.
And we have observed already that this 3,000 gold lead is not really increasing or decreasing as of the moment. So in such a way, this is putting pressure on Team Olympus because of all the late game scaling as well on the side of EXO Esports. Given the fact that the reason why they have this 3,000 gold lead is because of the towers. EXO Esports, if they do catch up in securing these structures, they can catch up with a goal. But Yami, though, is gonna get caught. He's gonna be able to back away successfully since he is kind of tanky on this Richter. But they are collapsing onto Mahi, which is a little bit squishier. And since there's no tower, there's no protection aside from River C, which is providing him a lot of crowd control, he is going to be able to back away as EXO Esports looks to defend for the meantime. But Infinite Slayer has spawned once again, and Team Olympus wants to bait out EXO Esports towards this location. But they have to be very careful because ASD is looking for the entry. EXO Esports, they're not going to be catching anyone as of the moment as Team Olympus kind of sniffs their plan out.
Yep, and EXO Esports right now at a 3 1,000 gold disadvantage, and Midheart is going in. Maybe a drone drop getting a hit of Mai is gonna obliterate him. But we're gonna see here Valor C using the demonic arm to reposition themselves, and Mai as well uses the moonfall to actually box out the members of Team Olympus, deterring that clash to happen. And J-Jack is going to be able to spot him out, put some kind of damage as well. Mahi is going to miss that knock-up, while we're going to see Yami in the midst of the members of Team Olympus. Valor C using the demonic arm to maybe get a kill, but he is going to be way too deep here. Mai uses the moonfall. J-Jack as well goes in with the Foxtrot. ASD is not going to get a hit on anyone. And a lot of damage, a lot of outplays. Sad was able to roll in, and he is going to be susceptible to the damage coming in from the members of EXO Esports. But with the disengagement, another one gets and bites the dust.
A fantastic play here from more on Team Olympus, since they got more kills, but having to lose Sans can be a hassle for them. Well, we can understand that because of the gap close potential here of EXO Esports, but as the game progresses, now we're gonna be seeing more gold of a lead towards Team Olympus. And I'm liking the rotations that they have been making. They constantly are looking for picks, and they might catch ASD, which is actually kind of having a questionable position in that scenario. Midheart nearly gets taken down, but because of the damage of ASD, but I'm not so sure why he was even there to begin with.
Yeah, and with ASD being out, it is gonna have I think Team Olympus has the better chance to win the next clash that's gonna happen. And the Slayer is actually started here by Team Olympus, with Midheart actually in the pit right now, and no one is actually gonna be able to spot him out with the arrow in the bottom lane. And we know that Richter can be tanky, but he's not gonna be able to check that as well if he's just gonna be alone. He needs someone to back him up, get some damage in, and basically this is what is lacking onto the side of EXO Esports. They don't have anyone to go for a 1v1. The arrow is not going to do well against a Florentino, as well as the Tulin pick, which has been heavily countered by the medallion. And yeah, we're gonna see more of the engagements maybe coming in, and with the Slayer actually marching down here on the middle lane, it might be a GG push waiting to happen, or they are gonna use that to their advantage by taking in the turrets on the top lane. The second tier turret is down, and now the members of Team Olympus is knocking on the door of EXO Esports. That's gonna be Mai going in for a knockout. Moonfall is gonna be used. Rora used the Gentleman's Duel, getting a lot of the combinations, and the Orb of Frost is gonna be used, and we're gonna see the Tachi actually committing, and the Tower Lock is gonna come from Team Olympus, taking round number 1.
Fantastic performance coming in from Team Olympus. They had a bit of a shaky start, but they caught up their pace, and because of that, they're going to be taking game number 1 in this best of 2 series against EXO Esports. Now with this improvement, this is what we want to see from these teams. Team Olympus adapting to the situation, and even though we had some questions in their draft, they kind of answered back with their performance and execution against EXO Esports. We saw the first blood happened onto the top lane, which was executed quite well by Team Olympus, but them actually getting more and not allowing EXO Esports to actually come back is a good sign of improvement from Team Olympus. Naturally, EXO Esports right now, being the ones behind, should be the ones improving or showing some signs of hope towards the second game, because well, ASD had a good performance, but the problem was his positioning. We didn't see him that much during team fights, At most, he was split pushing onto the side lanes, but there's also a time wherein he got ganked onto the top lane because of his position as well. So that might be something that EXO Esports should be looking out for, in terms of not letting that happen once again, because the second game can actually result into Team Olympus a favor if ever history repeats itself. ASD not being having a good position, and also EXO Esports getting caught out in losing their structures.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how chaotic it is for EXO Esports. They have the damage coming in from the Crixie, but they were not able to capitalize on anything at that moment. So moving forward, maybe we need a better and offensive EXO Esports to actually be effective here in this series. And so far, we are actually seeing some leads being gained by EXO Esports because a lot of mistakes were actually done by Team Olympus, but they were not able to capitalize on it. They don't have the capability to actually pull the trigger on the game number 1, where EXO Esports actually could have gotten the majority of the aggression, just because of having Mahi, who was just going ham with the Crixie in the middle part of the game. And when we reached a certain point in game number 1, the Crixie's damage was actually mitigated. And in that scenario, we already knew how hard it's going to be for EXO Esports, because they were relying heavily on Mahi on dealing a lot of the damage.
That is true. And well, it's hard to compare their performance against other teams, because we did see some problems happening on both sides. But in this series, in this matchup, definitely Team Olympus had the upper hand, and based on the stats, we see ups and downs happening from both teams. But generally, Team Olympus, well, they had a good game number 1.
Yeah, and definitely on the scoreboard, we're gonna see the kills are actually almost tied up here, with a 12-10 in favor of OP. 2 kills on the scoreboard, not that substantial, so you can say that this is not really the best and best benchmark for the gameplay, wherein they are not actually dominating because of the trades coming in from EXO Esports. The goal, though, is going to be leaning heavily on Team Olympus. That is an almost 6k for Team Olympus, as well as the damage being dealt here. Midheart is the one leading the charge here for Team Olympus at that 90 plus k damage done. And in terms of objectives, we're going to see Team Olympus actually having the majority of the Dragons and Slayers and the Towers as well. Looking at the scoreboard as well, ASD and Mai did the bulk of the damage for EXO Esports, but sadly it wasn't just enough, just because of the damage that Midheart actually accrued on all of those heroes. 93k damage dealt by Midheart. He is going to be the MVP of this game number 1. He has a KP of 83.3%, a KDA of 317, Rogo difference against the jungler of EXO Esports, it's 3,710, and MVP points of 12.3.
And it's gonna be our first MVP, of course, since this is the first win of Team Olympus. Midheart with a strong performance, definitely on this correct knack. I do recall kind of questioning this, but I am happy to be proven wrong based on the performance here of Midheart on the correct knack. And even though he got caught out sometimes in this game, getting chunked out, and also sometimes dying. In this game, we saw him a little bit more efficient in his rotation, having a beautiful scoreline and also having a good performance getting those skills and allowing his team to actually play it out safer than their previous games over the past few days of the group stage.
Yeah, and so far, with the passive plays coming from Extra Esports, again, this is there is always some kind of aggression that we're expecting from the teams, because if you are actually closing in the lead with the kind of lineup that you Extra Esports fielded, wherein you have a Quixie, you need to be very, very aggressive because you have the advantage of getting the burst just because of the skill sets that Quixie can actually bring to your team with the Moonfall, the pokes, and even the knockups are going to be huge as long as it gets a hit. But with the global bans and picks, you're now going to see in game number 2, Tulin, Hayate, Richter, and also the Arrow is not going to be available here for Extra Esports. While on the side of Team Olympus, we're going to see the Florentino not being able to be utilized now in game number 2. Tachi as well. And they are actually still looking out for a lot of those engagements. Not much that they lost with the global bans and picks. Tachi and Florentino. Violet is somewhat situational, even though Liliana is kind of situational.
And since a while ago, lots of meta heroes were banned, maybe this time we can see the light of day for them being picked up, particularly Elsu. Well, Lubo is also available, Superman, and also the other heroes that can have a significant impact in this game. Since EXO Esports banned out the Iggy, they kind of showed their hand saying like, hey guys, we are going to be picking out the Elsu, so might as well have it banned here on the side of Team Olympus, since they already should know that the Elsu is going to be prioritized. And with that, EXO Esports can opt out with getting the other heroes, particularly maybe the Lorion, Superman, the Lubu. They're going to stick with the Lorion for now, as Team Olympus can opt out and go and face them with an engaged composition as well, as lots of options are still available for the taking.
Yeah, and well, we're seeing here the Hoover. Team Olympus is still thinking about what they're going to be fielding. Of course, Superman is going to be available. Lubu is still going to be available to them. Wonder Woman as well. There's a lot of choices here for the side of Team Olympus. You can also expect maybe a Richter can be picked out here in the first 2 picks of OP. But here on EXO Esports, getting that Lorian actually just sets a precedent on how of a center kind of lineup are you going to be fielding.
Well, okay, Hayate and the Roxy. I would have preferred if they have picked up a Superman instead of a Roxy, since well, Superman has a lot of crowd control that can initiate for the Hayate. The synergy is going to be a lot better, but this is not so bad, as well as they do like to try and get those pickoffs. And the Roxy, well, it can provide it for them, definitely, especially that the EXO Esports are going to be opting to go in as well, having to punish that slight hesitation or the overextension of any member of EXO Esports can be vital, as they are hovering the Violet. They're not going to be picking it up. Opts to go with more damage dealing heroes, Tachi and the Florentino.
Yeah, getting that engagement means that EXO Esports is going to be going in for a full dive comp on the first 3 picks that they have. Of course, we already know how effective Tachi can be, given that she is going to be able to use some disrupt for himself, or maybe a flicker to actually move out his cliff breaker, which gets some slow and some damage and add some damage to the clashes. And of course, Florentino is the hero to go for, especially on the 1v1. We saw how effective Florentino can be on the last game. Being able to win a 2v1 scenario and still getting out unscathed most of the time, while on Team Olympus, they actually finished it off with an Irie. Maybe looking to actually burst down those squishies like the Lorian, or maybe if there is going to be a marksman who's going to be picked out for EXO Esports.
Irie. It looks like both teams are going to be opting to go in onto each other. I like this because it means we might see some insane action from both teams, as the Joker is going to be banned out by Team Olympus. This is actually a nice ban, knowing that the pick a card can be a hassle, especially on those physical damage dealers. But for EXO Esports, they're gonna be opting to remove these engaged heroes that can be built up here by Team Olympus. Are they gonna be banning out this is Superman? Although Team Olympus already has some crowd control in their kit, they are lacking it still though. But they might want to increase their damage dealing as well. So kind of limited options are here for the members of Team Olympus. Although, well, the talent is available here for Team Olympus if they might want to opt for it, or maybe go in with something like a Raz probably that we have seen in the 1v1 doing some works.
Yeah, but so far here, Team Olympus still lacks a mage and probably lacks one more fighter for themselves. You're gonna see Irie mostly used on the top lane instead of the jungle, and that is a big part and a big chunk. But we are seeing a support here at the at Team Olympus, with Roxy being picked out as well. So I think a mage or a jungle is going to be the one being picked up by Team Olympus here in the second half. While on EXO Esports, they still lack a support. I mean, they do have a support on the Tachi, but maybe I think they are missing a jungler and a marksman as of now for EXO Esports. So they need to play it as smart as they can. And they are hovering on a Raz to maybe out damage the Florentino in an engagement.
The 1v1 can be beneficial as well towards the Raz pick if ever given a good timing, and of course the amount of follow-up that can be given from the other members of Team Olympus. But having the level, the double trouble, we saw multiple times already that plays were made, but also we also saw some underperformance because of this pick. So it's kind of like a 50-50 high risk high reward scenario being able to lock in. But the Roma should provide them a little bit more safety whenever they go in, especially with the amount of playfulness this hero has in its kit and the damage it can dish out, having a good initiation as well for the team. But as Team Olympus decides on which hero they want to get, I'm still gonna be opting to suggest a proper frontline, maybe even a Mina, since it's not manned out.
Yeah, and so far we are going to see a hover on the key, which is also going to be huge for EXO Esports. One of the preceding counters for Florentino right now is actually the key. As long as you're going to be able to get the Florentino near the wall. But one of the timing against a Florentino is when the Gentleman's Duel is active, he's going to be immune to crowd control. So definitely the key needs to be careful and is going to be able to time his skills right to actually catch out the Florentino. but that's going to be a lock-in already for Team Olympus. There's a lot of potential for the 1v1s here on the side of Team Olympus. Let's see who is going to be on the top lane, and that's still going to be the Irie. And seeing Midheart using the key, that's going to go into the jungle as well. EXO Esports is going to be looking to start their matchup with a double trouble. So that is also going to be one of the keys for EXO Esports to execute their lineup. They have a lot of setups for themselves. They have the Tachi and they have the Lorian. And of course, the first engagement coming in from the Leville. One of the key for Team Olympus though is the Roxy, on how big of an impact can the Agnes Grip bring in this game number 2.
A good a good lineup for both teams. I like this matchup that we are seeing. Some pros and cons can be observed as well, but in this I'm kind of leaning again towards the lineup of Team Olympus, but I'm also gonna be having that positive looks on the side of EXO Esports with their engaged composition and good pick of potential as well because of the Labille pick. As we check here, the graphics we made here by the makers of the production side of AOV, we come to appreciate the amount of effort being made for this tournament. This is the AOV International Championships. Team Olympus versus EXO Esports in this group stage.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the games are already starting. J-Jack gets a spot on Yami, gets a power surge first into the poking advantage. J-Jack, Ward, and also we're gonna see Mahi and Yami exchanging some damage here on the mid lane, but with Roxy being too tanky, he's not gonna be able to be taken out as easy. And with Sans and ASD, they actually just are gonna be clearing the waves as peaceful as it gets, while Sans gets that shuriken into the vicinity of ASD. J-Jack helps the jungle to clear out the camps. Well, Key is now already able to go for a gank here on the top lane. Sans just going in hot with a lot of the harassment here. Yami as well hitting some of his skills, getting some damage to the lives of the members of Team Olympus. But Ward is just going to be there. Yami is not going to commit, knowing that Midheart is actually in the vicinity. Wilver C goes in with the Wailing Blade Spectral R, gets some damage. Ward is going to be forced to flicker out of that area wherein he might be taken for the first blood.
Well, the pressure is being made here by both teams, but no casualty as of the moment. EXO Esports are upping their aggression though against Team Olympus as they are constantly rotating across the map. But as the objective spawn, they're gonna call it truce for the meantime. A trade of objectives. Slayer for EXO Esports and Abyssal Dragon here for the members of Team Olympus. An attempt there by Lovers with a double trouble. Nobody's gonna get caught out just of the moment. A quick disengage of Team Olympus after that objective take. Now Ward is kind of trying to bait Mahi as we see the engage right now by J-Jack. Opts to push him towards the tower, but since reinforcements came, they're not going to be pushing through that anymore.
Yes, and more of the engagements are happening here with a lot of action coming in on the bottom lane, using the Ryu to get some dashes. And Cliffbreaker is going to be used by Mahi. He is going to be using the Flicker as well to reposition himself. He knows that he can be pushed into the right position by J-Jack, needing and procting out that Flicker. Wilbur C and Mahi are actually going in with the cavalry. EXO Esports happening. The double trouble is not gonna get a hit again.
That is already 2 double troubles being procced out here. J-Jack goes in with the explosive KO, and Midheart gets that kill with the punches connecting to Lovers.
A fantastic gank there onto Lovers, and this time we're seeing some increase in aggression for Team Olympus as they are pushing the bot lane as well. Cutting down a wave, getting a gank here onto River C. They will get that kill as Midheart is gonna get that gold. Now, Team Olympus looking to get more, taking the jungle camps here away for River C to kind of negate some of the gold he is earning. But as we check out the mid lane, there we can see some struggle here by J-Jack in the laning phase. Next gank might be there as we see a double trouble. Okay, I thought his dash is gonna get predicted, but he misses by a slim margin.
Yes, and so far, we're gonna see Team Olympus actually having the advantage right now. Mai is gonna be spotted out here by Midheart. The Dragon's Bane not getting a hit. Cliff Breaker is gonna be used by Mahi to get out of that sticky situation, but the damage coming in from Midheart's stance is just too much to be able to get away safely.
Now 3 kills on the board. Mahi got taken down. 3 members already, a while ago by Lovers, Mahi, River C, and Mahi, and now they're looking to get a kill. This time onto Yami. It's not gonna be enough. Sans is overextending a little bit as we do see some hesitation from the members of Team Olympus, but with the Dark Slayer up, they are opting to take it. Might as well get the Abyssal Dragon when they have the chance, as an attempt goes, but not successfully securing it. Now, Team Olympus rotating towards the bot side. After they clear out this mid, they're not going to be prioritizing on the Abyssal Dragon as of the meantime, as they look to just get some farm for now. Right now, there is the tower being chunked down a little bit by Team Olympus, as you see them kind of positioning themselves towards bot, as Lovers might actually get pushed here towards, away from his tower, but because of the cavalry coming in from his comrades, he is going to be able to disengage successfully. Mahi did a good job shoving the wave, allowing his teammate to be able to back away. And because of that, no kills so far, again, from Team Olympus.
Yeah, and we're seeing on the top lane there is going to be some pressure made here, but River C in the midst, Midheart getting that kill. In a 1v1 scenario, we know Ryoma is going to fall off against the key. And we're going to see Aurora here trying to go and get that buff, but Mahi is going to be able to secure that. Doesn't matter match, that is going to be another resource deprived on River C side. OP is just going in hot now. The Agnes grip is not going to get a hit. Ward uses the Agnes to get a reposition. And Mai might be taken now. Uses the Orb of Frost, but with the gas coming in for the stun for Aurora, he is going to be securing that kill as well.
Fantastic gank once again. Team Olympus has been consistent in these pick-offs, and EXO Esports can't really respond effectively against them. We do see the clear difference in terms of being on their efficiency. River C with a nice poke, but they won't get any kills from it this time. Lovers might get caught, however, due to the fact that it is a Florentino, he is quite mobile. He's going to be able to back away as we see the replay. He goes for an orb, but as he loses the shield, he just gets more prone into that kill from Aurora. And after the Abyssal Dragon take, you might as well just get another one. The double trouble hits, but not at the right target. Mahi though is continuing to push, but he might get flanked here by Midheart. No overextension as of the meantime. This time EXO Esports look to play it out safe, but as we see Sans going in, they are trying to defend this tier 1 at mid. The objectives are available to be taken here by Team Olympus. They might as well just transition towards this Holy Dragon.
Yes, and with the rotations coming in from the top, where Rora is just going to be creating some space for his team. We're going to see Yami might be taken out here if Midhar is going to be connecting that Dragon's Bane. And if Yami hits the wall, definitely uh, he is going to be taking that fall. And anyway, Yami and ASD here on the ball lane going in for the defense while Sans is just going in and trying to get that second tier turret. River C with the Wailing Blade, no damage as of yet being dealt on Midheart. That's how tanky he is with the passive, and the second tier turret is going to be secured. The Dragon's Bane is not going to connect on ASD, while we're going to see War boxing out two of the members of Exto Esports. J-Jack just going in with the pokes, with the power surge, getting a lot of damage even before we go for the engagement. Sans and Ward are in the bush. Ward is going out, showing himself, and Exo Esports is going to be able to clear that wave successfully.
Yeah, with no kills so far again by Exo Esports. We can see them really struggle against Team Olympus. Because of that, Team Olympus are just going to be constantly looking for these picks, constantly trying to get towers and objectives, and since there's no answer from Exo Esports, they might as well just engage onto them as Mahi takes a bit of damage here from Rora. He's gonna be able to disengage successfully, but that's the waves crash towards their towards their top and bottom lane. The Infinite Slayer is gonna get killed here and taken by Team Olympus. Now with a good cheesy position, Ward is just trying to steal this blue buff out, but since they see Mahi and Lovers, might as well go in, but not under the tower, since it is gonna be providing a little bit of a benefit here for Exo Esports, and they do back off. Holy Dragon though is available, so they can take it.
Yeah, and definitely there is going to be an objective that is going to be available to them, but they are going to summon the Slayer here on the middle lane, maybe going for the attempt to get that tier 1 turret. But we're going to see Sans being damaged and peeled by the members of Exto. Yami just getting a spot on there, and J-Jack goes in with the power surge, not getting hit with the power, with that uppercut as well. Mai goes into the fray. Star Sky is going to be used by Yami, who is going to be missing out that skill shot. No crowd control is going to happen. ASD is going to be pulled with the Agni Strip from Ward. This is going to be very, very difficult for the defense that's going to happen here. Sans is just there going in for the push as well, with the Slayer barreling down here on the mid lane. The tier 3 turret might be in danger. They don't have any range heroes yet, and they are going to be committing all of their skills for that wave clear. Yami, without any of the skills available to him yet, he has a Star Sky ready. The third tier turret here on the ball lane is going to be traded out, and with Rora pressuring the top lane, it's just going to be very, very hard for Exo Esports to go for the defense. He is going to be dealing some damage. The double trouble is going to get a hit on Rora. The third tier turret is going to fall down. Star Sky is going to be used again. Sans is going to be securing that third tier turret. He doesn't care about Exto Esports. They are now confined into their base, and one turret left, and the base is just going to be full of holes.
Full of holes indeed, as Team Olympus looks to actually win in a perfect game. This is gonna be insane. The amount of improvement they have made against Exo Esports is impressive, of course. Now with a 7k almost 7k gold up, looking to secure more towers, as it's only one remaining onto the top lane, that inhibitor tower from Exo Esports. When they actually secure this Infinite Slayer, they're gonna be able to close this game out, and it's only just 17 seconds and not much time for Exo Esports to catch up in terms of gold when they want to farm. So Team Olympus, they're holding the ground right now. They're holding the fate of Exo Esports, as maybe they're gonna be looking out to mid. Maybe not at all, as we do see River C enter the bottom lane. This can be a proper timing for one team as they look to engage. Mahi though gets them baited out. But as they wait for the wave to crash onto the top side, they're going to be looking to just position themselves for an engage as Mid-Heart takes a bit of damage. Lovers will enter but will immediately disengage. But this time, Mid-Heart might actually got caught out. But no! It's going to be J-Jack that is going to fall down. This might be the mistake that EXO Esports have been waiting. They do get 2 kills. Might look for more. Team Olympus got a little too overconfident and they were immediately punished. The Infinite Slayer is still available to take, but not so sure if Team Olympus would even try.
Yeah, and actually that's going to be a win for Team Olympus if they are going to be able to get engagement again. Lovers going to be spotting out Rora and Pinwell coming in from Wilbur C, missing out that Wailing Blade. No stunts are going to happen here for EXO Esports. The Slayer, though, is being started here. Correct me, that the Slayer has already been despawned. They're going to be waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer to actually get that kind of help for themselves. But with all of the turrets being taken now, we're gonna see a lot of the big minions be spawning here on the middle lane, making it hard for the players. NXT is gonna be forced to maybe go for a defensive position at this point. Even with the damage that they're dealing, they're having a hard time on getting that wave clear in the middle lane, and more of the engagements are we're gonna see the rotations going into the top. Maybe they're going in for the Dark Lord Slayer to actually play it as safe as they could, while Rora is just going in for some wave clears here in the bot lane. Wilbur C might be caught out here if he goes near the Raz's range setup.
Yeah, and as we see here, you know, that slight hiccup is gonna be attempted to be fixed here by Team Olympus once again, as they do take the Dark Lord Slayer. That should provide them this advantage in terms of pushing and maybe forcing a team fight to do spot up Mahi. But they're not going to be engaging for the meantime. They want to shove out the waves equally so that everything will crash onto the towers of EXO Esports. And as they do it, EXO Esports regroup, trying to think of a cheesy way to actually approach Team Olympus. But at this state of the game, things are looking dim for them. They don't have that much vision anymore on their vicinities. And as they do try to clear out mid, trying to play this as safely as possible, the slow push is going to be trouble for the members of EXO Esports, as the Dark Lord Slayer has been put up already. Rora getting caught, but it's not gonna be taken. Okay, double trouble did not land onto him, so he's gonna be safe for the meantime, as the Dark Lord Slayer is still continuing to push here at mid. Taking a bit of time actually to kill that cannon minion, but he's gonna be able to do so.
Yeah, they are stalling time right now, and they want all the ways to crash one time here in the base of EXO Esports, and we're seeing this kind of strategy now coming into fruition. A lot of the waves are now in the area, and with all of the minion waves crashing together, it is going to be hard for EXO Esports. While on the top lane, we're going to see Mid-Heart going in for the kill, getting the Dragon Spin, hitting Mahi. Is it going to be enough? Not yet, but with the Cliffbreaker not available anymore, Lovers is going to go with the Gentleman's Duel. J-Jack goes in for the kill. Explosive KO with all of the power surge and the uppercut. There is going to be a lot of exchanges. The Nexus block is going to happen, and it's going to be Team Olympus taking game number 2.
A fantastic 2-0 by Team Olympus. We saw their improvement for the game number 1 and also the past couple of days, but this one is a really good sign, showing everyone that we are better than EXO Esports, and we just showed it during this game number 1 and 2. And if we talk about their execution, well, it's not the best possible way to do it, but this is already a good sign coming in from them. Team Olympus having a strong early game, securing 6 kills, 5 or 6 kills, without even getting trades. They did have that small hiccup at mid, but they managed to pick up their pieces and close this game out towards their favor. So that shows the discipline improvement of Team Olympus as well.
Yeah, and we see the engagements actually falling off into the hands of Team Olympus just because they were actually biding their time. Most of the engagements, they got the objectives that they wanted and all the certs as well. So you actually see that they have the advantage of this game. They were able to get those wave flares. And in that last clash, it was just going to be hard for Exo Esports to actually come back because of all of the plays that were being made. They were actually delaying all of the wave clears just so that we're going to see that last clash going into the favor of Team Olympus, where every lane is actually going to be crashing together into the pace of Exo Esports, and that enabled them to get the win. And so far, yeah, it has been a story that Exo Esports is still the worst team for Group A.
Yeah, sadly, we will be bidding goodbye to Exo Esports. Of course, them not being able to secure a win, but they do still have a series later on against DTAC Talon. Team Olympus also has another one, this time against Mad Team. So maybe if they can pull up another series win, it would give their fans and their supporters some smiles. But for Exo Esports, they still have yet to secure their very first series win, maybe not at all in the whole AIC 2021. But that should be it for the series between Exo Esports and Team Olympus. We will be we will be seeing the stats later on, and most probably it's gonna be almost a one-sided stomp with a small dump and then going back up.
Yeah, and looking forward to the next series. The next series that Exo Esports is going to be matching out with the TAC Talent. And at this point, I don't have a lot of expectations anymore. They'll be facing off against DTAC, who is going to be in sitting comfortably in the first place here on Group A. And we're going to see the top one fighting it off against the bottom of Group A. So you already have the expectations that they're not going to get a win, but maybe an upset could happen. And even if the upset could happen, the DTAC Talent is still moving in to the playoffs anyway. Just Exo Esports, maybe I guess it's going to be just bragging rights for Exo Esports if they ever win against DTAC Talent. And that's maybe a big boost on their confidence going forward if they participate again on an international stage. Maybe in the next AWC that could happen, but we don't know yet. So moving forward, let's see what is going to be in store for Exo Esports for this day. But we're just going to be waiting for the scoreboard to actually show itself up. And in a few seconds, definitely we're going to be seeing that in our screens. And I already have some kind of inkling what kind of scoreboard we're going to see. It's mostly just Team Olympus with the graphs. Oh, there is going to be some kind of turn here. It's not just going to be an uphill slope. There is also some time where we saw Exo Esports could have taken some kind of lead, but it was just interrupted with how good of a closer Team Olympus was in that game. Based on kills, it's going to be 2-for-8 in advantage of Team Olympus. Gold lead, not that much. That's only a 4K gold lead to the side of Team Olympus. 9 towers are taken. In comparison, 1 is only taken by Exo Esports. It means that all of the towers were demolished by Team Olympus in this game. Dragons definitely going to Team Olympus as well. Slayers Slayers too, with a 1-4-3. Only one being secured by XO Esports. So all of the objectives are gonna fall almost to the hands and clutches of Team Olympus. We're gonna see a lot of damage coming in from Sans and J-Jack, and even some modicum of damage from Rora and Midheart. And the MVP for game number 2 is gonna be Midheart on key. 62.5% kill participation, 401, a perfect KDA, 43k damage dealt here by Midheart. The roll goal difference is going to be 2,903 and MVP points of 11.7. This is the second MVP of this tournament. So before we go to the second series of the day, which is going to be Mad Team against All Gamers, we'll be going into a very short break. And once again, this is the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyang. We'll be right back after this short break.
Trying to engage onto XP and Pro E, but it's not going to be successful as of the moment. Some hesitation have been made, but this time there's not. However, Team Flash might actually be the ones who has to be disengaged, because that's going to be the first blood here.
Gonna spot on Koa, getting some damage in. One point of result is gonna be shaved. There's gonna be engagement here. The steal from Yue is gonna do it. Ryu is gonna be used here by the Irie with the Thunderbird. The orb is going to be there for Yue as well. He's not going to be bursted down as well. Ka is going to be in the thick of it, using the braces of submission. So with the Zip roll here, Alamo P is not going to be getting that stack in. Norton goes in with the braces of submission. That's a lot of slows and stunts as well. And the Devar is not going to work. You're going to see 0-0 falling down with
this inhibitor tower, and I can only imagine the struggle here defending because of the pokes, and as a bow goes in, the damage is relatively okay as Dada looks for the flank here onto the side, but as CC is about to fall down, the shield helps him survive for so long. NK though is not, and Dada will finish that kill. A 2-for-3 trade as Kai is under the tower. Dada makes him being attacked by the double throw, but no, that was his ally. This one is the enemy, Zen Shao, getting killed as XF and the rest of the members of Underact are trying to capitalize and maybe get this a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't get it! He gets 3 kills instead! Yewei! What was that? Are you even human? Saigon...
When I stand on the shoulders of giants, I realized that I am still far away from the sky. For eternal glory, we pour out our blood and sweat. Even if time goes by, our faith never collapses.
Heroes stand and test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. We're never terrified. What makes heroes alive? Heroes stand and test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. When I stand, when I've climbed above the clouds, and it reminds me why I am still far away from the sky. We're bruised and we're losing. We fell but still chasing. It's not the end. The way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand and test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. We're never terrified. What makes heroes alive? Heroes stand and test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. Stand the test of fire. We're never terrified. Nothing ever turns me back. We're never terrified. What makes heroes alive? Heroes stand and test of fire. Give all of
Welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Giyang. We are in the second series of the day. It's going to be Mad Team facing up against All Gamers.
It is the battle for the fourth spot. So it's gonna be an exciting one, of course. All Gamers versus Mad Team in this best of 2 series. They have a very close score line. 2-0-2 in the series wins of All Gamers. 1-0-3 on the side of Mad Team. So if Mad Team pulls off a 2-0 win against Superplay, they would be even. That is how vital this game is. And they do have one more game in this day. Mad Team has a game with Team Olympus, in which if we compare the stats, they kind of have a better standing. Wherein All Gamers, if they try battling against BRU, it's gonna be a challenge based on just the stats. So this is gonna be the deciding factor for sure. Who deserves that fourth spot in the playoffs?
Yes, and definitely we're gonna see Mad Team going out strong, and especially in this kind of scenario, we're gonna see Kawhi again in the main roster spot. This is not gonna be Yuzon, who was subbing in last time, and Mad Team badly and desperately needs this win. If they're gonna be losing this, there is a chance that they're not gonna be able to qualify for the playoffs. And with the round starting, that's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on them as well. All Gamers, although they are a team coming in from the HOK, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be skillful. They did show a lot of good stuff and a lot of close fights, even with the top teams here in Group A. And key player for All Gamers is going to be Mingley, 2.4 KDA. 61.5% kill participation, damage percentages are 13.5%, damage taken 16.1%. That is going to be the jungler of All Gamers. So looking into the key player of Mad Team, it's going to be 03.22. It's going to be the KDA with a KDA of 2.7, kill participation of 70.8%, gold per minute 720, damage percentages dealt, of course, is going to be 27.3%. Damage taken is going to be 13.2%. That's a considerable amount of damage that he's dealing for Mad Team.
And well, we talked about how vital this game is. The players are gonna be vital as well because of their performance in this best of 2 series. And as we go, we're gonna be going on to the drafting phase. All Gamers on the blue side, Mad Team on the red side. And of course, we did see their prioritization on certain lineups during the past few days, particularly during day number 3, wherein for Mad Team on their struggle against Buriram United Esports, they kind of focused on the LSU pick when they were on the blue side. But if we talk about All Gamers on their struggle as well against V Gaming and the Taktalan, we saw that they kind of had these I'm gonna say weird picks because of them firstly getting a Maganga in some of their games, and them being the ones who actually not ban the Aya. I do recall that, so hopefully we don't see that here today. And since the Elsu has been banned away, Superman is going to be the first pick here by All Gamers. I like this adaptivity that they are showing with regards to the meta. And since Lubu is available, All Gamers might as well just take it too.
Yeah, and looking at the composition right now, with the Superman being started here by All Gamers, they're going to have a lot of repositioning on the clashes and also a lot of crowd controls as long as he's going to be able to refresh his flight passive. And on my team, there's going to be a lot of damage as well. It's going to be Crixie, who is going to be scaling very hard in the mid game. wherein they are actually going to be able to burst down even tanks as long as there's going to be another damage dealer to actually complement the Crixie. And the Richter is actually one of the heroes that has been looking in for a wide variety of success here in the AIC 2021 just because of how effective he can be going in for the dives. He has knockups, he has speed ups, and that gives him advantages in the vision war on the bushes.
I like the composition being built up here by all gamers. Honestly, I'm having, both heroes, Superman and Wonder Woman, gonna be in tandem here, allowing this Elander to actually scale up for the late game. But on the side of Mad Team, they are having this balanced composition being built up. We already see lots of Crixies being locked in, lots of Richter, and having an Elander tells Mad Team that okay, we're gonna be trying to go in for late game, and Mad Team, they might actually want to opt in for a good early game, especially with a Joker pick. That's gonna create some problem for the Elander later on, which now, as we see in the second banning phase, since Mad Team, since all gamers doesn't have a mage just yet, maybe that's gonna be the focus now of Mad Team.
Yeah, and there is gonna be some bans. Tulin can also be banned out to actually mitigate some kind of advantage. Rowie is also a possibility. They don't want the synergy of the Rowie and Elander to actually disrupt the game, and that is gonna be played as safe as it could. My team is looking to be very, very confident looking at their face cams. They are the more experienced team somewhat, and Mad Team has has a lot of players who can actually have a that we can consider as very, very talented. But the problem is Mad Team synergy right now is actually in the dregs, just because we're seeing two exactly opposite playstyles from the team, from Mad Team. We're seeing a lot of aggression on some of the players, and then we're gonna see some defensive turtling on some of the others.
Yeah.
So they need to strike a balance on what kind of strategy they're gonna be employing and what to adapt. And if they do adapt, at least go all in.
Well, maybe because of this is the kind of playstyle they are opting to, but I'm not so sure if this is gonna be helping out Mad Team. From the side of all gamers, they are hovering the Iggy, and that is interesting. A Marha gonna be locked in here. Is this it's the first time we're gonna be seeing a Marha in the whole of group stages of AIC 2021, and since not much we do have frontline, of course, with the Superman and the Wonder Woman, but the other three are kind of squishy. So Mad Team now opting to go with the Krikna that can actually assassinate these squishy members of all gamers, along with Itachi, along with the Richter. And at most the problem though is Joker and Crixie kind of has a different playstyle, so there might be a little bit of space being created for all gamers because of that.
And maybe we're gonna be seeing a more aggressive Mad Team just because of the composition that they're fielding. They need to scale and finish this at the 10-minute mark to the 20-minute mark to actually win this game. And I feel like Mad Team is going to be capable to do that as long as they play to the strengths of their heroes. Level 4 Crixie is definitely somewhat menace just because of the damage that she can deal. Probably with the full combination, he can almost burst down an Iggy, so you only need to add a little more damage to secure the kill. And even the Elder is going to be in danger in most of the times.
Mhm. Looking at the draft here by both teams, who do you favor more, Vitor? I'm kind of leaning towards more on the side of all gamers in this one because of their balance, high damage and high crowd control, and also the synergy. Synergy is kind of better on this one, if you ask me. In the draft, on the side of Mad Team, I can say that they also will be dealing a lot of damage, but in terms of synergy wise, when someone goes in, someone can't really that much. So maybe that's something that can be capitalized upon by all gamers later on.
Well, if I'm gonna go for advantages, I think I just know the winning condition of Mad Team is gonna be before the late game, and their damage is clearly gonna be felt. And with the early game spikes coming in for the Quick Knock and the others, and the other heroes like the Joker and also the Crixie, I do think that it is gonna be hard for all gamers to actually scale in this game once we reach the first objective of the game.
Yeah. And as we go into this first game between all gamers and Mad Team, this is the battle for the spot for... This is the battle for the 4th spot in the playoffs. And as we see them getting some action onto each other, we know they're in here for a good run. Nan is gonna get taken down. Mad Team with a first blood. And because of that, looks like things are looking good on this red side.
Yeah, and definitely with Mad Team getting that first blood at the early opening, it is going to be scary to see on how they're going to be able to scale and harass the members of all gamers. And that's going to be a very, very fast clear for Menglei. With the 43-second mark, they are going to be taking in a lot of resources for themselves. But with the objective 6 not yet ready, the Spirit Sentinel is going to be secured here by Mad Team. That's going to be putting in some gold for Mad Team as well.
So far, all gamers kind of wanting to patch up their mistake from earlier. That overcommit, I guess they had a little too excited on what they wanted to do, or like in this game in general, and because of the rotations of Mad Team, they got that first blood, might even get this second kill onto the top lane, and Zen got it! The Quick Knock of all the people, he is the one that got the kill, so this is going to be very crucial for all gamers. Bor even nearly got one more. But this time, all gamers are gonna answer with an Abyssal Dragon to trade it out with the Infinite Slayer taken there by Mad Team. So even though they are behind in terms of goals and having hiccups, they are still gonna be trying to fight. Maybe not for Menglei as he falls down. Cuckoo is gonna be getting that kill. 3 kills on the board. Mad Team is in here for heat.
Yeah, definitely Mad Team going in hot with the 3-0 scoreline in the scoreboard. They are going to be capitalizing on this by punishing the lanes more. We are going to see a lot of damage, and we already witnessed the damage that a Joker can bring with a Crixie. And also, if you add the Quick Knock to the mix as well, you're no tanks or even the marksmen or the squishy heroes of all gamers are going to be able to withstand it. There's going to be a 2 versus 1. Kawhi gets a kill on Menglei, getting the jungle strike, and Kawhi is going to be doing his best to not be taken out here by all gamers. He's going to be refreshing his passive for a knockup in the jungle. Ice is going to be poked down by Bor, getting some damage in, while the Spirit Sentinel is going to be spawning, and we're going to see Zen there securing that objective.
To think about, we talked about earlier that synergy-wise, Mad Team's composition might struggle a little bit, but they're proving us wrong right now, and I love it because of their aggression. They're making it work so well right now with a 2,000 gold advantage at 4 minutes. That is very impressive if you ask me. So all gamers right now are kind of getting pressured, especially here in the bottom lane, as Yian tries to flee, but Kawi not really wanting to tower dive since he has his friend Zen actually lurking from the bottom lane. They will catch out two though. Mengle is gonna get spotted out. He is gonna be able to back away, but right now Kawi and Zen are just looking to maybe push this bottom lane tier 1, since most of the members of all gamers situated at the bottom lane are kind of low.
Yeah, and so far we're gonna see a push again with Eon being taken here by Zen with a dominating streak already here. He has been doing a lot, and Bobor is gonna be spotting now Tang Tang, who is gonna be forcing that Ghost Walk to reposition himself and to refresh himself in that situation. And this is one of the problems of a Marja pick. He is not going to be able to deal a lot of damage. He can sustain, yeah, but in terms of peeling, does it really matter? Cuckoo is going to be spotting out and Mengle. And in the backside, he's going to be in the right position to actually go for the damage. Anan might be taken out there. But no, 0322 is going to be chased down by Ice and Mengle. But with two of these heroes in the area, they are going to be in danger. Blazes of Submission is going to be used. The 2 damage is going to be connecting. An is going to be in the area trying to deal some damage. But Cuckoo is going to be securing that kill.
Wow, look at how aggressive Mad Team is. They are showing AG that they deserve this top spot. They deserve that 4th spot. And All Gamers doesn't have any answer to this so far. The goal lead is continuously rising towards the favor of Mad Team. Right now, they're looking to secure this Holy Dragon. Top lane will be destroyed as well. So Mad Team looking really good in this game right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Mad Team right now is having a 4K gold advantage to themselves. While we're seeing a setup maybe happening here for All Gamers, they're not. Are they going to be able to pick up Borborn? The answer is going to be no. Zen is going to be procting out the drone drop. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Mengle is going to be in the area against Zen. And is he going to be able to get out? No, with 3 members of Mad Team actually able to surround him in the area. Yeon cannot help him at all. And we're going to see more engagements are going to happen here on the mid lane. And Zen and Yeon are going in for a duel. Is he going to be able to take out Zen? The answer is yes with the Frost Breath. And he uses the Resurrection Rune to get back into the game.
Nice trade being made here by All Gamers, but it's for sure it's not going to be enough for them to actually get a good win against Mad Team as of the moment. Right now, Mad Team are looking for more picks as they continuously pressure these lanes of All Gamers, and as the objectives are about to spawn, All Gamers are kind of struggling as of the moment. Ian is getting caught out in the process, and he is forced to go back into his base 13 seconds before both objectives spawn. And Mad Team looking good in their positioning to actually take both of them, actually, if ever they will opt to do so. But I think the Holy Dragon is going to be enough for now.
Yeah, and so far we're gonna see Mad Team going in for the push here in the bot lane, while the while the Slayer is actually being taken here by the side of All Gamers. They're gonna be in the mids and they're gonna be sandwiched here. Mark of the Hunter being used by Kawhi. Is the teleport gonna be used? Mengle tries to kill Kawhi in that scenario, but he's gonna be taken out as well. Searching ready to finishes off Ice. And it is going to be the Ghost Walk from Tang Tang going to happen. Drone drop might connect. He is going to be able to be taken out by Cuckoo. And that's a 3-for-none kills in the advantage of Mad Team.
Oh, Mad Team is being a monster of a team right now. 11-1. 7,000 gold lead at, well, a little under 10 minutes, and the Mad Team is now positioning themselves towards this Infinite Slayer. Everything's in their hands right now. Nothing can be done by all gamers. They can't scale. They can't fight them in the team fights, and they can't get objectives. This is a nightmare for them as of now. And even Yeon is struggling so much onto the bottom lane because of the matchup. And this team, Mad Team, forcing some retaliation towards the top lane, might actually engage onto them. They go in, Coco with a burst, and they do take the tower as well. But this Zen might actually get taken down. No! He has his teammates to actually back him up, and nobody will fall on the side of Mad Team. This tower will though, as 0322 takes it, and still they all have the Infinite Slayer helping them push the top lane, so that will be done. So Mad Team looking to just secure this bottom lane, and even Kawi getting that kill. Look at Kawi engaging even onto anyone under the tower, no problem. And Mad Team looking to maybe group up once again to take this bottom lane inhibitor tower, as AIC is looking to defend. They can't defend this for any long, because that's gonna be an engage once again here by Mad Team, looking to just go on this onslaught. But the damage from the Iggy can be a menace. That's something that they have to respect. They already lost Kawi, but with all the inhibitor towers, they are looking good. This Holy Giant is gonna get taken, and maybe a reset. One final reset will do the trick.
And definitely with that kind of dominant play from Mad Team, they are not going to be just pushed around with a 9k gold deficit onto the name of Mad Team. AG is just going to be waiting for the chopping block. The damage is in line for Mad Team right now. So in terms, even if the tanks are going to be in the front, they're going to be bursted out by the Joker, by the Quixie, and also by the Quick Knock. And at this point, all gamers are all barreling down here. They are going to be caught out. Tang is going to be in the area. That's a Superman going in with a speeding bullet, try to save and reposition his allies, but it's not going to be enough. Zen just going in for the drone drop. An is going to be falling down soon, and he is going to be able to kill out Zen. But in a 4v1 scenario, will he be able to defend the Nexus? And the answer is no, with disrupts already open. As a Borbor and the other is going in for the engagement. Anon is falling down, and the Nexus as well. It is going to be Mad Team taking game number 1.
Mad Team with a strong start in this best of 2 series. This is looking dim for the members here of All Gamers, because only one more and they're gonna be tied up. And kind of see, since Mad Team if Mad Team defeats All Gamers in a 2-0, that can actually turn the tides in their favor towards securing the 4th spot. Mad Team strong in this game number 1. We didn't see any even signs of All Gamers coming back. That's how big of a lead Mad Team has made in this game, and the amount of improvement as well by this team over the past few days.
Yeah, definitely. We can see in the highlights on how they dominated, and it was a very dominating scoreline as well. Yes, there was going to be some deaths on the side of Mad Team, but it doesn't matter much just because they were able to capitalize on most of the resources. And every time someone dies, it is just another moment wherein they are going to be able to take more for themselves. And the objectives are always being contested here by Mad Team, not letting any breathing room for our All Gamers. They're actually putting on a clinic on how to actually be aggressive in the game. And even Cuckoo, who was very, very aggressive on his play, securing kills for himself. And you can see here in this highlight that the damage that they've been dealing, just one drone drop almost finishing off everyone on the side of World Gamers. And that was just basically it. They were out damaged, they were out rotated, and even the speed of the clashes happening are on the favor of Mad Team.
I mean, maybe it's in their name. Mad Team is mad in this game. They want to secure that fourth spot in a dominating fashion. They are starting to, because it is what they need for now if they want to tie up the score against All Gamers, and they only are one win away from doing that. So in this series, in this next game, things are gonna be very the most crucial point actually on All Gamers. If they want to secure a comeback or prevent Mad Team from actually taking the spot, they have to exert so much effort. They have to give their all. They have to create more opportunities for themselves instead of these small hiccups that are happening. They had a beautiful performance already when they were on the blue side against other teams like Team Olympus, but yeah, Team Olympus really kind of struggled as well. So if we compare All Gamers to other teams, just like their on their match against before on EXO Esports, we can say that yeah, things can be pulled off by this team. They had a fantastic game with a Superman and a Lorian pick during that time, but they kind of paired it up with a three frontline composition: Superman, Mina, even the Richter. This time we did not see it. We saw the Superman struggling as well. So maybe in this second game, they kind of have to go on their comfort zone for a while, because the things they are trying to experiment on that doesn't really work for them so far.
Yeah, and so far we're gonna see here the scoreboard for Mad Team and All Gamers, and it is a big disparity. There is no plateau. It's just an uphill battle for All Gamers. We can see the kills actually leaning hard into the side of Mad Team at an 8-3 with a 15 kill advantage for Mad Team. And also in terms of gold, that's an almost 10k gold lead for Mad Team as well. Towers all taken by Mad Team. And in terms of Dragons and Slayers, they are going to have a 1 advantage over All Gamers, who was able to secure some objectives for themselves at the cost of their turrets. So whenever we see AG actually going in for objectives, they are punished for it. They are being just sized up by the members of Mad Team, while some of the other members are actually going for a push. We're gonna see here the bans for each team. Doesn't really matter much who is gonna be fielded unless it's gonna be an Aya. But so far, going to game number 2 with the first pick coming into Mad Team, it is going to be a set of tempo for them. Although we saw a lot of good plays coming in from the Superman, the problem here is that he is going to be squishy in terms of all the damage being dealt here by Mad Team. And the MVP of the game is going to be Cuckoo with a 66.7% kill participation, a perfect KDA of 408, a damage percent dealt at 47k, pro gold difference a whopping 2,589, which is very big for a support. He has accrued MVP points of 13.4. This is his first MVP of the game, and that is a support Tachi at that.
A fantastic performance. I mean, perfect KDA. First MVP though. A well-deserved MVP of Mad Team, and you know, we kind of had an inkling that he is gonna be MVP because primarily he used Tachi, and usually Tachi is to get the MVP. So a fantastic performance overall, and we're kind of looking now at the members of you know, All Gamers trying to have that weird pick, the Marhal. And we didn't really see it going well for them. I'm actually not even sure why they picked that. They went for a double mage and they couldn't really follow it up in the amount of rotation or the damage coming through from them against Mad Team. So in this game number 2, maybe we can see them kind of going back in their roots, how they won against EXO Esport, how they won against Team Olympus, they won against EXO Esports as well. Looking at where they are strong at, that's what they should be doing. Because if they don't, things are gonna be looking dim for them in this game number 2.
Yeah, and definitely with game number 2 starting in hot, Mad Team has the momentum for themselves. And coming in from a very dominating match, all gamers maybe is just waiting to maybe they're gonna show us a new kind of lineup. Although yeah, I do agree that the Marja pick was really a surprise, just because it is one of those heroes that are not really good unless you are going for a peel kind of lineup where there is going to be a Malok or anyone that deals damage over time. That's where Marja excels. But in this kind of lineup, I feel like the synergy between an Iggy, an Ellender, and a Marja doesn't really exist. It is going to be in a different dimension. Yeah, Iggy and Ellender could actually be synergizing, but with the Marja pick, it is not going to be that effective, just because I feel like they're still going to be lacking some damage and even frontline protection at that. So we're going to see the first ban of the game. It is going to be a Florentino, and the second ban is, of course, 100% ban rate on Aya. I mean, 99%.
Yep.
Just because one time we saw an Aya and Mati. Yeah, I mean, they actually learned. They actually learned from that. And now we're going to see Mad Team banning out the Omen, and a hover on the Elsu is going to happen here for AG. Locking that in.
I think what AG did that time on their match against B Game is that they knew we wanted to see the Aya in the group stages. So they paved it for us. They allowed us to see the Aya. That's how it boiled down for sure. But on the serious side, having the Elsu beam banned away, Lorian is going to be prioritized. Since Richter is taken, I'm not so sure if the Superman is going to get picked up here by Mad Team anymore. With the Lubu as well, double frontline composition. AG might actually have a good draft this time. Not Namard anymore. Maybe they can pick up something like a Hayate in their composition, or opt for this the scaling on their side, because they can pick up something like a Kafeni, maybe pick up something like a support that can actually help him out in scaling up and staying alive. We saw already instances wherein within a Paina actually enabled a Kafeni and managed to actually scale so hard towards the late game. So maybe that's their path. But as we check out Mad Team, the Beres being locked in along with Hayate, they're going in. They want to engage onto the members of all gamers, and since Lorian and Hayate pretty much have one of the best synergies onto each other, they want to dive in, and they will dive in hard. One knock-up from the Lorian can actually dictate the result of the game. All gamers look to maybe solidify their composition as of the meantime, as they have yet to choose which hero they want to take. Probably a mage might get picked up right now, because if they show their cards, if they show their hands, and if they gonna be locking in the Kafeni, well, Pine is gonna get banned away for sure. Yeah, and they showed it, so we can safely assume that supports might get banned, or maybe mage is gonna get banned away by Mad Team.
Yeah, and so far we're gonna see here with the first 3 picks, we're gonna see a lot of dives for Mad Team on the Varus, Hayate, and Lorian. That's gonna be a high damage comp as long as the sets are gonna be connecting. While on the side of all gamers, we're gonna see a lot of sustainability on the Lubu, a lot of the initiation coming in for the Richter, and of course some free damage coming in for the Kafeni, as long as she's not gonna be able to be reached by the dives coming in from Mad Team, which is gonna be difficult as well.
Yeah, but kinda concerned though that they showed Tikafeni quite early. I would have preferred them picking up. Well, if they didn't pick up Tikafeni, it would have been banned away. So that's kind of understandable. But if Mad Team actually allows the Pina to be picked up, if they don't ban it out, then that might actually be a very, very good chance here by all gamers to be able to secure it, plus another mage that can actually enable her, possibly a Crixie, so that the AoE damage would be sufficient in their composition, and that might actually be a threat as well towards Mad Team in terms of their banning choices. Also, all gamers, based on this draft that they have, kind of gives us a good insight on what can actually happen in this game. Possibly a long scaling of them, since Talon is also available. Many choices right now for all gamers as they look to maybe secure the Pina. Talon is their choice.
Yeah, that's gonna be over on the Tolan, and it is gonna be understandable with a lot of success coming in for the Tolan in this kind of composition wherein they're gonna be able to burst down anyone that goes near. This is also a viable option just because of the diving comp that we're seeing from Mad Team. If they're gonna be missing out on the dives that they're gonna be doing, or the set to coming in from the Lorian, definitely they're just gonna be punished by the Kafeni and the Tolan at this point. They are going to need to be overextending the composition of Mad Team though, just because if Mina is gonna be able to be picked up, you can also be caught out with the hooks and the Dark Dominion, and that's gonna be a combination that's gonna be scary with the Star Sky of the Lorian.
Yeah, Mina and Yena being hovered here, this will provide so much frontline power on the side of Mad Team, maybe allowing them to set up team fights as well, or counter engages. But knowing the composition of all gamers, they're not really that much they're not gonna necessarily engage onto them. At most, they're gonna be wanting to burst them, maybe kite them out, choke them in some of the locations around the map. But as we see, the last man is gonna be Azil. No longer will they go with a Pina to help out the Kafen, so maybe they are comfortable here on the ADC department, as all gamers have solidified their draft with Azil. It's gonna be concluded. The matchups right now, Mad Team versus all gamers in this final game, this final time or chance for them to secure their 4th spot. Mad Team looking to secure this on a 2-0. All gamers looking to deny that from Mad Team.
Yeah, and even if they do win this matchup, the problem here is that they actually need Mad Team to lose 2-0 to Team Olympus, which is also going to be hard since we all know all gamers won against Team Olympus. So if all gamers is going to be beaten up by Mad Team, so in retrospect, you're going to be expecting that Mad Team is just going to get a sweep again on Team Olympus as well. So this is definitely maybe the last time that we're going to see AG on the stage here in the group stages. Except that we're still going to be able to watch them against Buriram. I mean, this is the last day that we're going to be able to witness them here in this tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be very, 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 very exciting. The battle for the 4th spot for the playoffs in Group A. Mad Team versus all gamers. This is going to be the most crucial part of the group stage for these both teams as they look to solidify their spot, look to deny Mad Team right now. Game number 2 of this best of 2 series. And right now, we're going to be seeing them for sure. If the early game on game number 1 has been insane. This time it's gonna be a whole lot more, as we're already seeing them kind of making those positionings and aggressive outputs towards this game. We're already seeing an invade here by Zen, forcing the flicker away, and because of that they're gonna be collapsing onto the jungle. Can all gamers actually stop this push that is happening from Mad Team? They are turning on to Ice, and it's gonna be stopped for now. They're trying to secure the Sage Golem, but Mengle is also level 2. Goes Sin here onto 4, but it might actually get punished. He's gonna try to stay alive, but not gonna be able to do so. Cuckoo remains, but also the punish right now coming in from all gamers are gonna be significant. They're gonna get 3 kills in the process, denying that invade from Mad Team.
Yeah, it has been a fact that getting that 3 kills is gonna be definitely a boost for them. And in terms of experience, we're gonna see them actually scaling very, very well over the side of Mad Team. Maybe this is their chance to get that win, but it is still gonna be a long story since we are only seeing a 400 gold deficit, not much, so to speak. It is still going to be manageable for the side of Mad Team to get back into the game, but we're going to see a lot of aggression coming in from Ice, using the jungle strike to get the initiates and slows in. An is going to be in the area, maybe trying to get a kill for himself again. 0322 on that Hayate is just going to be safe for now. He is going to be accruing more of the objectives as much as he can. And that engagement, this is the replay wherein we saw a lot of damage coming in from the Tulan and on just bursting out some of the heroes. And without the level 4 spikes, it's not going to be available. Cuckoo almost falling down in that last clash. But that was a good attempt coming in from Mad Team to actually contest and delay some of the rotations of AG. We're seeing now a 1k gold lead though in favor of AG.
1,000 is not really that much high at the moment, but it is enough to actually enable their team. However, Mad Team still gonna be able to take this Abyssal Dragon, transitioning themselves towards the lanes. Once again, they're looking to deny the rotations coming in from all gamers, but as we saw in the previous fight, since the invade was cancelled, all gamers has a little bit of a power punch or upgrade because of the goal that they did get. Right now, looking at the Richter, having enough confidence actually to check in the jungle camps of Mad Team. They're constantly getting tracked upon and followed by the members of all gamers. So those ganks that Mad Team actually wants to do is gonna get denied because of Ice.
Yes, and so far we're gonna see Mad Team trailing very hard just because of what happened there. That's a Dark Dominion connecting the tornado for the Zill. It's gonna connect, but he is also gonna be taken out here with Borbor going in. The Star Sky is gonna be used to disengage the members of AG, and that was a very, very risky play. A shutdown gold was given to Mad Team, equalizing the gold in just 1 kill.
Ooh. Mad Team trying to catch up onto all gamers right now, especially with the composition that they do have. Things are gonna get scary if ever all gamers are gonna be hesitating on these rotations. I mean, they do have to kind of scale up in the early game, but as the rotations come in from Mad Team, they are gonna be constantly looking for picks, constantly trying to choke out the members of all gamers, preventing them from scaling up. But so far things are okay for Tang Tang. At most, it's just the other members. They have been making some plays here in the mid lane as Anan is gonna be disengaging out for the meantime. Cuckoo tracks them down, and with the objective spawning in the next 50 seconds, I think we're gonna be seeing a truce as of the meantime. Mad Team though can take the Infinite Slayer before while waiting for the Abyssal Dragon, but as Cuckoo takes a bit of damage, Borbor might actually fall. That knock-up though! Oh, is the outplay of this early game, as he is going to be denying the kill and even takes a kill for himself. Because of that, Mad Team is tied on the goal department and on the kill score.
Yeah, that was a very sour play coming in from Mengley, who was overcommitting in those kinds of ambushes. And you know, it has been a fact that Mengley actually gave in some kind of lead to Mad Team just because of those plays where he is going to be taken out because of the overextension. If you're going to go for solo plays, if you're not going to be able to kill the hero in the opening seconds or minute, then better not go. But that's a conquer being used by Ian with the Red Stallion, getting a lot of damage. That's going to be Kawhi also getting the Stinger to connect, stunning Ian in the process, with also the passive being procced out. And we're going to see Ice going in and try to harass Cuckoo at this point. They might go for a commit, but Anon is not going in with the Thunderclap, and a teleport is going to happen. Kawhi is in the area harassing Mengley at this point, getting the Venom to hit, and look at the damage as he's been dealing. The blue buff is going to be stolen away here by Mad Team.
Yeah, nice situation for both teams. I'm liking this, the intensity of this game, and right now things are looking good. And Nan will finally get that kill after the outplay a while ago, and all gamers blow out the faces here of Mad Team, getting the top lane tier 1 as well, and they're looking to just get even more. But as we see the fight here in the bottom lane, all gamers are getting all the kills across the map, across the lane, as we see Ice, you know, being very tanky. Of course, he is not gonna get taken down here by Zen that easily. And as they solidify their goal lead to 1.5k, especially because of the tower that they have taken on the top lane, things are looking good for the scaling composition. Later on, if Mad Team doesn't find a way to actually disable this team, this Caffeine is gonna be unstoppable because of the amount of farm that he has been getting. 2-0-1 on the score already. But as a gank comes through here in the bottom lane, Ian is gonna fall down. Nobody can survive that much, people, especially when you can't have a kill. You know, that's too much damage coming in from Mad Team.
Yeah, and so far we're going to be starting another engagement here with Mad Team. She's spotting out some of the members of AG here. The Dragon is actually going to be seen here, and we're going to see a trade of objectives with the Slayer being secured here by the side of all gamers. So far, no one's coming out on top, and with the gold, it's still going to be an advantage of all gamers. But from 2k going into 1k, that's going to be considerable just because of the resources that we're going to see here from Mad Team being, being secured by this team. And yeah, the clash is just going to happen, and what's making it hard for all gamers right now is that sometimes they are going to be sinking, and the only time that he is actually winning is when you can support him. So yeah, definitely this is going to be another fight happening here on the middle lane. More of the harassments are happening. On is actually half of his health. Tornado is going to be used. Dark Dominion is actually procced out for the taunt. The Kunai Blitz is going to be used for the disengage. And the red buff is going to be open for the taking, while two of the heroes of Mad Team are actually in the top lane, going in for a push for themselves. Borbor is going to be using the ultimate to actually clear out the waves, but is it going to be enough? The answer is no. And four of the members are there. That's going to be the Conqueror being used by Yeon. Yeon is very low right now, and that's the passive being used by Kawhi, getting a lot of damage from Ice, and the others. Mengley is going to be getting out, and that's the damage just piling up over the members of Mad Team. Two of them are going to be falling down in that engagement.
And the problem there was Borbor was there, but not for the Hayate. That's why they couldn't do their burst damage. 0-3-22 was on the bottom lane. And because of that team fight, even though all gamers were grouped up, they're not scared at all. They know that they can't get Burson down by 0-3-22 because he's not even involved in the team fight. Because that, it creates space, it creates opportunities, and right now it creates a time for them to secure this top lane. With the goal that they have been establishing, and the scaling composition that they do have, Mad Team is kind of falling apart. They can't actually secure these kills or push objectives unless they win a team fight. And they have to be the ones to start it. If all gamers start the team fight, normally we see some hesitation coming from the side of Mad Team. And right now, as they see, okay, Hayate is on the bottom lane again. All gamers are going to be looking to collapse onto the 3 other members of Mad Team.
Yeah, it has been a disaster after disaster for Mad Team. They are actually trailing right now. They don't have the capability to actually fight it off. With a 2k goal lead on AG, I think there is a chance that they actually can go for a commit. And they need to capitalize on this while they are on the lead. Remember, this is a Lorian, this is a Hayate. And although we're going to see a lot of scaling as well for Team AG, the problem there is how they're going to be able to sustain in the late game. Yes, you have a Lubu, but after that, who else? Is it going to be the Richter who's just going to be able to be taken out as well by Mad Team?
Yeah, that's that is true, but since the gold is kind of diminishing, this is a good sign from Mad Team, possibly, as the Holy Dragon is available to take as well. All gamers are looking for an opportunity, but same as Borbor, his initiations are gonna be as vital as a game-ending push because of how all gamers can actually end the game already when given a team fight win. Right now, we're gonna be seeing Mad Team actually collapsing onto the top lane. Maybe to apply some pressure onto the side lanes, as all gamers will secure this Holy Dragon. And not even sure if this is going to be worth it, because there's also a split push by Ian onto the bot side. There's not going to be a push coming in from Mad Team because of the rotations of all gamers. And as Kuko is going to get spotted out, it's not going to get engaged as of the meantime. And luckily, no other members from all gamers are there. And Mad Team are going to be safe for the meantime, but they can't go in on reckless adventures anymore, because if they do, they're just gonna get exiled here by all gamers as they are looking to go for the entry. Yian is starting the team fight. Cuckoo forced to disengage. He will be able to stay alive at the knock up here. Knocks up Yian. He's going to be able to stay alive as well, as the Infinite Slayer, Dark Lord Slayer, is pushing onto the bot side. That's going to be trouble spelling here for Mad Team, as they have to take this. They have to take it down. They have to clear out the waves, or else all gamers are going to be able to actually open the base here of Mad Team. And as they enter to Zen, will they actually get a kill? He stays alive. Captain goes in for the ult. Borbor with a nice knock up and doesn't go with it. This time ulti is on cooldown, and they are just trying to get more towers. They will try to secure this Infinite Slayer, but as all gamers are pathing towards the mid lane, they will try to get this instead. A little chunk onto the mid inhibitor. A little too more than usual.
Yeah, and we're seeing the members of all gamers going in hot. Most of the time, Mad Team is just being confined to their side of the map, even with the wave players that they've been doing. They are actually very scared for the initiation just because of how mobile the members of all gamers can be. There is some slight of there's a time of invulnerability for Menglei when he uses a Tornado. Plus, it's really hard to actually chase out a Kafeni with a stun. So yeah, they're just checking out each other, looking at who's gonna make a major mistake and who's gonna be punished for it. It's just that this is the kind of gameplay that Mad Team is very, very well known for. Even now that most of the members of Mad Team is already out of the team, this is still the gameplay I actually expect from Mad Team as well. And that's gonna be a railgun laser use by the cafe to get some damage in.
Damage is slowly growing from this Kafeni. And it's gonna be a problem later on, as Ian is usually the one initiating the team fights, as well as Ice. And as we see here in this game, the battle, the dance for the team fight is starting. One crucial mistake, one crucial overextension can actually lead to the demise of one team. And right now, they are just checking each other out. The Dark Lord Slayer is available, but it's not being prioritized as of the moment. Just looking to clear out the waves, forcing these, rotations on the members of Mad Team because of how they are kind of being pressured to defend their inhibitor tower. But as we see, someone actually ganking in the mid. Ulti of Borbor is gonna be used already. It is on cooldown, so that's gonna be a breathing time for all gamers, or might actually be an opportunity for them to actually enter as Ian goes in. Kawi survives, even with the Conqueror being used already by Ian. He is still gonna be able to go back to the base as of the meantime. The Dark Lord Slayer is still saying hi to both teams, as it is not getting taken as of yet. Right now, they are moving towards the bot side though, as they look to actually get Tang, but as he is able to create some distance, he's gonna be safe for now.
Yes, and for now, we're gonna see engagement here. Ice goes in with a jungle strike, getting some damage and slow in. Mark of the Hunter is also gonna be used here. He is gonna be dangerously low. Cuckoo as well. And that's gonna be a disengage for all gamers where no one takes the advantage at all. We're seeing a stalemate in terms of the damage that they can deal. And it has already reached that certain point wherein Mad Team is not going to be able to just steamroll AG with this kind of composition. It has been a very, very good game for all gamers for now.
All gamers. Well, this scaling composition is gonna be okay with this game extending for sure, because they can just muscle out Mad Team later on, but the time is gonna be a bit crucial if ever they're gonna be entering here. Borbor is gonna try to dodge that skill shot coming in from Anan with a entry. However, as they are starting this Dark Lord Slayer, this might be the perfect opportunity right now for Mad Team, as they do get Anan, and with a knockoff, Menglei falls down as well. That's two members down already on the side of all gamers, and in a blink of an eye, things are looking dim. It is now the nightmare for all gamers as everyone falls down. Ice is gonna stay alive, but with three members down, they can actually go in for the mid. They can go in and push the towers here of all gamers.
Yeah, it is going to be a 2 versus 5 in advantage of Mad Team. They are now going to be looking to take a lot of the towers out just because they were able to take 3 of the carries of all gamers. And I don't think Eon and Ice is going to be able to just go and easily defend this. I think Jungle Strike with the Mark of the Hunter. That's a Kunai Blitz being procced out by 0322 as well. Eon is doing his best. That's 1 kill for them. And Mad Team is just going crazy, going for those turrets, and Ice is going to be taken out again with the hook coming in from Cuckoo.
Yeah, but they lost 2 members there, Kawi and Borbor. So 30 seconds of breathing time here for all gamers, and they can actually start this in this Dark Lord Slayer if they want to. And that's going to be a problem here for Mad Team, as it's going to be delaying their intentions for the meantime. And since they don't have that much scale, clear, at most 0322 is going to be forced out to go in a little bit, and that's is gonna be crucial if as Zen and Cuckoo tries to go in with an invade, but he's gonna get killed in the process. I don't even know why they attempted to do that, but because of that, they got a kill, 50-second death timer, and they even still got in the Dark Lord Slayer. At most, it's just the Hayate split pushing onto the bottom side. They will get this inhibitor tower thanks to 0322, so very good job by him. All they need to push is the top lane, and they can actually have a closer closer position to winning against all gamers.
Yeah, Mad Team right now is gonna be in contest here. All gamers though, with the Slayer going into from the middle lane. This is gonna be very, very dangerous and it's a 4 versus 5. That's gonna be the Star Sky hitting that Kafeni. Tank might be in danger. The Jungle Strike plus the Mark of the Hunter is gonna be used. I think 0222 is gonna be in danger. He needs to proc out that Kunai Blitz. And yes, that's gonna be putting all of the members down. All gamers is gonna be wiped out here. Anon is running for the high heels, but Kawhi with the sprint is gonna finish off. And that's a wipeout. We now know Mad Team might be able to close this already with all of the earliest death timers at 30 seconds. We can now summarize. It is going to be Mad Team taking in game number 2 with that very nutty clash. And I think AG was not able. They were not able to get that kill, and the initiation from them was something that they cannot chew. They have bitten more than they can chew, and that is Mad Team taking game number 2.
Oh, I thought all gamers already had it, but a little impatient they had cost them the deny of that catch up by Mad Team, and now because of this, they are gonna be entering the most difficult, the most challenging phase of their time in the AIC 2021. The scores are finally tied. Mad Team won against AG, so that comes into account, you know, the decision making on who is gonna be the one securing top spot, the 4th spot. But also, their next matchups are gonna be the ones dictating what's gonna happen as well. Mad Team is gonna go against Team Olympus, and even though Team Olympus had a good 2-0 against EXO Esports a while ago, comparing it to Mad Team, based on the stats, Mad Team has the upper hand. But for all gamers against the BRU, things are looking like them challenging a Titan. This is gonna be crucial for them so much. And if they don't win that 2-0, if they don't 2-0 BRU, they're gonna lose their spot. They're gonna lose the 4th spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, and after looking at the highlights, we're seeing a lot of aggression coming in from all gamers, but they fell short on that last clash, overcommitting themselves and not giving Tang the breathing room that he needs. And even the Tulin was going to be taken there. And in the opening sets of that match, Tang was just taken with the damage, forcing not that resurrection, and with the Dark Dominion of the Mina, it was just a done deal already. And even with on the area being able to do some damage, it's not just gonna be enough, because Tang is the one going in for that is gonna be the DPS for the side of all gamers. And that was very, very unfortunate and a very good wipeout for Mad Team.
Yeah, a fantastic performance overall by Mad Team, proving to everyone that they are the ones deserving the 4th spot. They're challenging all gamers right now, and with the score tied, oh my, looking at the side already, Mad Team has taken the 4th spot. So only 2 conditions can happen. Mad Team, if they get a 2-0 against Team Olympus, all gamers has to get a 2-0 against BRU, because it will push it to a tiebreaker, and maybe, just maybe, all gamers can pull off an upset onto Mad Team.
You mean Buriram United in the next? But I don't think at this point that we're gonna see Mad Team falling down from the 4th spot here in Group A, just because we know that they actually have the capability to be dominating as well. Their next matchup on the day is going to be on Team Olympus. But going back into the game with the scoreboard, you're going to see an almost equal uh, game time for both of the sides, having 13 to 12 kills with a one kill advantage on the side of Mad Team. On in the gold department as well, it is going to be running in close, just looking at an almost 3k gold lead for the side of Mad Team as well. And the Towers and Dragons and Slayers is actually going to be split with only a one tower difference here for AG, having that one tower deficit. While on Mad Team, they did get a lot more dragons in the game, but in terms of the Slayers, it was mostly dominated by all gamers. And you can see in the graph that there is going to be a lot of turns there wherein the slopes are just going in favor of all gamers. If they were not able to close it out as soon as they could, they had the better middle game advantage. That was just it. The middle game was theirs, but Mad Team was able to close it out in the last minutes of the clashes that happened. Cuckoo is going to be taking in the MVP of game number 2 with a kill participation of 92.3% in most of the contests. He's going to be there, missing only one assist or one kill. With a KDA of 1311, the damage he's dealt is 43k, but I guess the damage taken that hero actually was able to get is going to be more substantial. Rogel difference 498, MVP points of 10.4. This is his second MVP of the tournament. And that concludes the second series of the day. We'll now be moving to another set here, which is going to be DTAC Talon facing off Exto Esports after we go to a very short break. So once again, this is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio, with me is Kiyang. We'll be right back after a short break.
Ride on, let's make a wave. Ride
trying to engage onto XP and Pro E. But it's not gonna be successful as of the moment. Some hesitations have been made, but this time there's not. However, Team Flash might actually be the ones who has to be disengaged because that's gonna be the first blood here.
Gonna spot on Koa, getting some damage in. One point of result is gonna be Shape. There's gonna be engagement here. The steal from Yue is gonna do it. Ryu is gonna be used here by the Irie with the Thunderbird. The orb is gonna be there for Yue as well. He's not gonna be bursting down as well. Ka is going to be in the thick of it, using the braces of submission. So with the zip roll here, Almo P is not gonna be getting that stack in. Norton goes in with the braces of submission. That's a lot of slows and stunts as well. And the Devar is not gonna work. You're gonna see 0-0 falling down with
this inhibitor tower, and I can only imagine the struggle here defending because of the pokes, and as a Bao goes in, the damage is relatively okay as Dada looks for the flank here onto the side, but as CC is about to fall down, the shield helps him survive for so long. NK though is not, and Dada will finish that kill. A 2-for-3 trade as Kai is under the tower. Dada makes of him being attacked by the double throw, but no, that was his ally. This one is the enemy, Zen Shao getting killed as XF and the rest of the members of Underrack are trying to capitalize and maybe get this a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't get it! He gets 3 kills instead! Yewei? What was that? Are you even human? Saigon...
And welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyang. And we are now going into the third series of the day. It's going to be DTAC Talon facing off against Exto Esports. And let's see if there is going to be any upsets happening here. Although, even with Exto Esports securing a win, it doesn't change much on the standings.
It's... well, we can already assume what is about to happen, you know, based on the performance of both teams. The Talon has been a kind of a stronghold in this tournament. Second place so far, just a little behind V Gaming, trailing off with just 1 tie. So they're looking to just get some more points in this tournament, in this group stage. And for Exo Esports, maybe they're gonna try to challenge DTAC Talon, just try to do their best, but unfortunately anything that they actually do is not gonna have an impact anymore on their standing or like their chances of securing a playoff spot.
Yes, and definitely DTAC Talon has been one of the most successful teams here in Group A. So yeah, we're gonna expect a lot from the gameplay that they're gonna show us, but still, we want Exo Esports to go out with a bang. And of course, the Japanese representatives, this is the last day that we're gonna be able to witness Exo Esports in the AIC 2021. But it has been kind of a roller coaster for Exo Esports just because they've been losing out all of their games. No score at all for their team, and it's gonna be pretty sad to actually see Exo Esports with this kind of score line.
And this comes to show, you know, these teams trying at least to secure some games. Exo Esports and Team Olympus, you know, we saw a good glimpse of Team Olympus during their match against Exo Esports a while ago. And right now, well, DTAC Talon is there's a reason why they're good. I mean, they are the previous champions, and they just want to beat V Gaming soon when they have a chance later on in the last series, because it's gonna be the final game of both teams. And as we go into the drafting phase, of course, come to realize that well, Ditak Talon most likely on a 2-0 against EXO Esports. That's kind of like anyone's on their mind right now, because of how strong Ditak Talon is and how EXO Esports have been struggling in the past few days in the group stages.
Yes, and so far we're gonna see DTAC Talon, the champions of the RPL, facing off against the representatives of Japan. We're gonna see here on your screen, it's gonna be Tony, Ares, iPad Pro, Happy, and NTNC. We're gonna see a sub in from Moop, but that doesn't really change much, just because we actually know that Happy is also a very, very good jungler, and Moop also has his own strengths. So they're just going to be fielding and having a different playstyle in the jungle. We're going to see Yami, ASD, Mahi, Wilver C, and Lovers on the screen for Exto Esports. And so far, we're not seeing any breakout players from Exto Esports who's really going for a hard carry. And that has been a fact that has been happening all throughout. The first series of the day was actually very, very slow for Exo Esports. They didn't really have any kind of breakout plays, but the key player introduction here is going to be Ares of DTAC Talon with a KDA of 5.6, a kill participation of 58.2%. The damage that he's dealing is actually averaging at 32.4%. Very substantial. And when you actually see the scoreline in all the matches that we're gonna see them here in AIC 2021, he is one of those players that goes for breakouts in certain games. And for the side of Exo Esports, it's gonna be Lovers, Dark Slayer lane, 0.8 KDA, not much on the damage taken department, and even in damage percentages. So you already know how big of a disparity they have in terms of the players that's going to be playing. So going into the draft, let's see if EXO Esports is going to be having the advantage against DTAC Talon, because definitely they're going to be needing any kind of advantage that they can muster. And the first ban is still going to be covered here, but the usual bans are going to be there: the Florentino, the Superman, a Richter, a Lupu, an Elsu, and also maybe an Aya.
Oh my, looking at the players right now, well, for DTAC Talon, they're just chilling. So Esports, they're trying to go in under zone mode to try and challenge DTAC Talon, but having their DTAC Talon's faces, seeing them, they're just kind of happy at their spot right now. They are really confident on themselves. They just want to get this over with Exo Esports banning out the Omen and the Awi. DTAC Talon, they might just ban away the Elsu to kind of limit options here of Exo Esports. Naturally, there can be a prioritization on the Superman or maybe the Lubu. It's gonna get picked up here, pretty much already foreseen here by DTAC Talon, so they can go in maybe with a Wonder Woman, and also their marksman gonna get picked up, or they can go in with another front line if that is gonna be their pathway. But the Wonder Woman is definitely gonna be locked in here for DTAC Talon, since they also want to have a little bit of a security, especially the amount of flexibility that the Wonder Woman provides for these rotations and the decision makings of the team, the setups they can actually make. And with the Florentino being actually available, I'm not even gonna be surprised if they pick this up. They can actually pull off wonderful plays with the Florentino. I mean, it's DTAC Talon. They are very proficient in their play style.
And we're gonna see
a Superman first pick, which is going to be putting in utility for Exto Esports. But so far, it hasn't been really the best of picks for Exto as well. Just because Exto Esports as well, just because we don't see them actually being the aggressive type of lineup. Usually, even as a defensive team, they are not a team that can pull a trigger just because of having an opportunity on their sites. While in DTAC Talent, getting that Florentino means that they are going to be able to shut down that Superman if they are actually going to be in the laning phase.
It is a possible take on the matter, as Joker and the Iggy can deal a lot of damage in a way. But as we see DTAC Talon looking to solidify their draft with even more damage, Talon can be locked in here, and they're just going to be banning away some of the heroes that can be picked up here by Exo Esports, since they already have a mage, they already have a marksman. Maybe the Elender can get taken away, or the Kafeni as well, by DTAC Talon, since Joker doesn't really kind of reach towards the late game, and DTAC Talon is kind of having a solid early to late game insurance already with these 3 picks. So with a banning phase coming through, I'm expecting a marksman ban.
Yeah, and definitely with the first 3 picks that we're seeing from Exo Esports, that's going to be a lot of damage, maybe scaling them very, very well going to the mid game. With a Joker and Iggy, they can do damage in the distance, and they can also burst down anyone that goes near. But in the late game, that's going to be the problem that Exo Esports is going to be facing if they're not going to be getting the lead on DTAC Talon. With a Wonder Woman, a Tolan, and a Florentino, a lot of damage already in that lineup. Plus, they have a setter on the Wonder Woman who's just going to be using the braces as submission to get a speed up, a shield up, and also some stuns for DTAC. And going to the second phase of the ban, we're gonna see T actually being taken out by Talon just because they don't want a matchup wherein the key is gonna be facing off the Florentino. And Exo Esports banned the Elder, and I don't really know why they are actually gonna be banning that hero out when they actually have one of the 2 best burst damage dealers here in the Arena of Valor.
Well, I'm not so sure as well. But having the Richter is gonna get taken out here by the DTAC Talon. As Exo Esports, they have a lot of time to decide what hero they want to take away from DTAC, but given the hero pool here of DTAC Talon, I'm quite sure that they're not going to be phased about it. Not at all. DTAC Talon can still opt for other heroes that can actually help them in terms of the early to late game scaling, especially having lots of priority on the Kafeni, the Telanas, the Hayate is also available here, but they're gonna be sticking with the Slims. I think there's gonna be the first time DTAC Talon will showcase their Slims, and it's gonna be surprising for sure on the members of Exo Esports.
Yeah, definitely them picking out the Slims is gonna be a surprise if they're actually going in for a pick like that, because we usually see them go for an Elsu, a Joker, a Violet, and a Laville also was put into the table. But maybe this is going to be their counter pick against an Iggy and a Joker, where when we always see Joker go in for the Killing Joke animation where he is releasing a rocket, he is just going to be stationary at that point, and that's where the Flying Spear of the Slims could actually work out for them. And there's going to be a hover again on a Murad, but that's going to be difficult to execute just because we've yeah, I mean, we've already seen a Murad actually play out here in the AIC, and it didn't bode well for the team that used it, just because of the damage being dealt, mitigated with the temporal turbulence hitting a lot of the members
most of the time you're gonna see the clashes being in a grouped up kind of positioning. So in that scenario, you're not gonna be able to maximize the damage of the temporal turbulence. Definitely, you can do that in non-organized plays, maybe in the casual games or rankings, but in pro tournaments, the temporal turbulence from the Murad is definitely gonna be a liability because of its effects.
And since there is not much tankiness on the side of EXO Esports, the Nakroth can actually be a good pick here for the attack talents. They're not just gonna be, you know, picking off you know, not the most meta heroes, but Zill can be surprising here. Can we actually see a good performance of them with the Zill? Naturally, they are efficient on this hero as well, but we did see a slight hiccup on another team that picked up Zill, so maybe this can be something to take note about by EXO Esports, but I don't think Ditaktan is gonna be faced about this. They are just gonna be going with their usual strengths in this lineup and try to beat EXO Esports in every fashionable way. That's how DTAC operates. They like dominating teams, and just unfortunately, they didn't. They weren't able to dominate Buriram United Esports, and that's basically it. Because all their other games have been wins, 2-0.
Yeah, DTAC Talent has been a story wherein the domination that they have in the international stage is actually in effect here in the AIC 2021 as well. Not only from the past AWC, here in the AIC, we're seeing DTAC Talent having the resurgence on the domination that they have. They are truly one of the teams to look out for going into the playoffs. But going here in game number 1, you can see a lot of damage on their side. They went for the Zill, a Tulin, a Slims to actually get some damage in, and a 1v1 potential on the NT and Z's Florentino. While on the side of EXO Esports, we're going to see a lot of mobility on their side and a lot of the late game potential actually in the lineup. They have an Irie, they have an Iggy, and they have a Joker for the middle game pushes. And they also finish it off with a Kira Assassin Jungle, which is going to be definitely a threat to any of the squishy heroes of DTAC Talent.
Prepare to engage.
So right now, to dive into the game, we see EXO Esports trying to take on DTAC Talent in this best-of-2 series. As the usual positionings go, not much aggression gonna come in from the side of DTAC Talent. As of the meantime, EXO Esports, actually being the ones looking for picks, going on to Ares onto the top lane. The laser eyes there of Superman, gonna hit him to chunk down just a little tiny HP bar onto him. But not much aggression from both sides. They are just gonna be sticking in their usual laning phase. NTNZ versus Lovers here on the bot side. That's ASD. It's not gonna get hit there by the poke of Ares. Just gonna be playing it out safe for the meantime.
Yeah, and so far, this is just a normal start for both of the sides. No one is still gonna be taking in. Maybe on the first objective, we're gonna see and a rotate here, a 4-man rotate for both sides here, mirroring themselves. And as Flying Spear is gonna get a hit on Kira. So yeah, Real vs. C is gonna be late to the party. The positioning is gonna be on the side of DTAC, but we're gonna see that the Tulin actually rotated to the middle lane, getting more resources for themselves. They're gonna be forced out here, and Tony is gonna be taken by the damage of EXO Esports. They're not going to be able to outlast them. I5 Pro, though, is going to be in the area, uses an outplay potential, and that's a Thunderbird actually connecting to one of the members there, getting a kill. Tornado is going to be used by Happy. That's a definite outplay coming in from DTAC Talent. Mai as well is going to be in danger with the Flying Spear and the Thunderbird combination.
getting a lot of kills, and one more 1v1s is actually happening here in the bottom lane with NTNZ and Lovers going in for some trades.
Actually, I thought we're gonna be seeing an outplay in the bottom lane as well, a potential wipe out, but no, that didn't happen. But this is pretty much standard for DTAC Talent, is how they operate, and with this, finally I'm seeing some standard actions. Immediate objective take here by DTAC Talon, and after this, most probably they're gonna be going onto the Infinite Slayer, since they can actually just zone out EXO Esports at this point, given the lead that they do have, but not without a fight. He go in onto Mahi, takes him down. Yami is gonna try to put iPad Pro under the tower, and so does he fall. A 1-for-1 trade for him, but not without his teammate falling down as well. River C is gonna get caught here in the bush. Definitely DTAC Talon knows about this potential invade. She is being tracked down. Happy is gonna be happily taking the buff.
And more of the advantage is actually into the hands of DTAC Talon. Yami goes in for the engagement, and Mai tries to put some damage and peel some of the health of Happy. But at this point, DTAC Talon is actually having an 800 gold deficit. And an advantage for themselves. The Flying Spear is not going to connect here, and we're seeing Mai trying to be aggressive on getting the damage into their hands, just because he wants to start the clashes and the rotates for themselves in a manner where they are going to have the advantage. And Yami is in the back lane going in for a flicker, and that's Ember's is connecting. No damage yet for Mahi. He needs more items to actually pop off. While on here, we're gonna see NTNZ zeroing in on two of the heroes, Irie, and also the Kira is falling down. That's a good trade coming in from DTAC.
A very good trade indeed. And well, I'm not gonna be surprised on what's happening right now, given the big lead. Even if this is a big lead that DTAC Talent is slowly building, they are very efficient in their rotations, although EXO Esports did a good job on securing that Infinite Slayer a while ago. But they had to exert a little bit more. We saw the rotations, we saw the outplay that Superman did into the mid lane a while ago to secure a kill. But they have to do a little bit more than that. Lovers is kind of a little bit struggling, dueling with NTNZ, and it's going to be unable to steal that jungle camp, as Yami looks to actually provide some peel here for Mahi, but he is taking loads of damage from the Wonder Woman and the iPod Pro. So now they are having to back away. Not for DTAC Talon, even though Tony is taking a bit of damage. They definitely know their limits as a hero. As the rotations come, NTNZ just waiting for the jungler of EXO Esports.
Yeah, right now DTAC Talent is having a happy field trip to most of the jungle area of EXO Esports, just because they are having free reign with the suppression being done here. Ipa Pro gets a kill again with Happy securing that kill on Mahi. The Thunderbird did not connect because of the orb, but it doesn't matter with the secure kill coming from two of the members of DTAC. And we're going to see Real C going in and using the overall dreams to actually get away from that area. He's going to have a speed up, but it doesn't matter if he's not going to be able to secure any kills. Scares as well is just throwing out spears, hitting the right amount of people, suppressing them in the lane. And that's how big of a sharpshooter we're going to see on Slims. And this is the first clash that happened in replay. And yeah, it was a very good outplay coming in from iPad Pro, Happy, and also Eris.
Yeah, a fantastic performance by DTAC Talon, as they are going to be securing yet another Abyssal Dragon here on the bot side of the map. Lovers forced to disengage for the meantime, but iPad Pro is just waiting for him. He's just going to try to force out that orb, and because he doesn't have any more mobility left, he's going to get taken down. This tower is going to fall down as well. And little to no answer here by EXO Esports. At most, they're going to be taking this this Dark Slayer once again, but they can't really push it anywhere. They're gonna be just trying to put it in the mid lane, but not without a team fight, as River C is gonna fall as well. iPod Pro gonna dodge that ulti coming in from Mahi. Kind of expected already, given the amount of skill set that these players have. A nice orb here by ASD. Will they actually survive? The answer is gonna be yes, and Happy is not gonna be happy with his death, as EXO Esports with a nice outplay onto this deal.
Yeah, and so far, we're not seeing EXO Esports actually winning those engagements, and it has been a big part for him. The spears are actually connecting one after another, and when the spears are gonna get a hit on priority targets, we're gonna see Tony actually committing to use his braces of submission to layer that crowd control with his own, providing a lot of free space for themselves to make play, and they have been rotating efficiently all throughout. We're gonna see River C trying to use the Rubo Reeves to maybe reset his skills, but NTNT just going in with the Gentleman's Duel, getting a lot of damage, and River C cannot outlast the damage that is being dealt by the Florentino and the Tulin.
And it's kind of just expected here from the likes of DTAC Talon having clear superiority in this game. The Holy Dragon is gonna get secured as well as the Infinite Slayer this time. And well, that's pretty much DTAC on paper, wanting to get everything away from their opponents, as they might actually engage here onto the top lane. River C opts for the orb, but is not gonna stay alive for sure. Yami is gonna be the next target. Mahi as well. The burst here from iPad Pro almost gets a kill, but he has his comrades actually secure it for him. That's 2 kills already on the side of the Talon, and no answer from EXO Esports. NTNZ is gonna look to assassinate ASD here. One more dash will secure the kill. Actually cancels to do so because of Yami. No casualty from both sides. ASD lives for another day, as they're just gonna be giving away this mid lane tier 2 to DTAC Talon, and maybe the Holy Dragon as well.
Yes, and so far, it has been a very dominating rotations coming from DTAC Talon. We're not seeing any outplays, and the mid-game spikes that we're expecting is not going to happen here for EXO Esports. As Thunderbird heading ASD to protect that Superman from getting taken out. Mahi as well is going to be low on health. He still has a range, but he needs to go back, because one spear from Erez means that he is going to be a target. The Tornado is going to be able to be procced up. The bracelet submission with the Ryu from the IOE is going to get some stuns, but it's not going to be enough with the crowd controls. ASD is going to be taken out with the Thunderbird. The Slayer is still in the Nexus. The tier 3 turret here in the mid lane is going to be the next target for DTAC Talon. Another kill coming in from iPad Pro, getting a kill with the Thunderbird. And yes, a lot of the passives are being procced out here. iPad Pro, even though he's slow, he's not letting up. Getting up from every kind of engagement. Tony is going to be also almost taken out. Juarez is just dealing a lot of damage with the Rage Potion, and it is going to be a Nexus lock. DTAC Talon takes that game number 1 win.
And it's kind of not surprising, to be honest. You know, DTAC Talon, they are strong. At most, it's just pretty much just another day here for this amazing team. EXO Esports, well, I kind of want to commend them on putting up a good fight, especially with the amount of kills that they also secured as well. A nice kill by Yami in the mid lane. We saw an outplay onto the top as well because of the orb that they have used. But well, although those things can be good to see, it's not gonna be able to help you that much in securing a game win against DTAC Talon. They have been this is how DTAC Talon really plays. They like forcing out team fights. They like choking out members that they are going up against, and if they get a early snowball, it's kind of hard to take it away from them. That's pretty much on paper DTAC Talon clear dominance on this game number 1.
Yeah, and a very, very clear dominance of that. we saw that they were winning most of the engagements, and one of the biggest parts there was the advantage that they got going into the early game, where they got 3 kills in the top lane. Although they did lose one as a first blood, doesn't really matter if you're gonna be able to secure most of the kills after that. And you can see the damage being dealt here by Alpha Pro, and Era isn't even happy at this moment. Tornadoes are always going to be hot for them. The basic submission was always on point, especially for Tony. And that is spectacular performance on the AWC World Champions. And finishing up game number 1.
A pretty standard thing here for DTAC Talon. Absolute dominance in their game. Even the last team fight, they managed to allow everyone to stay alive. That's how really strong this team is. And if we compare it to other teams, we can see the clear difference in terms of skill set and overall synergy. So in this game, in this series, maybe at least for EXO Esports, try to do a better job onto the next game, but we can already assume that this is gonna be a 2-0, a quick 2-0 here by DTAC Talon. Kind of more just looking forward to what they're gonna be using up in the next game.
Yeah, and definitely this is something that is gonna be blowing up EXO Esports. Although it is a nice attempt on the draft, it's just that they don't. Like I said, going in from day number 1, where we saw EXO Esports play, they don't know what kind of objective that they want, what kind of playstyle they want. And if they're going to draft, I think they're just copying the drafts of other teams without thinking, what are we actually going to use and execute on this kind of draft? Especially they copied that kind of combination where the Iggy and Joker is going to be effective in the mid game, but they were not able to scale well just because they really wanted to go for early game engagements. If you want to go for early game engagements, why not go for a more aggressive assassin? Maybe a quick knock would have been better, just because there was a lot of squishy heroes on the side of DTAC Talon, and that's one of the I think one of the caveats of a region that is just still emerging here in the arena of Valor. And let's go into the scoreboard. We're gonna see a lot of the big kills being scored here by DTAC Talon. That's a 19/3, and it is a 16 kill deficit from EXO Esports, who is losing out most of those pickoffs and clashes. Gold is not that sizable yet, just because we're in the 10-minute mark of the game, but it is still very sizable because we've reached the 7K gold mark here on just this kind of short game. And the towers, dragons, and slayers, of course, is gonna be in the hands of DTAC Talon, just because of all of those secure kills that they have. So they have a lot more time to secure the objectives, and they have a lot more of the opportunities, because most of those objective takes are going to be uncontested. Looking at the gold graph, you already saw, guys, that it is going to be an uphill graph. We're not going to see any slopes, we're not going to see any plateaus, not any kind of equilibrium at all. This is a game that indicates that DTAC Talon was actually very, very oppressive, very, very dominating, and the MVP of the game is going to be Alpha Pro's Tulin. 89.5% kill participation with a KDA of 918. That's 17 kills that he participated in, and 103k damage dealt on that hero. The roll goal difference against the Iggy is 2,091, and the MVP points is 14.2. Very big. And of course, this is his third MVP of this tournament.
Fantastic performance. We cannot expect more, as iPad Pro looks to solidify even more MVPs as the tournament goes by. And having a lot of MVPs actually shows how dominant this player can be when utilizing one of the best heroes in this game, Tulin, with lots of damage as dished out. And we saw some outplays that he has made earlier as well against EXO Esports. So in this second game, I do assume that well, Ditak Talon might actually opt for the Elsu if it's gonna be given to them, and I kind of am looking forward to it being given to them. If EXO Esports are gonna banning it out, well, Superman is available for the taking. Then on the side of Ditak Talon, in which they usually build a really muscly composition along with the Superman, so that is kind of like a priority ban onto them, as well as actually any kind of draft can be deadly when in the hands of Ditak Talon, and when they actually get the heroes that they do want, most of the time they make people regret playing it, giving it to them.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see maybe a first pick also again from DTAC if ever it is gonna be open. It has been a signature for Eris, and so far, on the hands of Eris, it's 100% win rate whenever an Elsu is gonna be available to DTAC Talent, and that says a lot on how good of an Elsu player Eris is. And going into game number 2, there is gonna be expectations that still the momentum is gonna be still on the Tactile side, and they have been dominating in game number 1, so it may be a dominating game number 2 for this best of 2 series, resulting to its 2-0 sweep.
I want to see an Elsu. I want to see a Tulen as well. I want to see the draft that Hong Kong Attitude had against one team. That ultra poke composition. I think Dita kind of wanting to try that as well. But as we see the smiles coming in from their faces, I can only imagine what draft they are thinking of already. And I want to have an assumption that maybe you want to go in with a cheesy comp once again, since they already are okay with their spot for the playoffs. I want to see them experiment this time.
Yeah, definitely. Experimentation is still gonna be here because these guys are actually very, very good. But I feel like they won't be as complacent in the scenarios here. They just want to have clean record, get a dominating position for the playoffs, to seed higher, and be able to match out on easier matches for themselves. Although there won't be any easy match here in the AIC 2021, but still having the advantage, and you're gonna be able to pair up with a team that is lower in standing to yourself is definitely gonna help you reach the championships faster.
Yep. Elsu, if they get the Richter, that can be given already. I think Ditak Talent are gonna be okay with that. Gonna be phased by these responses by EXO Esports, but this is gonna be a nice front line for EXO Esports if ever they're gonna be opting to go with it. Double front line. Ooh. That is gonna be nice being locked in, but I think Ditak Talon will opt for, Talon is available. Same as a Joker, might as well just pick them both, so they can have a solid, poke and burst composition in this game number 2. I hope they lock those in, like the Talon and the Joker, because I kind of like the performance of Hong Kong Attitude in that kind of specific 3 sets of heroes.
Yeah, maybe they can experiment on that kind of lineup, because it was a very suppressive lineup when you pair up an Elsu, a Joker, and also a Gilder. And to add to that is maybe a mage that could deal a lot of damage in the distance as well. And it has been a very roller coaster ride on Group B, wherein a team from the 3 major regions are not going to be able to qualify. So yeah, it is gonna be interesting to see. We're seeing a lot of pocket picks as well, a lot of compositions that doesn't make sense at first, but when they execute it, it actually is working for them. So yeah, the group stages have been very fun to watch.
What's fun to watch is, well, EXO Esports building an engaged composition. I'm looking if they can actually pull it off against DTAC Talent. Fight fire with fire here. Lihiate can be a big problem in terms of the damage department, and lots of members of EXO Esports can actually allow him to pop off. Especially that they do have the Roxy and the Richter as well. But as we go into the banning phase, I'm already kind of assuming that the Talon won't be picked up anymore. So -1 on that. I'm looking if the Joker can be removed here, or will they actually remove the Joker?
Well, that is gonna be a question here. Although I don't think the composition of DTAC Talent actually doesn't lean in that kind of lineup. I feel like a very balanced lineup always is the only kind of composition that we see from DTAC Talent. I haven't seen any pocket picks just yet. So yeah, and we're gonna see here the players from both teams actually seeing DTAC Talent all smiles, and while on EXO Esports, all of the seriousness are shown in their faces.
Well, they are wearing a mask, so we can't know for sure if they're smiling. Maybe they are. Just a little smirk as they get those their picks. But for DTAC Talent, you can definitely see them being quite happy in this game all throughout, even in game number 1. But as we see the bans come through, the Liliana, the Elendor, the Aoi, and the Cryptnap being taken away here. Not much of a priority pick on both sides, possibly, as they are gonna be locking in their 4th hero for EXO Esports. Wonder who's that gonna be? Well, Mages are option. Talon can still be picked up here by EXO Esports if they want to add a little bit of a punch here on their composition. But speaking of punch, Raz available, and well, DTAC Talent already used that, but since they have a Lawyer, maybe not. So if they just want to have that extra punch, I do miss seeing Raz in 5v5s.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Raz again be picked up here by EXO Esports. I mean, we've seen a Raz earlier this day when J-Jack was the one using it. So far, we are now seeing a high pick rate on the Raz just because of all the others that can bring utility, just like the Lorian. And even Zata has a higher pick rate than Raz. And if you can consider Iggy as well is one of those mages that are being utilized here in the AIC. And you can add Tulan to the mix as well, who's being used in the middle lane and even in the jungle. So you already know what kind of meta right on the mages lane is actually coming out here in AIC 2021. Maybe we're going to see a lot of the variety of mages being picked out on the best of 5s, which is going to happen next week. But for now, we're just going to keep on seeing these heroes that are actually very strong and can be utilized in a best of 2, just because you can pick any hero that you want without thinking about what are we going to use in game number 3, 4, or 5.
Well, this is kind of like a trailer, no, for the best of 5 series in the playoffs, because that's gonna be a battle of endurance and overall team composition building, since a lot of global bans are gonna be happening. But as EXO Esports Hubbard is can this be helpful? The arrow can do some flanks onto the LC, but I kind of think this might actually help them since synergy is kind of high onto the other heroes of EXO Esports. All of them would want to engage, so at least there's that. And Didac Talent most, well, their lineup is nice, but and even though I kind of like EXO Esports lineup as well, I think it's still gonna be favoring Didac Talent just because of the execution side.
Well, the composition of EXO Esports is definitely going to be relying on if they're going to be able to get a pick off with the Roxy, just because the lineup that we're going to see for DTAC Talent is that they have a lot of strong setters for themselves, and with the Ares actually just sniping in the back, it is going to be very, very difficult for the entry of the Hayate. Maybe if Errol is going to be zeroing in on Ares, it could be a different story. If he does go in, you can be sure that maybe Akira is going to be surprising you and bursting you down from the back.
This is well, this is the matchup right now. DTAC Talent versus EXO Esports as we dive into the first game. The second game of this best of 2 series. Final chance of EXO Esports on, trying to challenge DTAC Talent, but DTAC Talent on this stronghold of a lineup. They're looking to just solidify their scores right now to maintain their second place or possible turnover towards V Gaming. They do have one series on the last show here.
Yeah, and we're gonna see here Mahi getting that first a lot of his power surge hitting on the target. Tony as well is gonna be hit, but it is still not gonna be sustainable. But Ares is gonna be taken out here on the top lane with the first blood being secured by ASD and Yami. He didn't expect maybe that the Richter is actually in the area, waiting for a chance to use that strike.
Kind of surprised as well. Like, what just happened? Ares, are you okay? But a very nice skill here by EXO Esports. That's something that they do need. Having the early snowball, but the gold is funneled onto the Richter, not onto the Hayate, so not much help given here towards ASD as Yami continues to just help him out, as well as Rilversi being able to clear out this jungle quite fast. Ares is gonna get dived upon again if he's not that much careful, as Mahi is making his way towards the bottom side as well. Nice push here onto Tony, but they're not gonna be committing as of the meantime. The snipe again here onto Mahi, continuously hitting. Look at Ares popping off with this Elsu as iPad Pro is getting engaged upon here by Yami, but the follow-up. The answer is really scary from the DTAC Talent. As we check on the replay, that is how Ares died. Didn't know that there's a Richter right behind this enemy.
Yeah, and at this point, we're going to see DTAC Talent taking in an objective for themselves, while in the Dark Slayer lane, we're going to see Ares maybe going in for a steal, but Tony and Ares is not going to be able to get that. Rilversi is going to be dangerously low. Uses the demonic arm to actually position themselves to safety. Alpha Pro might be able to spot him out. Is he going to be taken out? The answer is no. We're going to see Mahi going in for the explosive KO. And Alpha Pro might be taken out as well, but with the Star Sky being used, Mahi uses that flicker to get out. Poppy is going to be securing himself a kill with that Umbral Dreams.
Then a nice punish onto Mahi. Is gonna fall down pretty hard with what he did, trying to get that kill a while ago. But an overextension is an overextension for a reason. And you can always get punished for those. And DTAC Talent, even though it's a 1-for-1, 1-to-1 score line, they do have a little bit of a gold advantage. It's how efficient they have been in this game. As well, in the bottom lane, there's nothing that is going to happen since there's no people. Lovers and NTNZ are both kind of tanky in the laning phase. That's most. Well, the action here is at top lane and mid.
Yeah, and moving forward, we're gonna see a tip or the snipe, but without any kind of vision areas, is not gonna be wasting those bullets just yet. Happy is here in the middle and clearing out the way. Well, there is a rotation on the top lane with Mai on the back. Will there be any kills connecting there with Mai? The power surge is going to miss, and Mai as well is going to be punished with the damage coming in from Tony. Happy zeroes in with the overall dreams, securing him the after effects, and that is going to be a secure kill for DTAC Talent. Lovers is going to be joining the fray again. Agnes Grip is not going to be used just yet.
Yeah, it's a bit of a messy fight coming in here in the mid lane, but slowly but surely DTAC Talent are taking a bit of a lead here in this game as they look to actually pressure the side lanes. EXO Esports might attempt a gank here onto NTNZ, but as the initiation misses, not going to be able to do anything as of the moment. Just a zoning tool here towards the Abyssal Dragon that is about to spawn up. But if they group up here, well, DTAC Talent is just going to be trading out at top as ASD is getting helped here by Yami. But not much damage coming in here from Yami. Is going to be just zoning them out as of the meantime, since it's just a Richter. Only the crowd control matters for now, but with the amount of scaling that they need to get first in order to dish out all the damage, the fight is gonna happen in the bottom lane instead. Happy and NTNZ getting a little bit zoned out away from the Abyssal Dragon, since well, they're not gonna be contesting it as of the meantime. They don't want to create space here for DTAC Talent, and that's gonna be a small win by EXO Esports.
Yeah, and DTAC Talent is actually very, very aggressive when going in for the objective takes. Mahi is going to spot out Akira on taking that Dark Slayer, but he's not going to be committing just because he's going to be alone. On the bot lane, we're seeing a lot of the engagements there. The Agnes Grip is not going to connect on NTNZ. NTNZ is going to be able to get away there safely with the arrow and also the Roxy just there. The Star Sky is going to be connecting on ASD. ASD is going to be forced to get back into the game and get back into space for the Regeneration Spirit Sentinel. It's going to be taken by DTAC Talent on the bottom lane. Happy against Lovers. Yami, though, bursting down IFA Pro with that explosive KO.
And
Yami was able to get him with the Jungle Strike. I thought that was Mahi.
Yep. And well, it's a-okay, but not for this one. Happy's not gonna be happy with that solo kill from Mahi. A fantastic punching power from the seven-time weight class division champion. No, just kidding. DTAC Talent opting to just answer back with some kills in this game. They are still ahead by 1k, 1.5k as iPod Pro though gets caught. He's gonna get killed here. Ooh, opts to actually rotate. Look at the outplay! What was that? What?
That was disgustingly nasty on iPod Pro, being able to kite all of those shots coming in.
Faker? Wrong game.
And that was a very amazing play coming in from iPod Pro. All of the guiding mechanics are in one person here in DTAC Talent. That is definitely something Mai was paying for.
And here is going to be Happy going for the engagements again, using the Fading Phantom to actually traverse the walls from Bro Stream. Triangle Maze is still going to be available for himself, and that's Sony against all of the sustain of the side of EXO Esports, being able to outlast, able to take most of the damage coming in from EXO Esports.
But still, what was that? What was that, my friend? I still can't move on from what happened into that topside jungle. And right now, Ditac Talon is on fire because of what they have just did. And EXO Esports are kind of on a confusing state as of the moment. Ditac Talon, iPad Pro, are you even human? Are you even human, or are you a bot? You have to use a CAPTCHA if verify yourself on the AOC International Championships, because your movements are beyond human. Look at the outplay.
Yeah, well, Kiyang was saying a lot of good things for Alpha Pro. There was a secure kill. Mahi is now emotionally affected on what happened there. Rilversea is going to be in the midst there. The Orb of Frost being procced out here. Rilversea is not going to be able to get out from the 3-man gang coming in from Ditac Talon. Just going in strong, going in hot. They're never going to stop with NTNZ trying to go for that push. Hayate doesn't have any kind of damage, and that is going to be Yami with the back of the Hunter in the jungle strike, getting a lot of the damage in. Happy does his best, triangle base to get his health up, but he is still going to be taken now. Most of the members of EXO Esports are actually falling down. That's a 3-for-1 trade here in the top lane.
3-for-1 trade, and the towers falling down as Ditac Talon looks to secure this top lane inhibitor one, but maybe since they don't have their marksman there, no siege damage. At most, NTNZ is just, you know, protecting their Infinite Slayer onto the top lane as they look to get more towers. Erez is just poking out so much damage onto the members here of EXO Esports, and as okay, Rilversea is gonna be able to back away, at least for the meantime, as the Darkslayer finally collapses to the ground. This inhibitor tower in the bot is gonna fall down, as well as Tony is opting to go in, and a nice knock up by iPad Pro gets the deletion onto Rilversea. ASD as well is dead, and might as well just take this inhibitor tower. Might as well go in once again, because why not? But that's gonna be a death for NTNZ. Not gonna matter anymore, as Lovers is gonna fall at 3,299 damage. That is above this world, and as Ditac Talon takes this game number 2, they will secure a 2-0 sweep against EXO Esports.
iPad Pro, what was that?
Yep, I still can't move on.
Definitely Ditac Talon taking game 2 with a very, very nutty play coming in from iPad Pro. That's going to be one of the highlights of the group stages for sure. Ditac Talon showing themselves up as the world champions of Arena of Valor. And this is the highlights of the game, wherein they get a 2-0 sweep against EXO Esports.
The only highlight is the outplay on the blue side jungle of the Ditac Talon. That's the only thing I want to see. Because I have a pro, him being able to stay alive is simply amazing. But on the serious side, it started with some picks happening by Ditac Talon, and even though EXO Esports, I mean Mahi was a monster on the Raz, but in here we saw him, you know that was a good sight to see. You know, him even being beside the Raz, one punch away from dying, and still he believes in his comrades, and the comrades has his back. Ditac Talon with clear superiority over EXO Esports. Well, these EXO Esports had a good fight in this game number 2, especially Mahi getting those solo kills. That is quite impressive.
Yeah, and definitely one of the winning conditions that I said about EXO Esports is about Roxy's Agnes Grip. And most of the time here in this game, you're not gonna see the ultimate of the Roxy actually connecting to any kind of targets. Even the tanks are actually safe from the ultimate of lovers, and that, that is definitely gonna be one for the books. And to go forward, I think DTAC Talon really did play that very, very well. Although we saw some amazing outplay from Mahi. He was going in and not getting those shutdown kills. The only kill that changed the game for him, the momentum for him, is when he was not able to burst down iPad Pro, who was able to just go for a lot of those kiting advantages. And he even committed his flicker, which was very disgustingly nasty.
Yep, that's the word. That's the word. Nasty as that outplay was. It's simply just. I mean, I saw a comment here by Gotagear saying that it's all skills, and yep.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to be pressured on any kind of plays, wherein you already have a sliver of help, but you're still making some plays for yourself, that's how you know that you're in the zone.
Yes, oh why? I remember so many anime moments with that outplay, and definitely that is like what you said, one for the books. I'm definitely that's gonna be posted on TikTok or whatsoever.
Oh man, that was just a good showing for D-Tactile. We'll still see them going in the series and looking at those kind of plays. Definitely, we're expecting a lot on the last series of the day where we'll be facing V Gaming, but we're just waiting for the scoreboard to actually show up. Right
now, I'm replaying the video.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of admiration is definitely gonna be there. And yeah, although EXO Esports is gonna be saying goodbye to us with that last match against DTAC Talon, it was a very nice try for them as well. I feel like the last game was the most aggressive type of plays that we could see from EXO Esports.
Yeah, that's why I want to add an input as well. That the EXO Esports, even though they had suffered no wins all throughout the group stages, the amount of improvement that they did show is astonishing. Even though on the stats right now, basically it's one kind of looking to be a one-sided stop. We saw Mahi actually popping off with some kills, and looking at the gold, it was kind of plateaued on like 2,000 gold for almost 5 minutes, and it due to the fight, due to Mahi kind of getting caught, and DTAC Talon getting some of the objectives after that, things started to roll towards DTAC Talon's side. But if that was prevented, EXO Esports kind of could have had a good chance in actually coming back. It's just that scaling is definitely scary on the side of DTAC Talon, and they are really superior in what they do. But EXO Esports, they have improved significantly. I want to commend them for that. I want to look forward to their next to the next time we are going to be seeing them in this international championship. But as of this game, as of this series, MVP is gonna be happy on this Kira with 87.5 kill participation, a really nice KDA of 6-2 and 8, a damage really high as well, 56,298, and a roll goal difference of 3,000. MVP points acquired is 11.6. That is equating him to his second MVP.
Yes, definitely very dominating performance for DTAC Talon, not just for Happy, and for all the members of DTAC Talon. But before we move to the next series of the day, the fourth series is going to be Mad Team against Team Olympus. We'll be going for a short break. Again, this is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021, where you're going to witness those kinds of nutty plays. My name is Vittorio, and with me is Kiyang. We'll be right back on Touch Your Browser.
Trying to engage onto XP and Pro E, but it's not gonna be successful as of the moment. Some hesitation have been made, but this time there's not. However, Team Flash might actually be the ones who has to be disengaged, because that's gonna be the first blood here.
Gonna spot on Koa, getting some damage in. One point of result is gonna be Shape. There's gonna be engagement here. The steal from Yue is gonna do it. Ryu is gonna be used here by the Irie with the Thunderbird. The orb is gonna be there for Yue as well. He's not gonna be bursted down as well. Ka is going to be in the thick of it, using the braces of submission. So with the zip roll here, Almo P is not gonna be getting that stack in. Norton goes in with the braces of submission. That's a lot of slows and stunts as well. And the Devar is not gonna work. You're gonna see 0-0 falling down with
this inhibitor tower, and I can only imagine the struggle here defending because of the pokes, and as a bow goes in, the damage is relatively okay as Dada looks for the flank here onto the side, but as CC is about to fall down, the shield helps him survive for so long. NK though is not, and Dada will finish that kill. A 2-for-3 trade as Kai is under the tower. Dada makes of him being attacked by the double throw, but no, that was his ally. This one is the enemy, Zen Shao getting killed as XF and the rest of the members of Underrack are trying to capitalize and maybe get this a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't get it. He gets 3 kills instead. Yewei, what was that? Are you even human? Saigon.
Welcome back to the arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyang. We are now at the 4th series of the day. It is going to be Mad Team facing off against Team Olympus in a best of 2 series.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the build-up that we talked about earlier. Mad Team looking to solidify their spot in the 4th spot for the playoffs to take down their enemy or the rival AG, All Gamers Super Play, and this time this is their chance. They have to get this 2-0 against Team Olympus, because if they don't, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge later on, because we're gonna be having a tie series against a Mad Team and All Gamers. So now with Team Olympus performance against EXO Esports, I think they're not gonna be giving Mad Team an easy time in securing that 2-0.
Yeah, and definitely we're gonna see here the lineup of Team Olympus. We're gonna see War, J-Jack, Rora, and the others. While on Mad Team, we're gonna see Kuku, Sir 322, Borbor, Zen, and Kawhi still being in the first 5. So definitely, maybe this is the strongest lineup that they have already decided on. Yuzon is going to be sitting this one out again.
It's going to be interesting for sure, as we do see the teams battling it out. we do see the comparison of this. However, things are not gonna be that much easy, if you ask me, because if we see the key player matchup, well, we do see more on a Mad Team, but it's because of their consistent wins so far. But the damage department is still a little bit more on the side of Ward, so we can see him being aggressive and allowing his team to close out those kills and also help out during the team fight. So Team Olympus is going to be able to challenge Mad Team in this best of 2 series.
Yeah, as a game and the draft are actually starting now, there's gonna be a high expectation on what is gonna be fielded by Team Olympus. Maybe they're still going to stick with the Iggy Joker combination that they've actually almost get secure wins of, or is it gonna be just Mad Team able to utilize their experience and knowledge and aggression to actually shut down Team Olympus in this game number 1? But in the bands, Superman, Florentino, Elsu are the most banned heroes here in the AIC, and of course you can never forget about Aya.
Aya, well, it's gonna be banned away for sure. It is a 100% guarantee to be banned, or else, you know, Team Olympus is gonna be having are gonna be taking it for sure in this game number 1. I'm not so sure if Elsu is gonna be given here, given the performance of Team Olympus. You know, having a strong lineup building, but they don't have a win just yet using the Elsu. They usually, on their match against EXO Esports, they opted for a strong Florentino and also even a Violet marksman in their lineup, wherein they wanted to go in with damage, trying to beat out EXO Esports. So maybe we can see it in this game today against Mad Team, but it's gonna be a bit crucial because Mad Team is kind of meticulous in their way of approaching team fights.
Yeah, they are a team that has an aggressive streak right now, but they can also be very, very defensible just because of how the other players play it. And we're seeing a very tamed Mad Team right now in comparison from the first time they went here in the group stages, wherein they were just high octane in most of the plays that they are actually executing because of the addition of Zen and Kawhi, who are natural aggressive players. And you know, one of the highlights here is that 0322's game style has, you know, not been appreciated much here in the AIC. One of the reasons why is a lot of the teams right now are going for lineups that can be very, very aggressive. And the playstyle that we're seeing from 0222, although it is very, very controlled and methodical, sometimes results to non-rewarding situations just because he's not going to be able to pop off, and sometimes he shies away from the fights that happen.
And in this lineup that Team Olympus are building, I kind of like it. They had a good performance with the Florentino. Tulin as well can be strong, but I'm not so sure just yet in how they are going to be approaching this as of the moment. Wonder Woman can be a menace sometimes, and they're going to be opting to take that.
Yeah, they are hovering that with 5 seconds left in the timer. It's pretty sure it's going to be a Tulin and also a Wonder Woman. We're going to see what Mad Team is going to be last picking on their third set. There's still a lot. Superman, you can actually look out for a Lubu. And they're actually opting for a Batman, which is very peculiar. It's very out of meta right now, but in terms of maybe I've seen a lot of Batman supports and even junglers or even in Dark Slayer lanes. So maybe they want a hero that can actually burst down the Florentino even before he starts. That's the only reason I actually. That's the only reason I think I can think of if you're gonna be picking up a Batman for your team.
Maybe just maybe, but we're not seeing that much disparity in terms of the damage department here for both teams. They both have their own win conditions, and if we see here in the matchup, or like the composition that Team Olympus are building, I kind of am favoring them as of the moment. But I want to see, that kind of front line more on Team Olympus side. Maybe something that can allow this talent to pop off later. And I think early game can be a little bit more of a challenge for them if Mad Team opts for another aggressive hero. But as we go in more onto this banning, Rizix is gonna get taken away here. Tachi will get removed. I'm wondering what Mad Team are gonna be building here, because they have a Joker. Are they gonna be opting for a double marksman?
That is gonna be a question. I don't think that they will be actually fielding a double marksman comp. I feel like it's more safe to say to actually go for more sustain for a Mad Team. Maybe get one more damage dealer and put a sustainable hero as well. Maybe 2 fighters to be picked up here by Mad Team. And just because I think that it is going to be a possibility that if they're not going to be picking up any fighters or tanks for themselves, they are going to fall off on the dueling potential of the Florentino and also the damage capability of a Tulan.
That is true. But Superman pick is something that they do need. But what are they gonna be setting up for? Because if it's just a plain disruption that they are opting to have, I'm not so sure if that's gonna be enough. But as we check it here right now, maybe it's gonna be okay. I think they're still gonna be opting for a double marksman though. It can be very viable for them.
Yeah, and I actually think at this point that Team Olympus is gonna be hovering on a Malk, which doesn't really have a high win rate as well here, but it does work on some of the compositions. And if they're gonna be opting for a composition without any marksman, good thing that they actually hovered on the Hayate. I would just say that they would be losing out game number 1 with a bang.
Oh, for sure. Having this composition done, I kind of not in line with Team Olympus lineup. I'm kind of hesitating on this pick so far. Maybe it's something that can actually help them in this game. What do you think?
Definitely, it could definitely be helpful for them. Looking at Mad Team's composition, I think
double marksman.
I don't know if why you want to force the double marksman comp in this draft,
Well,
but
I just want to see it.
nah, I mean, it's not gonna be boding well for you if you need to protect a lot of people. And with this kind of composition, if you add another marksman to the mix, it could probably work if you can
Ryoma
actually carry it to the late game. I don't know if Ryoma is better, but I just have no love for the Ryoma right now.
So in this matchup right now, who are you favoring in terms of the composition itself? Maybe kind of more on Team Olympus as of the moment. I do love the amount of engage and the crowd control they can dish out and punish if ever Mad Team makes a crucial overextending mistake.
Well, the things that I'm actually looking out for here in this kind of lineup is that with the single pick, it is going to be synergizing well with the Florentino, and if you pair it up with a Wonder Woman who can just go for a stun lock, then yeah, Team Olympus really has the bases covered. But the problem here is how they're going to be able to protect the Hayate in the laning phase, which is going to be a big problem because we know Senyo isn't really the best of the heroes to go for protection, and they went in for a support Wonder Woman instead, and they're gonna be fielding Senyo mid. Did I read that correctly?
That is kind of weird, to be honest. So, in this series, Mad Team going to try and reach that fourth spot. They're gonna be attempting on doing this as of the moment. Can we see it happen, or will Team Olympus stop them from doing so? This best of 2 series is game number 1, and things are gonna be looking so good for sure. As Cuckoo is here, along with the Borbor, J-Jack and Ward here in the mid lane as well, looking to just continue and well, overall get this rotation going for a Mad Team, as they have been constantly being stable in everything that they do. But with this, I think it's gonna be okay. Mad Team being aggressive into the jungle, but Ward is gonna catch them out. Cuckoo might actually get caught, but with the flickers, actually able to safely disengage as of the meantime. But Sans, under the tower, might actually need to recall.
Yeah, and so far we're gonna see a very aggressive play coming in from Mad Team. Cuckoo is gonna be jumping with the Man of Steel. Yes, that first blood. Sans is gonna be taken out at the opening start here with the Spirit Sentinel with an addition of a first skill. They are going to have some kind of a gold advantage against Team Olympus at this point. And this has been the problem from the lineup that we're going to see on Team Olympus. They're going to be more focusing on getting a protection here and the rotation in the mid lane. And they're going to shut it down, Sans, and not let him get the get some of the resources here. Cuckoo is going to be stuck, being pulled with the Lasso of Truth. That is going to be a kill for Team Olympus. But the caveat here is we're going to see Sans actually trailing with experience and gold.
Yeah, a 1-for-1 trade at the very most. And, you know, Mad Team are still going to be upping their aggression in this match, as Team Olympus have yet to actually, you know, contest them in certain situations, but having, you know, them having the momentum already from their previous series, they might actually be looking for a mistake right now on the members of Mad Team, as Sans continue to scale up. Later on, he's gonna be watched for sure by the members of Mad Team because of the amount of pressure he can actually make, especially with his ulti. Right now, things are just gonna be stable, a bit peaceful actually, as Mad Team just takes this Abyssal Dragon. Might opt for this this Dark Slayer as well, as one team isn't really that much prioritizing this as of the moment, since early game can be troubling here for Sans, as 0-3-22 tries to enter. J-Jack stops him from doing so, but Cuckoo now with the speeding bullet is trying to push out J-Jack. He is gonna get taken down. No escape for him because of that pushback.
Yeah, and that is gonna be Mid-Heart being stunned here. And with the gold, with the gold advantage still in the side of Mad Team, not much is not gonna be winnable for anyone. J-Jack is gonna be disengaging with that jump, and we're seeing a lot of aggression for the mobility that we're seeing here. Ward going in with the lasso of truth, and Zen going in for the damage with the spectral R and the wailing blade combo. They are going to be aiming to take that Sage Golem, but with it being resetted here by Mid-Heart, they might not go for it and maybe just go back into the lanes and get more resources for themselves.
So far, it's just at most 1,000 gold lead for Mad Team as of the moment, and Team Olympus are just continuing to scale here and avoid some team fights because they have been getting casualties, particularly for J-Jack and Sans. But it's not going to be affecting them significantly as of the moment. Scaling is going to be scary on their side, but because of the engage in the mid lane, Mid-Heart falls down. A perfectly timed gank there by Mad Team, catching him out off guard.
Yeah, and another more of the clashes to happen. That's going to be a miss on Cuckoo speeding bullet. There is going to be Zen following it up with a whale blade and a pinwheel. He is not going to have that skills left, and the bracelet submission is going to be used for an additional shield. Ward is going to be able to exit safely into the grasp of Mad Team, while the Joker 0222 is going in for a fast clear, trying to take that turret in the top lane as fast as he could.
So far, well, for Team Olympus, having 2 more deaths isn't really gonna be good for them. 2,000 gold lead. It's slowly starting to scale up as Mad Team has secured a tower in the bottom lane due to the team fight win that they got so far, and the laning phase, as we see here in the map and the minimap, almost a kill there by Mad Team once again, since Kawi has been popping off with this Irie pick. But Team Olympus should still have a chance in coming back in this. I mean, it's still just the early game, and they can still pop off later, given that they have a pretty nice setup towards like this 0322. But it's going to be able to disengage successfully. And now Mad Team are looking to actually punish that overextension. Sans, with the ulti, backs away to safety. He is going to be opting to recall as of the moment, as a dive might actually happen again onto the top lane. Cuckoo is lurking from their blue side jungle, but they're not going to be ganked as of the meantime.
Yes, and we're still seeing a lot of the action happening here with Team Olympus. J-Jack actually trying to contest Zen at that moment, but there is still going to be a lot of his talents. He was able to save his talent to get that last hit in, and this is it. We're gonna be entering into a zone wherein Mad Team is gonna go for a kill with a lot of pushes here on the mid lane. Ward is gonna be able to flicker, but the tower is going down. No more protection under the turret is gonna happen. J-Jack wants one hit more, and he's gonna be dying. And Science does his best for the protection as well, but that is a 5-man engage. Rora goes in with the Gentleman's Duel, getting a lot of the damage in as well. Pinwheel is going to be used for Mad Zen, and he is going to be able to safely disengage. That was a good try coming in from Rora, but unfortunately, with the orb still available, he's not going to be able to secure that kill.
A nice try. At most, it's just a try because they didn't get anyone on the side of Mad Team. Meanwhile, Mad Team already scaling pretty hard in this game as they continue to get more kills. And the way that Mad Team operates, that after they get a kill, they try to get something out of it as well. They got already 3 towers, all the outer turrets destroyed, and they're looking for more picks as Cuckoo is lurking. They're gonna engage onto Sans, and he's not gonna be able to back away. J-Jack is trying to flee, but with the speeding bullet, he is being zoned away. Ward is helping him actually back away to safety, but with the knockup, oh my, Superman is always a hassle to deal with because of those knockbacks.
Yeah, and we're seeing another engagement coming in from Kawhi, and that is a gentleman's duel being brought out by Aurora, not being able to get the combination in because Kawhi was able to dash away mid-hard, uses that Thunderbird and that Thunderclap. The damage is still not going to be enough, not reaching the target, but the top tier turret is going to be traded by CR322 with the Infinite Slayer in the grass, and it is going to be uncontested again.
And they're slowly getting more and more lead. Mad Team just continues to scale on and prevent Team Olympus from actually coming back. And as Cuckoo might actually engage here, they are going to be trailing back for the meantime, making their way towards mid and possibly the Holy Dragon, since Team Olympus has kind of a low to zero chance on contesting it. Mad Team are going to be happily taking this as a bonus, as they already secured his Slayer as well. 0 objectives given to Team Olympus, by the way. No structures destroyed as of the meantime. This is how meticulous Mad Team has been playing out this game. A near perfect game of a performance, even if they only have a bit of a gold lead as of the moment, 4,000. They're still trying to gain more.
Yeah, Mad Team's Cuckoo is on the backside just trying to scare them away so that they were not going to go for the position that they want to be. And it is a fact we're going to see Cuckoo most of the time just carrying up the back lanes of Team Olympus. And with the Sentinel actually walking here in the mid lane, it is an opportunity to take the bot lane as well. And J-Jack was almost bursting down. If 0322 was actually there, it would have been a dead zone for the side of Team Olympus. And they went in for another engagement with the Braces of Omission being used. The cat laughter finishes off that Wonder Woman, and even we're gonna see Sans falling down under the turret. That Hayate was not able to throw those shurikens in, and another knockup happens. Rora is gonna do his best, but under the 5 damage coming in from Mad Team, we're knowing that this is gonna be a game set match. Game number 1 is gonna be secured by Mad Team.
A fantastic finish, a strong finish here by Mad Team. Now halfway there from solidifying their spot in the playoffs, as they have a dominating game against Team Olympus. And right now, I mean, we talked about their draft earlier, the Superman pick being vital as well in those team fights, but I also want to commend Borbor for that damage in the bottom lane a while ago, along with 0322, allowing them to get the kill onto J-Jack and Sans. And there's nothing that Team Olympus can do after that. No more damage from the Hayate, and all started with a gank onto the top lane.
Yeah, and in the screen, we're just gonna see the highlights of the game where Mad Team was just going in for the rotates. Even with the trade kills coming in from Team Olympus, they didn't care. They were just going in hot, and most of the time they made a lot of the members of Team Olympus drop. And you know, it was a good attempt that Rora was actually doing with that Florentino, and there was a lot of solo kills as well, but it was just very hard to you know, execute the Florentino whenever the other lanes are far behind.
So hard actually for Team Olympus to answer the rotations of Mad Team. We didn't see them actually, you know, being proactive that much, or being able to answer back with some of their kills. The way that Mad Team executes their ganks has been clean, and there's 0 to to zero answer from Team Olympus, especially the team fight in the bottom lane, resulting to a clean wipeout, no casualties on Mad Team, and a clean finish.
Yeah, and going forward on game number 2, if this is the game that we're gonna be expecting, even with the high priority picks not really on the side of Mad Team, then definitely it is gonna be a game that we're gonna see maybe a stomp coming in from Mad Team, getting a 2-0 sweep, and that is gonna be a possibility for this series.
Mm-hmm. In case here for game number 2, is there any thing you are kind of looking forward to Team Olympus? Do you see a sign of Mad Team falling down into their hands? And if yes, what do you think Team Olympus should do to do that?
I mean, maybe field off a more effective composition for yourself. So far, I do think that they did it as clean as it gets. It's just that they had pocket picks that made it hard for the rotate, especially the mid. Sentinel actually didn't make sense at all for me. I feel like
Sentinel that rotates ish na that we can't really understand.
uh, if you do call that a rotate, I mean, how it's gonna be very hard to get a secure kill with a Senyo mid.
Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of confused on it as well. Maybe a different one. Since Team Olympus a while ago they even picked out a Raz, so why not just get something like that in their game number 2 instead, right?
Yeah, and Team Olympus is going to be trailing. Most of the scoreline are in the hands of Mad Team. We can see that there is going to be a sizable lead here at 8.3k gold lead for Mad Team. And look at the kills. Only 1 kill was traded here for Team Olympus. And that says a lot on how aggressive Mad Team were in this game, where they were just at level to dive in Sands in the tower, shutting him down as early as the spawn of the Spirit Sentinel.
Yeah, and I think Team Olympus is really struggling right now on where they actually want to opt in terms of the draft. They are kind of confused if ever on either going for these meta picks or going with something that they are already used to. But in this game, what we're gonna be used to is Mad Team having a wonderful performance. And this game, it is 0-3-22 with the MVP with a kill participation of 83.3%. KDA of 4, 0, and 6. Damage, a whopping 73,318. A roll goal difference of 2,000, almost 3,000. MVP points acquired is 12.2. This is going to be his first MVP, a well-deserved MVP for 0-3-22.
Yeah, and definitely a very dominating match just because of how big of a space he was getting from the front lines of Mad Team. The Superman, you can also expect the Ryoma getting in some of the as a distraction, and even the Wonder Woman, who was just going to be layering in the crowd controls for the side of Mad Team. That was going to be an easy take for Mad Team as well. So going to game 2, there is going to be a lot of expectations. What are going to be open for them? They are the first pick in the following game here in this series.
Yeah, I think they have an option to go in with a similar draft that they had during their game against Exto Esports, just not without the Hayate, of course, since they already picked it up. But they can have an option to go in on an aggressive lineup wherein they had the Irie, the Key, and the Raz as well. They had a strong performance on Exo Esports. Maybe in this game they can pull it off. but I'm kind of hesitating on it since they're going not against EXO Esports, they're going against Mad Team. For sure, they are gonna be able to kind of get a good read against Team Olympus. So there has to be that kind of surprise factor of Team Olympus to be able to catch Mad Team out.
Yeah, and that surprise factor is definitely going to be playing out well for them as we progress. And it goes to say, even in the last series against the Mad Team versus All Gamers, even now, if they are gonna lose against Team Olympus, it doesn't really matter again, just because at this situation, it is going to be very very hard to actually get back through the points that they lost a lot, especially for Team Olympus, who's actually not having the greatest of time. They don't have any scores besides getting the score from Exto Esports.
Mm-hmm. That's well, at least they got a win, right? A series win against EXO Esports. They're not the most bottom on the list here at Group A. And they're just looking to maybe improve a little bit more for the next tournament. But also maybe they can pull off a surprise here in the against Mad Team, as it is their final game in the AIC 2021. I'm looking forward though to seeing them maybe use a hero that Mad Team doesn't expect, but it's definitely within a good synergy composition, good synergy in their composition, something that is within the reach, and also they can pull off effectively, kind of unlike the uh, the mid Sentinel a while ago.
Yeah, maybe ease on the pocket picks that don't really get a synergy. There's a reason why we have certain heroes in the meta who has high pick rates here for the AIC. There are a lot of meta heroes that you can actually pick off. Alice, I mean, in the past, I saw Mad Team actually liking the Alistair pick. Most of their composition requires an Alistair. And there are actually, since we're seeing Borbor on the mid lane, he is more of a efficient mage. Just because I think that he is very more mechanically skilled than the last mid laner of Mad Team. And somewhat, there are different play styles. There are players who are actually proficient on because of their skill levels, and there are some players who are actually very very good on strategizing and can make an impact just because of how solid they can be on a hero. It doesn't matter if he's gonna be making plays, as long as he'll be doing his job. Though those are two contrast star players, and I think the players that Mad Team has right now are those who are mechanically gifted.
Yeah, and I want to see though a surprise, just a surprise maybe, since we can already expect Mad Team to win. I want some, at least Team Olympus putting up a good fight. Maybe that is something better to put off, since right now they have used certain heroes already that can't be used anymore. Team Olympus, what are they opting to go, since they are on the red side this time? Elsu can no longer be an option, as well as they are going to be banning out that hero for sure. Mad Team looks to maybe take on getting some of the heroes that Team Olympus had, but they are going to be surely banning out the Superman, since they used it also earlier.
Yeah, with Superman being banned out, that sets one of the setters, the premier setters here in AOV, to not be picked in game number 2. Aya is definitely still going to be a ban as well. Mad Team flushes out that Omen, so that he is not going to be picked up again here in game number 2. So Elsu is going to be open. So definitely Elsu is being hovered here by the side of Mad Team.
So they are gonna be given the Elsu. I wonder what Team Olympus are having in mind right now to try and counter it. Well, are we gonna be seeing? Well, Richter is a staple pick. The AIC actually, they're looking to have an aggressive composition. Maybe they're gonna be sticking with their usuals this time. The one that worked against Exto Esports.
Yeah, that is going to be a possibility. Iggy and Joker is still available to them, but they are now going in for a Slims. Maybe the third pick is going to be an Iggy. We'll see coming in for their third pick, but for now, we're actually seeing in Mad Team that they're going to be hovering on a Jinner. And now it's going to be Nazenka. They're going to have a solid pick on the second with the Lubu being taken out there. And yeah, definitely. It is going to be hard for Team Olympus, a Lubu and a Lorian actually being picked out. A lot of sets and a lot of frontline capability for Mad Team. And if they finish this with another tank of their own, I think they are going to be sealing the deal. Even with the Victor in the vicinity, doesn't mean that he's going to be effective. And an Iggy Hover, just like what we predicted here for Team Olympus, this is one of the old lineups that they've shown us already.
An old lineup that, well, that worked so far. Especially with this kind of draft. Mad Team has a choice to either go for pokes, and then when people are kind of low in terms of HP, that's the time where the Lubu and the Lorian goes in, confidently charging onto the members of Team Olympus. So, in this state of a draft right now for Team Olympus, I think they need someone that can actually tank in and soak all the damage, unless they're willing to fight fire with fire, since they already have some damage in their composition. But with Mad Team still deciding on which actually to ban, they are going to be banning out Kira, which had a beautiful performance of them already.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the Clover here with Itachi and the Wonder Woman being deprived for the fighter position. And we've seen a lot of success on these two heroes. There is still gonna be some supports that can actually make a comeback, maybe in the meta. Maybe a Gilder can actually be used in this situation. Just because I think with the sets coming in from the Lorian, you can actually pair it up with the Indulgence, which is the ultimate of the Gilder as well, to get a lot of those mini stuns in.
I hope we see that though, given that there is also an Elsu, so there is a bit of a high synergy overall on the composition of Mad Team, but they will. Well, we have yet to see that just yet. They're sticking with hovering the Florentino and the Amelie as of the moment, but Crash? Is this the debut of Crash in the AIC 2021 Mad Team with a mad cheesy pick, a pocket pick here? Suddenly, something from the depth arises, and it's gonna be the Crash. What are your thoughts, bro?
Well, at this point, I think the Crush might give them a lot of protection, but the only time that you're actually gonna be capitalizing on the skill sets of Crush is when he has his ultimate ready. Just because I feel like Crush is a hero that doesn't have any crowd controls besides his ultimate. It's just like how you play a Malok. at certain situations, wherein he's not going to be able to disengage or engage without his ultimate ready. And that is one of the biggest caveats of having the Crash. And even in terms of being able to deal some kind of damage, Malok is a way more better hero in that aspect.
Uh-huh. So, well, at most he's gonna be looking to protect his teammates because of this shield that he can provide, which can actually help out a little bit when the Iggy starts bombarding them with those bombs, of course. But as Team Olympus solidifies their draft with a Varus, well, they have a good solid front line nonetheless, and they can actually be able to assassinate the Elsu of 0322. There is that possibility, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to execute as we head down to the second game of Mad Team going up against Team Olympus in this best of 2 series. There's the last match of the series. We can already assume that both teams, all the players are ready for their final game in the group stage.
And the game is going to be starting. Game number 2. We're going to see the first first engagements of the game actually happening here. They are actually harassing the Richter on ward. In this point, you're going to see just Cuckoo is going to be just soaking in some damage, and even the first skill that he took is a skill where he's going to be able to jump and get some shield for himself. So yeah, the blue buff is going to be set it here by Cuckoo. He knows the winning condition here, and we're going to see J-Jack harassing Sirius22 in the lane, but because of the turret, even with the range of J-Jack, he's not going to be able to actually reach Sirius322.
Yep. At most, it's just going to be a safe early game for both teams, but not so safe here for Sans, as he is constantly getting sniped here by Sirius322. Oh, it's always a hassle whenever you get hit by the snipe of an Elsu. But right now, as I am checking out this scene here at top, numbers advantage for Team Olympus, so maybe they can take the Spirit Sentinel. They're gonna be the ones to take it, and Mad Team are just gonna be falling back for the meantime. Cuckoo just trying to zone them out. He does have that shield, and as Borbor enters the team fight, unable to hit J-Jack, he will just fall back for the meantime. Cuckoo looking to just soak up damage for the team, as he constantly is getting that shield whenever he enters with his skill. And Mad Team looking to just get this Dark Slayer for the meantime.
Yes, and an objective take here for Mad Team is gonna, just give them some advantage in maybe pushing the towers. The gold isn't really affected yet. I think whenever you go and you're not gonna get a kill, and J-Jack might be taken out by Borbor, but J-Jack was able to flicker out of that ultimate coming in from that Lorian. And J-Jack goes in with a Shadow Bomb. Ward is going to be joining the fray here, trying to catch out Borbor as well. But because we know that the Lorian is going to be able to just teleport away, that is going to be making it hard for the members of Mad Team to go for the engagement. But with the flicker already out for J-Jack, he is going to be suitable for the ganks. But we know whenever J-Jack doesn't have a flicker, he actually plays it as safe as he could. And Zen might be taken out, but we're gonna see Zen switching some targets to Ward at that point.
Oof. No kills as of the moment, only jabs thrown here by both teams as they look to play it out a little bit safe in the early game. I'm still kind of looking into this crash pick by Mad Team, but as they do take the Abyssal Dragon on the side of Team Olympus. It's just going to be a trade of objectives for the meantime. So both teams are even as of now, looking to just play it out safe in the early stages of this game. But as J-Jack takes a bit of damage here from Borbor, might be wanting to be playing this out a little bit safe, because if Mad Team engages, it's gonna be the go time for them to actually secure a kill. As 0T22 continues with a poke, Sans looking to survive for the meantime. Cuckoo getting engaged here, but I think it's gonna be surviving. He has tons of shields, of course. Borbor now is going in here. Ward taking a bit of damage, but Borbor is gonna backing away. Here comes Cuckoo with the ultimate, now changing his form, chasing the members of Team Olympus, providing a little bit of a peel for his members. But since Team Olympus are going to be falling back, Borbor not hitting them with a skill shot. It's a snipe here from 022, misses the target as well. Ward is going to get caught. They're going to be disengaging, leaving them alive for the meantime. Team Olympus doing a really good job disengaging and surviving that fight.
Yeah, and we're gonna see that the resources of the jungler of Middle Art was actually taken here by Mad Team, while Florentino was able to capitalize on that as well, getting the buff of Zen on their side, giving him a definite boost on the gold. He's gonna have a 1-up over Rora, and the Star Sky is not gonna get a hit again. Ward is gonna be disengaging the members of Mad Team, and he is not afraid to actually go in and just use his jungle strike.
Well, I kind of like the Crash pick right now because of the amount of pressure that he is actually making against Team Olympus. A while ago, we see them fleeing, but we haven't seen a proper team fight being established by Cuckoo just yet. Maybe later on, but Borbor has been the one initiating for the team going in. However, the ulti will not hit 0322. Only one projectile by J-Jack, as he is constantly looking to get more gold here in the lanes. The Spirit Sentinel is gonna get taken, but a dive comes through here into the bottom lane. Nice knock up right there, but it goes in for the orb, trying to flee, trying to survive, but it's not gonna be possible. Mid-heart fall along with a tower here in the mid lane, as Ward is getting sandwiched here. He's gonna be able to fall back nonetheless. Sans, though, might have to leave this Spirit Golem in the jungle, as they are taking a lot of damage. Ward, though, survives, but Kawi is getting caught. He might actually die in the process, but because of the peel here, especially by Cuckoo, he actually saves his teammate now.
Yeah, it's going in hot. One snipe again hits Sans onto the backside, forcing a recall there, and the turret take is going to be easy here in the top lane. 0322 going in hot with those snipes, and he goes with a blind fire on the bushes as well, just to see if he's going to be able to connect to Sans at that point. And we're going to see Borbor here not knowing he is going to be able to spot out Ward and Mid-Heart here in the bottom mid lane brush. Ward is being harassed here by Cuckoo. Rora goes in with a gust, refreshes his dash. The golem is still open for the taking, and that's going to be the Star Sky connecting on to Mid-Heart. And this is going to be the replay where we see Borbor connecting some of his shots and skill shots onto the Varus, and we're seeing that the Florentino is going to be in the area trying to get that Slayer, and we are going to see Rora going in for the Ryu to run and dash because he was harassed by 0322, and Sans is zeroing in on that Slims. We're gonna see the Slims falling down below, and that is a 2v1 advantage, and we know the Florentino is just going just going ham here in the top lane. Zen is going in for the red buff as well. More resources are being taken by Mad Team. That's a jungle strike. A snipe is going to be connecting Metamorphosis and the Star Sky. The cleanse is procced out by Ward to save Rora, but
result is still going to be the same. The second tier turret is going to be taken. J-Jack getting the shadow bounce in. Amber's Gaze again being used. Another engagement with the Ryu, Gus, and Rora is going to back out. Zen and the others are just dealing a lot of damage in the distance. Sans might be taken out as well. That is a snipe connecting from 0322. J-Jack is falling from the snipe. And Borbor just secures the kill with the help of the Elsu.
Oh my, Mad Team with a fantastic performance, and in a blink of an eye, every structure falls down. Only the bottom lane has an outer turret, and Team Olympus even lost that mid inhibitor because of the push here of Mad Team. The gold is ballooning now towards 5,000 if ever Mad Team opts to get more objectives, which they will. They're starting this Holy Dragon as of the moment, and Team Olympus has I don't think they can actually contest this because of the game state right now. And Mad Team, as they do secure this Holy Dragon, fight breaks out here, trying to get a kill onto Borbor. Here comes the disengage and the follow-up by Cuckoo. Now they have the option to go in. J-Jack might actually fall down. Cuckoo gets a kill, and now Zen is just following it up with all those damage. Kawi joins the fray as well, and everyone from Team Olympus are falling back, trying to escape, trying to stay alive, but only one. Rora is the only one who is gonna be surviving. All his teammates will die, and Mad Team are just looking to end this game, end this series, and solidify their dominance across the group stage.
Yes, and game number 2 is going to be secured here, where Team Olympus is falling, and it is going to be Mad Team taking game number 2.
A solid performance by Mad Team, looking really strong in today, especially after their 2-0 win against All Gamers. This time they have another set of 2-0 win against Team Olympus. Now they are securing their spot, heavily secured this spot in for the playoffs in from Group A. Because of that, there's gonna be a bit of a challenge for AG Superplay. If they actually want, it's gonna be a bit more difficult for them, since they have a match against BRU. But for Mad Team, they're gonna be leaving the day, ending the day with a smile for sure on their faces.
Yes, Mad Team is going to be securing their spot into the playoffs. And in the highlights, we're going to see how hard it was for a lot of the engagements with the Florentino actually engaging in a 2v1 scenario, even wreaking havoc and going in for a lot of those dives. It was just so difficult at this point to actually win. And the lineup coming in from Mad Team was just layering the crowd controls one after another, and the snipes were hitting left and right. There's just not much of a choice for Team Olympus going forward here in game number 2.
Not much at all. It's just utmost dominance there by Mad Team, and we do see their hunger and their drive to reach the playoffs, and it definitely reflected and was shown in this series, and actually in both of the series that we have seen a Mad Team, one against All Gamers and this time against Team Olympus. Now with them solidifying their spot, of course, in the playoffs, they're gonna be having a very good rest, because their next match is gonna be, well, it's a lot of time, of course, 1 week. And the rest of the teams are also going to be preparing for it as well. We do have 2 sets of series left. We have BRU versus All Gamers, and later on we have DTAC Talon versus V Gaming. And of course, before that, we're going to be checking on to the stats for now on how Mad Team actually acquired that win and how big of a lead did they get against Team Olympus in game number 2?
Well, at this point, I just think that Mad Team was just showing us the potential that they have. Although they are losing out on most of their contests here in the Group A when they're facing off against the top three. When it comes to the gameplay, maybe they are finding the kind of identity that they want to have. Maybe they should just go for a balanced type of gameplay, or they can actually emulate what they're doing right now against Team Olympus, where they're not gonna leave any kind of chance whenever they go for aggressive plays, just because of I think that the synergy is always gonna be standing behind the jungler, who is very very aggressive. Zen always goes in for the dives, and it has been a fact going forward here in the group stages.
I'm looking forward actually to them constantly improving themselves, a Mad Team, but also to Team Olympus because, what I said after their match against EXO Esports, they have also improved, but not just not enough to defeat a Mad Team in this 2 games. And in the second game, we all see the graph of gold constantly rising with so many kills established here by Mad Team. 7,000 gold lead. Looking at the objective takes, they are even on Dragons and Slayers, but in terms of towers, of course, having Mad Team winning the team fights and winning the game, definitely they have secured more, and only 1 tower was secured by Team Olympus.
Yes, and the gold graph is going to be an indication we're not going to see any kind of comebacks that was actually going to be leaning for Team Olympus. They were not able to get kills. They were not able to get objectives. It was just a one-sided play from Mad Team here in this best of 2 series. And moving forward, maybe this is the kind of confidence that they need to actually further themselves up in the coming playoffs. Here, we're gonna see the MVP of the game for Mad Team. It's gonna be Zen on the Lubu with a 55.6% kill participation, 203 KDA, damage dealt at 54k, raw gold difference, a very very big gap at that, 2,601, MVP points 12.2, and of course this is his second MVP of the tournament. And we're now gonna say goodbye to Team Olympus. This is the last showing here in the AIC 2021. We'll be moving forward to the next series of the day. It is going to be Buriram United Esports against All Gamers in an exciting best of 2 series. This is the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. We'll be right back. My name is Vittorio, and with me is Giang.
Although the journey is hard, we're always gonna try to reach for the stars. The pathway is rough, we may stumble and fall, but we won't let fear hold us down. We won't hide ourselves. Yes, we will stay strong and sing our song. Ride on, ride on, ride on, let's make a wave. Ride on, you never have to be afraid. We'll capture the starlight with you, flying, turning deja vu. Ride on, let's make a wave. Ride on, we'll travel through time and space. Now you're here by my side, we're breaking through. See our dream from a new view. Don't be constrained. The rules were always made to be broken anyway. People may talk, but take control and change your fate. I still remember the day when you encouraged us to find our own way. So let's start a chase and keep making waves. We will find all the answers somehow. We're never alone. Soon we will be heard all over the world. Ride on, we're making waves. Ride on, you never have to be afraid. We'll capture the starlight with you, flying, turning deja vu. Ride on, let's make a wave. Ride on, we'll travel through time and space. Now you're here by my side, we're breaking through. See our dream from a new view. Ride on, we're making waves. Ride on, you never have to be afraid. We'll capture the starlight with you, flying, turning deja vu. Ride on, let's make a wave. Ride on, we travel through time and space. Now you're here by my side, we're breaking through. See our dream from a new view.
We're trying to engage onto XP and Pro E, but it's not gonna be successful as of the moment. Some hesitation have been made, but this time there's not. However, Team Flash might actually be the ones who has to be disengaged, because that's gonna be the first blood here.
Gonna spot on Koa, getting some damage in. One point of result is gonna be shaped. There's gonna be engagement here. The steal from Yue is gonna do it. Ryu is gonna be used here by the Irie with the Thunderbird. The orb is gonna be there for Yue as well. He's not gonna be bursted down as well. Ka is going to be in the thick of it, using the braces of submission. So with the Zip Pro here, Alamo P is not gonna be getting that stack in. Norton goes in with the braces of submission. That's a lot of slows and stunts as well. And the Devar is not gonna work. You're gonna see 0-0 falling down with
this inhibitor tower, and I can only imagine the struggle here defending because of the pokes, and as a bow goes in, the damage is relatively okay as Dada looks for the flank here onto the side, but as CC is about to fall down, the shield helps him survive for so long. NK though is not, and Dada will finish that kill. A 2-for-3 trade as Kai is under the tower. Dada makes of him being attacked by the double throw, but no, that was his ally. This one is the enemy, Zen Shao, getting killed as XF and the rest of the members of Underrack are trying to capitalize and maybe get this a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't get it! He gets 3 kills instead! Yewei! What was that? Are you even human? Saigon.
Welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Young. We are now at the fifth series of the day. It's going to be Burritum United Esports against All Gamers. And it has been a roller coaster ride for All Gamers. They're not going to be able to qualify even with a win or a sweep here in the series. But we're still going to see them going out with all of their passion on the line against Buriram United, who is sitting comfortably in the third place of Group A. So very excited to see what they are going to show us. Are they going to fall against All Gamers, or is it will still Buriram United being dominating as a team?
Well, Buriram United is a dominating team in general, and All Gamers should we already expect All Gamers to kind of struggle in this series, but hopefully we can be proven wrong here by All Gamers, as they also have that hunger in wanting to secure their spot in the playoffs. However, it's going to be a challenge for them if ever they are going to be trying to take on BRU, because of how strong this team is. I mean, BRU so far has a strong standing of 3-1-1, 3 series wins, in which 2-0, and 1 tie and just 1 lose. They only lost to V Gaming. That's how strong they are, and that equates them to having a 7-3 total game to loss ratio, and also a 10 points in overall for their spot in the playoffs. So All Gamers, it's gonna take them a big effort and preparation to actually take on a BRU, but hopefully that is something that is gonna be shown here in this series. Maybe even if it's a loss, hopefully it's gonna be a fantastic one wherein we see All Gamers fighting back a lot.
Yeah, and definitely we've seen a lot of brilliant plays from them. It's just that even with the advantages that they were getting for themselves in those a lot of those games actually were very close for All Gamers, especially when they go and start a series. They are always going in for a lot of aggressive plays. It's just that how they don't know how to close the game properly for them to actually capitalize on, and they always lose on the last clash wherein they always get wiped out, wherein the all in just seems to not pay off for them.
Mm-hmm. And I want to talk about the draft as well of All Gamers. Well, normally, well, they have a usual good draft on their games, but sometimes on the execution side, that's where they fall off. They sometimes get a lead, however, they kind of not grip it that much, and it kind of slips through them, and that's something that we saw as well on their match against Mad Team, wherein they had already a good early game, but then in just one team fight, Mad Team was able to actually turn the tides around heavily in their favor, and it just resulted to their match win. And this in this game against BRU, that's not gonna be possible. If all gamers would have a lead, they have to grip it as hard as they can, or else BRU is gonna take the win. That's how it works.
Yes, and we're starting here. Game number 1. We're gonna see all gamers against Buriram United Esports. And in your screen, this is the lineup Buriram United Esports is gonna be fielding. We're gonna have KSSA, Defoxen, Nunu, F1, and Overfly. And they have been getting some sort of success in the engagements. They are not always 2-0. Even if they lose game number 1, you're gonna be sure that they're gonna be taking back game number 2. In all gamers, though, you're gonna see Ice, Tang Tang, An, Mengele, and Ji An being the players for all gamers. And we're actually starting here now with the draft already in set, and yeah, there's gonna be a lot of expectations on what is gonna happen for this. It's gonna be an exciting matchup. Even we're gonna see all gamers actually playing out in this best of 2 series. I just want to see all gamers actually make an upset in here in the group stages. But the key player for Buriram United is Defoxen, the marksman of Buriram United. 5.9 KDA, deals a lot of damage. And the key player for all gamers, An with a KDA of 5.5 and deals a lot of damage as well at 31.5%. That is already big. And in comparison to the other regional teams that are not in the Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, or the Thailand servers, you're actually seeing that All Gamers is one of the teams that has been effective so far. And it's just a shame that they are not going to be able to go into the playoffs, because these AG actually is a team that always can surprise you.
Well, hopefully they do surprise us as we are into the game right now. Drafting phase. The pick and bans of this first game. Immediately Talon has been taken away here by BRU. Maybe they're not going to be opting to go in with the Elsu pick. And of course, AG, never will they let Aya be open once again after their match against V Gaming. And in this, in the draft, in the bans that we are seeing, having Elendor being taken away, BRU having smiles on their faces. I think there's going to be something that they are going to be surprising us in their composition. We are very happy with these picks so far, but AG not banning the Elsu. BRU, what are they to do? Are they gonna picking it? Yeah, they're gonna be locking in the Elsu.
Yeah, they're gonna be locking in on the Elsu, who is actually one of the most proficient marksmen here in the AIC. We're actually seeing a total pick rate whenever he's available. Yeah, he's been picked 30 times. That's 44.12 percentage of being picked up whenever he is available, and he has been banned a lot as well, 51.47%. And the win rate of an Elsu right now is at 63.33%. A very, very big showing here in the AIC. The appearance rate, when you combine the bans and the total pick rate, he's been appearing in most of the draft at 95.59%. So he is a staple hero here in the AIC, and that says a lot on how much of a big impact Elsu has been bringing to his team. A lot of free damage on the backside, long range sniping, and of course, the proficient Elsu players have been shutting down a lot of the other carries with this hero. And they're pairing off that Elsu with a hero that could dive very well on the Avoid, and also a duelist in the Florentino. On the side of All Gamers, they went in for a Superman, a Richter, and a classic counter pick to Elsu with the Joker.
I kind of was hoping BRU would be able to get the Joker, but yeah, this is a nice pick off by all gamers. Trying to get a good matchup for the Elsu, having the Superman and the Richter solidifies their front line as well. BRU, they don't have a solid tank as of the meantime. Maybe they can sneak out something that can actually help them later on. Possibly in this second banning phase, having Itachi, Lubu, Zil, and Irie being taken out in here. Will BRU go in with a front line, or will they go with some fighters and assassins to actually just go in straight on with aggression against all gamers? Lorion. Ooh. What do you think about this, Vittorio?
I mean, that we've already seen Lorian dealing a lot of good sets for any team that has picked him up. He has been very, very effective, especially when you are able to hit your ultimate, which is a Starry Sky. And if we're gonna look at the win rate of Lorian right now here in the AIC, it is at 66.67%. So it is still going to be a high percentage rate because it is going to be above 60% as well. And it says a lot on how much of a utility hero Lorian can be. Whenever he hits his Starry Sky, there is going to be a very, very long hang time. Plus, the damage he deals with his ultimate is also not negligible. In the late game, you can probably burst down any marksman or mage that you can hit with your Star Sky combo. But in Buriram United, they opted for a Zata pick and pairing it up with a Signal. So definitely, it's an all-dive comp except for the Elsu for Buriram United, who's just going to be hanging back and trying to go for some snipes for himself. While on all gamers, they are diving as well. But with the last pick, if it's going to be a quick nap, it's definitely a lineup that they're going to be competing with two distinct dive comps. Is it going to be the sets coming in from all gamers, or is it going to be Buriram's capability to pick off on the dives?
Yeah, there is going to be that good frontline to backline damage here from BRU, but I'm kind of concerned here for the Elsu, knowing that he can get picked off, especially because of the Kriknak and the Lorion later on. The amount of gap close that all gamers has in their kit as well. Well, BRU is gonna fight fire with fire, so this Florentino might actually pop off really well, but it is gonna be crucial. I mean, BRU is really confident with this. We talked about it before the second pick phase actually started, that Buriram United Esports might actually opt for more damage than sustain. This is gonna be really nice of them, having to face off this kind of lineup that all gamers are building. And on the side of all gamers, it's going to be crucial for them to actually establish a good early game, because BRU, knowing them, it's hard to shut them down when they actually have a lead. Only one team has done it, and it's V Gaming sitting at the top spot. And as we go into this game, a little bit of an analysis here. Engage versus engage. Which lineup are you favoring, Vittorio?
Well, I guess I like what AG is showing us, just because I really like high damage comps wherein you're going to be able to get the pickoffs that you want. Plus, you're going to see a lot of area of effect sets coming in from AG just because of having the Superman and the Lorian. So in terms of the 5v5, I'm going to be favoring all gamers. But if we're going to go for a pickoff comp wherein they're just going to be zeroing in on one hero, I think Buriram United has something going for them.
And in this early game, All gamers actually being aggressive. That's kind of surprising, but BRU F1 is taking a lot of damage, and Yeon will start this game with a blast on that kill. BRU, they did not expect that aggression from AG.
Yeah, definitely. Burrito United was surprised on that kind of engagement over Fidos, tries to punish Gian as well. He is going to be able to disengage, recalling back into his space. The Florentino doesn't have the capability yet to combine, to put and punish that Superman. And the Voxen is being suppressed here by the members of All Gamers with a 4-man rotate here on the top lane. That's going to be the replay. We're going to see F1 being taken and Neon just going in and smashing the ground and getting that kill on F1.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice gank that they have made towards the bottom lane. And, well, BRU not expecting that to happen. Even I didn't expect that kind of aggression coming in from All Gamers right now. They're focusing onto the mid lane. Almost get taken down. Nunu gets to back away. Menglei is going to be the next target, but the amount of crowd control established here by All Gamers is causing a lot of trouble here for BRU. They do get a 1 trade, but 2 members fell down again on the side of All Gamers, and this is going to translate onto an Abyssal Dragon take here. All Gamers upping the speed.
Yeah, and so far this has been the problem here for the side of Burrito United. In terms of flash potential, it's just that you're gonna see them actually having the advantage and going in for those macro flashes really help him. And we're gonna see here Ice going in for the secure with the Mark of the Hunter, the killing joke being used by the Joker to get some damage, and Nunu comes in the fray, getting some damage in with the AoE effect. He is gonna be dying. Nunu is gonna be in the midst of the throne drop. KSSA goes back again with the Resurrection and the Angelic Splendor.
Oh my, a nice answer back here by BRU. At least they got one once again, but AG, they're behind to get even more, as Tang Tang is trying to prevent that engage. Opts to go in with a poke as Ice is chasing down KSSA. Knowing that KSSA already learned a lot from his past experiences, he's not going to be overextending that much anymore. He's looking to actually allow Nunu to enter. A nice ultimate right now coming in. BRU looking to get all the kills here at top. Even Anan is not safe under the tower, but F1 might actually fall down. Nunu took a bit of damage, and that resulted in an overextension. A miscommunication happens here on the side of BRU. That resulted to a 2-for-1 trade. At least BRU took 2, but that could have been really crucial.
Yeah, and that was very, very crucial as well. Just because we saw that it almost turned into a one-sided clash where Burrito was taking it all. KSSA is going to be spotted out. And we've been seeing Ice very, very aggressive, just procting out the Mark of the Hunter as soon as he's going to be spotting out a target. He's not saving his skills on priority targets. He just wants it to be a numbers game, and that's going to be Overfly going in for the combination. Overfly is not going to be connecting that Gentleman's Duel, and he is not going to be able to secure his kill on Menglei. Yeon is going to go for a speeding bullet, as well as Nunu misses out. Again, the drone drop. Another proc out on this light, but he is going to be stunned here with Overfly and KSSA joining the fight. And the cavalry has arrived. Burrito United is taking 2 kills for their own, and there is no trade coming in from All Gamers.
Yeah, BRU not wanting All Gamers to take all the aggression. They also want to be the ones getting the kills, but KSSA might actually fall down, managed to survive with a sliver of health. Anan's damage isn't really that much, along with Tang Tang. But they almost got the kill. And right now in the mid lane, another fight. Nearly Yeon catches out Nunu, but he goes back. The orb here by Yeon trying to survive. But as Menglei's damage is getting high, He is going to be respecting that as of the moment. Foxen will not be able to defend this tier 1 tower at top. That's going to be the first tower destroyed the whole game. AG looking to even accelerate this game even more with an Infinite Slayer, with the Dark Lord Slayer, the Dark Slayer being taken. But BRU answers back with a tower at bot, looking to get more with a split push here. The split push capability of Overfly with a Florentino. He is not being contested as of the moment. And the ulti coming in here by Nunu. Now is gonna get punished. Orb being used to try and survive. But that's gonna be a kill. Might even be 2 kills picked up here by AG. Punishing that overextension here by BRU. But the fight is not done just yet. Over here by Ice trying to survive. But Overfly is getting a little bit confused on what target he should be attacking. And AG, they're gonna sneak out 2 kills without any trades.
Yeah, a lot of misses coming in from Overfly as well. He was not able to connect all of his skill sets. If the Gentleman's Duel got a connection to even one of the heroes of all gamers, it would have been stopped there. Most of the skill sets of AG was already missing in that area. F1 is not going to be hit with the drone drop. Mengley is just standing there. Taunting F1. Tang goes in. And Nunu on off cam is going to be taken out as well. And this is the difference of the lineup that they have in terms of the capability on the sets. It is just AG just going to be always in the right spots.
Right spots at the right time. All gamers now taking 2 towers in total. The only remains is the mid lane as F1 is trying to engage here onto the top lane. Overflies here as well, but Yeon is very fast. He is going to be able to disengage. Even pops out an emote. See ya, says Yeon as we check in the replay how it actually played out. A really nice engage coming in from AG, and they did take the kill, and now they're looking for more as they're located towards this bush, setting up a death brush. Overfly is gonna be joined here by KS Safe, but not much coming through. AG is being really aggressive now, taking the Infinite Slayer in their hands. It's not gonna be contested just yet here by BRU. At most, they're just gonna be taking the Holy Dragon for themselves, up their gold a little bit, but AG having a strong performance right now. F1 being contested even. Yeon, that was amazing that he did, and in a blink of an eye, that trade of objectives turned out to be a one-sided take here by AG.
Yes, and the Star Sky again is going to be used by Anon to get those minion waves here on the middle lane, and also disengaging those snipes coming in from the Foxen. Mengley is going to be caught out by the snipe, but the damage is not yet there, and it's not going to be a line yet for the Foxen. We're going to see a 4-man take here on the bottom lane, going in for the push. The Dark Slayer has been summoned here. The tier 2 tower is going to be taken here and secured by Mengley. Ice is going in and letting them know that he is just in the area. He's not going to be letting you go into this part of the map. Tang now is going to be there for the wave clear. KSSA doing his best for the defense of the bot lane, while we're going to see a rotate here. They're going to be trying and gunning for the tier 1 turret here in the mid lane. Now we're going to see Ice dangerously low. The Ascend is not going to connect the snipe as well, and that is going to be a wipeout. Yeehaw just going crazy with that Superman diving in. It's a 5 versus 2. We're going to see Overfly and F1 trying to go for a defense. Let's see if Overfly can actually go in and soak the damage in. Mengley goes in with a drone drop. Overfly is going to be dangerously low. Gentleman's Duel is going to be propped out, getting some of the regeneration, but it's not going to be enough. And we're going to see Buriram United losing game 1 with a dominating fashion coming in from all gamers.
Oh my, fantastic performance here by all gamers. What was that? That performance was insane, and who would have thought they could actually take game number 1? Somebody did, and I'm definitely sure that person is proud. All gamers, we talked about the draft during the drafting phase that they have built a solid lineup. Comparing it to the draft that BRU has made, definitely it turned out so well for them, especially with their execution starting from the first blood at the bottom lane. Turned out to be more kills in the mid lane, and with them just not letting BRU breathe even for a little second. They have just turned this game right into their hands, and now they are match point in this best of 2 series. They can actually secure the 2-0.
Yeah, and definitely it was a one-sided match wherein we saw all gamers just getting all of the right plays, tearing the members of Burinam United apart all throughout this game number 2. And one of the biggest reasons why they lost is they were overcommitting. I think they were very, very complacent on how they played this match. And AG was just brilliant and strong on how they also meticulously planned the draft for themselves. And the Senyo pick, not so much of a hot pick right now during the AIC. And the Florentino was not able to get a lot of the connections that he needed to actually scale into this game. Nunu Zata as well was shut down in most of the contests. They were not able to get anything. And in that last flash, you saw how of a big threat the Superman can be in the right hands.
And in the right hands, those initiations, those zones, those escapes, and even the cancel on the Holy Dragon allowed all gamers to actually pave their way towards this pretty much almost a dominating win against BRU. I mean, who would have thought? And I am very much surprised and happy to see this. This is a sight to see as BRU struggle to actually get a win against all gamers.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I don't know. It's just that the draft didn't really, melded well for Burinam United. We saw them play it out with a combination of the Senyo. It's just that the Zata pick wasn't really hot for the side of Burinam United as well. It was just more of a disaster, and we are seeing their F1 overstaying some of his welcome. And in that scenario, they were just giving up free kills to the side of all gamers, who was able to scale very well with the lineup that they were packing. Remember, the lineup that they had the Lorian and they had a Superman. So in a 5v5, you're going to be expecting that they are going to have the better composition. They have the better sets. They have the better crowd controls, which is more of an area of effect. Not like what you're going to be expecting from the Burinam United. They are a dive comp, but crowd control isn't really the name of the game of how they built their draft.
Yeah. It's, well, a big problem in the draft, as definitely was shown. The Superman pick from all gamers definitely helped them so much, starting from the first blood and also the plays that they have made for the team fight. Ian was popping off with a Superman pick, and the amount of damage they are actually able to dish out allowed them to win most, if not all, of the team fights. Tang Tang even was safely pre-hitting and also poking out, allowing them to just get everyone from the side of BRU, translating onto objectives, towers, and also overall a dominant game here in this game number 1. I mean, the match was like 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes, that all gamers quickly close out.
Yeah, I felt like it was more of, I didn't really expect that Burinam United would have played like this, just because of how they were playing out the other games that they had on the other series here in the group stage. It's just pretty surprising that they actually failed going into the draft.
And looking into the scoreboard, it was just all gamers all day. They did have a dip here, wherein the goal was equalized by Buriram United after a few plays from themselves. But after that kind of play, it just spiraled out of control again. I guess this is the part wherein they got the kills and where they got traded out as well. So, well, I mean, this was the part where in the equilibrium wherein we saw F1 overstay on the top lane, and it was taken out by the quick knock. And that says a lot on how you should rotate. You should always have, after you go in, if you're not going to be able to kill the majority of the heroes on the opposing team, you need to get back out and just take more resources from the other sources here in the arena of Valor field. So going forward in game number 2, if this is still the gameplay that we're gonna expect from F1 and Buriram United's other player, then definitely you're gonna be losing out game 2 as well. And the MVP of game number 1 is gonna be on the Lorian, making some plays for himself. 92.3% kill participation with a KDA of 507, 60k damage dealt, and a roll goal difference against one of the best mid laners here in Arena Valor, 1,669, and the MVP points is 12.7, and this is his second MVP of the tournament.
A fantastic performance by Anan and the rest of the members here of All Gamers. That was a high kill participation. Definitely he has been involved in most of the team fights. Second MVP and a well-deserved one here for All Gamers as they look to actually try and secure a 2-0 against BRU. After their performance in game number 1, I can see that it is not impossible for them to secure that because of how good the way they executed that game, like flawlessly, near flawlessly.
Yeah, definitely. It was I don't know. During the game, I was expecting that AG was really gonna have the early game just because of the sets that they have. And yeah, and even with the first blood, that was already an indication that, oh man, it's just that F1 is gonna be shut down all throughout this game, and F1 has been carrying some of the burden for Buriram United, but this is one of his worst games ever here in the group stages of the AIC 2021. And so to speak, if this is the kind of gameplay we're gonna expect from Buriram on the playoffs, they're definitely gonna be falling out for sure.
They can't make these mistakes. They can't allow these things to happen, these scenarios to happen, especially that they want to have a good performance in the playoffs as well. It's not a good sign.
Yeah, and definitely game number 2 is going to be starting. We're going to see All Gamers at the first pick, while Buriram United is going to be relegated to the second pick. And so far, with a lot of the heroes being unavailable to All Gamers, they don't have the Victor, Joker, Lorian, and the Superman, while on the side of Buriram, the picks that are very, very strong on this is going to be the Avoy, the Florentino, and the Elsu, who is not going to be available for Buriram United this time.
Yeah. And in this lineup, BRU is going to be on the red side this time. All Gamers on the blue side. Can expect All Gamers to try and maybe secure an Elsu as the bans comes through. Richter being taken away. I, of course. Maybe the Elsu or the Superman gonna be taken away here. But having All Gamers already used the Superman, BRU is gonna be happily taking that later on, unless AG gets it.
Yep, and that's still gonna be an Aya ban. They're not gonna let that hero slip under their fingers. And then the Richter, and also the Superman being banned out by All Gamers.
They are actually aiming to render Overfly to not be able to use those signature heroes. Although he still has that Omen, he can still use the Roxy. There is still a lot that he can use in the Dark Slayer lane. Lubu as well is still going to be available. Ferris and yeah, their Joker is definitely also available for them for the taking.
Tachi. This is a nice pick here, starting off for AG. Might be going on an aggressive lineup again that definitely suited them, allowing them to secure some wins. And as BRU are hovering the Hayate, no Superman, just the Lubu or Tachi might be, since it's taken here by all gamers. You know, the Tolen is not really a bad deal for BRU, upping their damage as well. They're gonna be locking it in.
Yep, and that's gonna be a lock-in on the hero of Burrito United. A lot of damage as well. Hayate is gonna be playing a pivotal part here with the Joker already being unavailable. I guess one of the best picks to actually match out against Hayate is gonna be a Violet, as long as he's gonna be able to get a lot of free hits. Quixie is actually being hovered here. I don't know if they're going to be locking in on that Zill, because I don't think that the Zill pick right now is going to be hot, but they did lock him in the second pick. AG is going to be confident, because you need a lot of confidence to get the second pick on the Zill, just because he can counter it with a lot of tanky heroes as well.
So many can be here. I mean, all gamers are they really like having an aggressive composition right now. And BRU, how are they gonna be responding to this? To the bans, Mina and Florentina has been taken away. Roxy out of the options here for taken away by all gamers. And as we see right now, they are taking their time in their last ban, as Marksman hasn't been picked up here by all gamers. I'm wondering what they are gonna be looking forward to getting, as they are hovering to ban out Ikira. What is gonna be picked here by BRU?
I mean, there's still a lot. Wonder Woman is actually being hovered here. It is going to be a very, very good utility hero with a lot of stuns and a lot of potential for outplays when the Lasso Fruit is going to be hitting a low HP hero. And that is one of the mechanics of having a Wonder Woman. You can actually re-engage and get a free hook, just like a Grak can, just get and use the dead hook. Get the hero to re-engage. So at this point, all gamers is missing still a marksman and a mid laner. So Kafeni is the hover on the marksman pick for all gamers, and I think Kafeni is a good hero. But in terms of the 1v1 potential or 2v2 potential, it's gonna be falling off against a Hayate. So getting that Violet pick is way, way better than the Kafeni, in my opinion. But they still opted for the Kafeni pick, and they partnered it up with a Zata pick. And so far, Zata's hasn't been very, very hot going into the games that we're going to be seeing here. Just because in Zata pick has been picked 8 times here with a 50% win rate, including earlier game. So basically, the effectivity of Zata is still questionable at this point.
Maybe they are opting to have this given their comfort and them just wanting overall aggression against a BRU, but BRU is also opting for that, knowing that okay, that is gonna be the playstyle here for all gamers. Might as well just go in with that as well. and they're gonna be fighting fire with fire as of the moment. The Hayate pick and the talent pick is gonna be vital, along with the amount of engage that BRU has in their lineup. And they have a Wonder Woman, they have an Omen as well. So even the split push department can be a bit of a hassle here for all gamers.
Yep, and going forward, looking at the composition, one of the reasons I really don't like the Nakrot pick right now, just because the Nakrot is a very very squishy hero. You're gonna play it out with a high risk, a high reward factor, and most of the time, the Nakrot is gonna be squishy from the start to finish. So. Yeah, you can deal a lot of damage. You can go for split pushes, but there's just so much a Nakrot can just bring into the table. And for the longest time, if you're gonna be competing with a lot of the strong heroes here in the AIC, utility and also sustainability is one of the keys to actually win it, unless there is going to be a high damage comp on the other side, wherein you need to match it up with a high damage comp as well. But Nakrot is still not going to be fitting on that kind of lineup.
That's true. But as the game starts here in this game number 2 of this best of 2 series between all gamers and BRU, this is the draft that they are going to be opting to have here for both teams, confidently going in right now. BRU looking to dish out some damage here onto Anan and Ice. They are going to be backing away for the meantime. Early game kind of established here aggressively towards bottom lane for BRU and top lane for all gamers. And as the rotations come through, we can see that both teams are going to be pathing towards the top side. No steal coming in from KSSA, but a nice attempt there with the Lasso of Truth, opting to get that steal and maybe delay the scaling here of Menglei.
Yep, and the Spirit Sentinel is being started here by Overfly, but with 4 members of all gamers there, he's not going to be able to get that contest into his hands. That's a 3-man engage, and I guess 27 seconds for the next objective to actually spawn. We're going to see it as the normal rotation coming in for Buriram United, while we're seeing here Defoxin actually going for a backdoor, clearing out the wave so that he can join in the next clash that is going to be available for him. But so far, it's going to be a trade. Defoxin is going to be forced to just watch the Abyssal Dragon being taken here by all gamers. Menglei finishes off hot. He is going to be going in for the kill, maybe, but because of the flicker and Kunai Blitz coming in from Defoxin, they're not going to be able to reach him. Nunu goes in, tries to get some damage with his passive, but yeah, so far we're going to see AIG just making in some plays for themselves.
Yeah. It's just quite an aggressive early game for both teams, but they are taking necessary precautions for the meantime, because mid game is definitely going to be the one popping off later on for both teams. They're going to be building their items necessary to actually take their enemies down. But Nunu has a good position. Ice gonna catch them up as top lane. It's an almost kill there onto Defoxin. A really nice attempt here by Wuhan onto the top lane, but that's not unexpected by Defoxin. Wuhan with the first blood, and if you think he's not gonna go in, definitely you are wrong. He goes in, gets a kill, and now that's gonna surprise BRU once again.
Yeah, definitely. Full slot is going to be used by Tang, and that's going to be Overfly being taken by Anan with that Ascend. AG is just going crazy. And again, another confrontation here with the Cliff Breaker. The Bracelet submission not getting a hit. Nunu is not going to be able to finish off Ice. KSSA is going to be lacking on terms of damage. Yes, you have F1 still farming,
But as we go into the later parts of the game, I'm sure F1 is going to fall in an activity wherein he's just going to be not able to out-sustain the front line of all gamers.
Oh my, all gamers! This is fantastic for them. Them having a great performance in the early game, catching out the members here of BRU, and well, if they cannot respond effectively against AG, they will continue to lose more members, and AG are just gonna continue to scale. But as they catch out KSSA, maybe not. They're focusing on to Nunu instead. But a bit delay on the follow-up. F1 now flickers out. Overflies on the flank. But AG are trying not to get surprised here, not to get shocked by what's happening. Nunu is gonna get focused once again. The ulti comes through. ICE survives. And they're focusing on KSSA and Difoxen right now. They're gonna try to go in with a burst as Difoxen looks to actually get that kill onto Tang Tang. F1 tries to secure it, but with the orb, he survives. And AG lives for that fight, but so does BRU.
And we're seeing a more aggressive all gamers. That was a lot of close calls on those plays, and Menglei is going to use the tornadoes to just finish the Abyssal Dragon as fast as he could. They are going to need to disengage here. KSSA is going to spot out ICE, but with the passive stacks here, he is going to be able to deal some damage to the Fox in the KSSA. Nunu comes in for a gank on the bottom lane. Well, we're going to see here a 3-man engage over a 4-man engage coming here from all gamers, and that's going to be a secure on the kill again on the bot lane, with KSSA being taken out again by Menglei.
3 kills already, slowly but surely. All gamers are building a lead. It's just 1k now, but the momentum is rising here for the side of all gamers. Now on the serious action, BRU are constantly being surprised here by the performance of all gamers. And if this continues, I mean, they also have a good late game scaling because of the Kafeni here of Tang Tang. And if this continues, well, the pressure will continue as well. BRU struggling in this game number 2, although they are trying to catch up. Tang Tang is getting dive upon here, but the damage is really insane. Difoxen misses the ulti by a small margin, and that equates to a casualty immediately. This tower is about to fall down as well. They're just waiting for the next wave. ICE is engaging here onto KSSA, trying to zone him out away from the turret, so no one could actually defend. And with 4 kills to 1, this gold lead is slowly starting to rise to 1.5k. And right now, towers are falling. Top lane is being pushed here by BRU, and they're diving right now onto this Lubu, which is gonna fall for sure. He can't survive for that long.
Yes, that was a 3-man engagement, and I guess he was not able to clear the wave as fast as he could, and that resulted to a kill. Menglei is going to be stuck. KSSA might be going in for a play, and Difoxen just goes and damages Menglei to maybe deter him from getting into the zone.
And now with both teams actually being able to trade, all gamers have a good standing, good situation so far. With two dragons being taken, 2 slayers taken here by BRU, and a tower for each as well. Only in the gold and the kill department are they kind of different, leaning towards all gamers as of the moment. But they cannot let go of that lead as of now, because the BRU are looking for picks for them as well. Wuhan nearly gets blown up here by Nunu. Is going to be able to stay alive, and BRU are now focusing onto the Holy Dragon. The Infinite Slayer is going to get taken here by all gamers instead. A trade of objectives, but not without a fight breaking out, as BRU are trying to contest this Infinite Slayer take. They're going to be able to back away. No follow-up this time by BRU. They're gonna be letting them escape for the meantime, but Ice is getting caught out. That's immediate kill here by BRU. Orb has been used to try and survive. Nuno falls down though still, and now they're focusing on to all members being prone. Overextended here. That's 2-for-1 trade taken by all gamers, but they will lose a tower on the bot side in the process.
Yeah, we're seeing F1 going for the split pushes as well. He knows that he's not going to be able to make an impact with the damage that he has right now. So the best course of action for F1 is to try and penetrate the objectives here. Mengle is going to go in for the tornado. He is going to be dragged into the turret's range. He's not going to be able to run even with the orb. And AG is going to be losing another carry for themselves, and the Slayer is going to be taken out as well here in the mid lane.
Mid lane is, yeah, it is gonna fall down definitely as they are going in for another fight. Foxen nearly gets taken down as well. Looking at the goal, it is even, but the aggression here by all gamers has been astounding. Looking for more picks, looking for more kills here and there. Not scared at all to the members of BRU, but maybe this time they have to be scared because Ice is getting caught out. He's gonna get taken down in the process, and nobody's gonna be able to save Tang Tang as he is being chased upon here. A good punish by BRU, and now there's gonna be an entry here by Anan, and he's gonna fall down. That's 3 kills that they have just thrown here onto BRU.
Yes, and now they were able to get the right positioning. That was an overextension. It was a 3 versus 4 contention, and that decision making costed them a lot. We're gonna see the gold lead to the advantage of Buriram United at a 1.5k into their lead, and they are now traveling here into the mid lane, getting that tier 1 turret. Let's see if more of the plays for AG. Will there be a comeback, or is it just it? Buriram United just continuing the momentum that we're seeing. KSSA is going to be caught out, and Mengle almost goes in for the engagement. Overfly and the others are there in the area going in for a pull. We're going to see Wuhan going in with the red stallion, gets 2 stuns in, and a lot of damage is coming in from the ascent of Anon, and Tang Tang just gets a nutty play, getting 2 kills with Wuhan on that red stallion skills.
Oh my, AG are not letting go just yet, but the gold has turned towards the favor of BRU, primarily because of the structures that remain. The tower standing quite healthy as of the moment, but with the Infinite Slayer, it should allow AG to get some, as BRU manages to trade it out with a Holy Dragon, not stopped here by Wuhan and Ice, as they look to transition onto mid, but the top lane might be the safer option since there are still 2 towers remaining there. They're gonna take out 1. They might spawn the Infinite Slayer in that location as well. They're looking to actually engage here onto Overfly, but he is quite tanky. They will move on to another target. The Infinite Slayer has been spawned here at top. They're gonna try to take down that turret, but they're being contested as of the moment, so maybe not for the meantime. The damage, it is really crucial for them to actually engage, as Ice might get caught out. They are going to be entering under the tower though, not scared at all. But they actually might need to be scared because the punish is there. BRU getting 2 kills almost immediately. They get a tower, but not at the cost of 3 casualties.
Yes, all gamers is now running for the high heels. They need to get back into the game far more, because they're giving out resources to Buriram United, and that flash under the turret was a bad call at that. Yes, you can actually sacrifice 1 hero, but if you sacrifice 3 heroes, that gives you a gold deficit. And again, 2k gold lead on the side of Buriram United. It has been a lot of swings in this game, and Overfly is going to be fighting out on Mengle. Tornado is going to be used, but the Death Embrace, the duration of the Death Embrace is just too long. Getting 1 kill, that's going to be a 4 versus 5 with advantage of Buriram. Fusilan is going to be used. Cliff Breaker and the Moon Piercer being used by Ice.
F1 goes in for the damage kill on Ice as well. They are going in for the top lane push. The mid lane was cleared, but let's see if there is going to be more aggression for Buriram United. They are now disengaging with the damage being dealt here by Tank Tank, too considerable for the push to happen.
Yeah, and it started with a dive that didn't really turn out in their favor because the tower is, you know, preventing them from actually committing fully, even though they can actually, you know, take them on. Because of the kit here of BRU, they're able to actually dish out the damage onto the necessary targets, and those slight hesitations from AG didn't really cost them so much. They also lost a tower at mid, so that trade of tower didn't really is the best for them. It's basically them just getting a 1-for-1 tower and a 3 kills being given onto BRU, and now being a little bit back against the wall. They're looking to actually just group up because Tang hurts so much, but the split push is happening onto the top side and onto the bot as well. So they have to split up once again, and that creates that space for BRU to actually enter them and force a team fight, as Ice is gonna get caught out, gonna be able to back away for the meantime. And as the Infinite Slayer is spawning, this is gonna be crucial as Menglei might actually get engaged here. He has Wuhan to actually help him out.
Yeah, and we're seeing here Buriram United going in for the wave clear on the bot lane. There is going to be a wave crashing in. Ice uses the Cliff Breaker to re-engage. Moonpiercer is going to be... He's going to be taken now with a Thunderbird coming in from Nunu. Judgment Blade used by F1. And that's going to be a disengage for all gamers. They are going to lack one tank and one initiator if ever they are going for a contest on the Dark Lord Slayer. Overfly is just waiting in the brush, waiting if there is going to be a contest, while Nunu is just going in for the clears. More of the resources are now in the side of Buriram United, and with the Dark Lord Slayer take, we're going to see the Slayer being summoned here in the middle lane. Maybe this is the chance for Buriram United to take one tier 3 turret or two tier 3 turret.
Yeah, this is gonna start pushing, and although All Gamers has a decent wave clear, if BRU actually engages, it's gonna be a problem as Wuhan gets caught out, tries to survive for so long, but is not gonna be able to do so after all those damage being dished out. I mean, it's a Hayate for sake, and now with 4v5 situation, towers are gonna fall and people will bleed. That's gonna be a contest here by All Gamers, but that engage is gonna be scary. And here comes the Hayate, gets blown up, but so does the rest of the members of All Gamers. And now with BRU, they are just gonna deny that 2-0 and take this game number 2.
Buriram United redeeming themselves in game number 2, tying the series to a 1-1. This has been a very exciting series. Although we're not going to see All Gamers again after this match, they did show us and give us a memorable series to actually long for in the next international event that we'll be seeing All Gamers again.
Yeah, fantastic game number 1, but this time, well, early game was there for All Gamers, but in the mid game we start to see them fall apart, and BRU started to take things a little bit more serious. They punishing those engages, getting trades, and because of the split push pressure being established by the Nakrot and the Omen, definitely it allowed them to up their gold. And when they actually popped off and got their items, they got more kills. And after that fight onto the top, that was just the game changing moment for BRU. Actually, this messy fight actually allowed them to gain more gold. And even though AG were still putting up a good fight, it's simply not enough for them to actually get a complete wipeout. At most, they only got 2 or 3 kills, but no longer after that.
Yeah, and we can see at the fight, whenever Tank gets a lot of free positioning,
where he gets a lot of free looks for himself, he is always going to be able to excel. And at this point, it was just so messy for the side of all gamers who were just being picked up one after another. And that resulted to a lot of disaster for all gamers. Although it was a very, very good try. This game was full of swings. It was just more of the win conditions playing out for Buriram United, because most of the time they were able to get the pickoffs that they needed to get the number advantage into their side. And with F1, like what Giang said, being able to apply pressure, getting to turrets, opening up a path for the tier 3 turrets on the top lane and on the bottom lane, it was just too much of a pressure for all gamers to get back into.
And well, that was a fantastic series overall. Well, BRU, no matter what happens in the series, they are gonna be, still remaining on their bracket for the playoffs. But for AG, for all gamers, there's nothing much that they can do. At most, they can just try to catch up in terms of the score, as they are already dropped from the playoffs, of course. Not going to be able to reach the playoffs anymore. And especially after this 1-1 score, it's going to be just V Gaming, DTAC Talon, BRU, and Mad Team after the strong performance of Mad Team a while ago against AG, and also to Team Olympus. But this series, the games that we have seen, both of them have been really interesting. All gamers putting up a good fight. That's what we asked in them, and they definitely delivered. So I'm looking forward to seeing them again next time on the next international championship that they are going to be joining. Of course, the fans, the people that support them will be looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, definitely. AG was a team that was a very very strong team in terms of being able to actually go with and fight it out against the bigger teams, because usually in the international competitions here in Arena of Valor, you're gonna see that the only 3 dominating regions are gonna be Thailand, Vietnam, and of course Chinese Taipei. And it's kind of refreshing to see a team that actually can compete with these regions. And we're gonna look into the scoreboard right now. So just to break down a little bit of what happened, we're gonna see AG getting 10 kills for themselves, but Buriram United was able to close out a lot more going into the late game, getting 17 kills up on their scoreboard. That's a 7-kill deficit and in advantage to Buriram United. The gold actually didn't spiral out of control until the last clash that happened. It was very, very controlled. Actually, we can actually see that it was a 3 to 4K goal advantage in terms of Buriram. In those kinds of games, there is a lot of possibility of a comeback, and statistically, comebacks actually happen in those kinds of gold gouts, where you're gonna see a 2K, 4K. It only spirals out of control when you reach the 8K gold mark. And in terms of objectives, we're gonna see Buriram actually securing more towers. And in terms of Dragons and Slayers, almost at equal grounds, only one difference on the Slayer. And the MVP of this game is going to be Buriram United's F1, who did a lot of those pushes. He was not participating in the clashes, but the kill participation that he did, getting those pickoffs, and in the last clash is 76.5%. The KDA of 706, a perfect score line for him. The damage he's dealt is 79k, not including the damage he's dealt on the towers, of course. Roll gold difference, just because you've seen him just go farm and get resources in towers. That's a 5,178 gold difference with an MVP points of 12.6, a convincing MVP performance coming in from F1. This is his 5th MVP of the day, and we're now going to conclude the series and say goodbye to Team All Gamers. And we're going to see Buriram United in the playoffs more. We're now down to the last series of the day. It's going to be DTAC Talon versus V Gaming. After
this short break will be showing this series to you. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Ki Young. Don't touch your browser. We'll be right back.
Ride on, let's make a wave. Ride
trying to engage onto XP and Pro E. But it's not gonna be successful as of the moment. Some hesitations have been made, but this time there's not. However, Team Flash might actually be the ones who has to be disengaged because that's gonna be the first blood here.
Gonna spot on Koa, getting some damage in. One point of result is gonna be Shape. There's gonna be engagement here. The steal from Yue is gonna do it. Ryu is gonna be used here by the Irie with the Thunderbird. The orb is gonna be there for Yue as well. He's not gonna be bursted down as well. Ka is going to be in the thick of it, using the braces of submission. So with the Zip roll here, LMOP is not going to be getting that stack in. Norton goes in with the braces of submission. That's a lot of slows and stunts as well. And the Devar is not going to work. You're going to see 0-0 falling down with
this inhibitor tower, and I can only imagine the struggle here defending because of the pokes, and as a bow goes in, the damage is relatively okay as Dada looks for the flank here onto the side, but as CC is about to fall down, the shield helps him survive for so long. NK though is not, and Dada will finish that kill. A 2-for-3 trade as Kai is under the tower. Dada makes of him being attacked by the double throw, but no, that was his ally. This one is the enemy, Zen Shao getting killed as XF and the rest of the members of Underrack are trying to capitalize and maybe get this a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't get it! He gets 3 kills instead! Yue! What was that? Are you even human? Saigon...
Welcome back to the Reno Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio, and with me is Kian. We're down to the last series of the day. It's going to be D-Tac Talent facing off against V Gaming.
The most anticipated, of course, battle for the top at Group A. V Gaming versus D-Tac Talent. A little bit background on these two. So far, D-Tac Talent only has 1 draw, not a lose, just 1 draw and 4 wins. But for V Gaming, they have secured 5 wins. They are undefeated as of the moment. And D-Tac Talent is looking to be the first team to beat them.
Yes, and we're going to see who is going to be the top team here in Group A. Is it going to be V Gaming or is it going to be D-Tac Talent? We'll be learning that soon when the series start. We're just waiting for the players to be ready. And so far, we've seen a dominating run from D-Tac Talent. A lot of mechanical plays coming in from iPad Pro, Ares. And, you know, if we're going to look at it, usually in a team, you're going to see some players that are really going to be up and beyond. the other teammates that he has, the people we call star players. But here on DTAC Talon, they don't have just one single player. These guys are all stars in terms of being able to pop off when needed. It's just not one player you're gonna be expecting to actually carry the team. It's every player in DTAC Talon, and even the sub Happy and Moop, those the people that's rotating in the jungler position, is actually also dominating in their own right. And the side of V Gaming, though, we're seeing a lot of plays, mostly at. It's not about the mechanical plays on V Gaming. It's about how they are able to pull the trigger at the right moment. Wherein all of the gameplays and rotations are just going to be in favor of their strategy. That's how V Gaming plays.
And they're just overall a balanced team that knows so much about the heroes, what to pick, what to ban in every set of their match. And also when it is in the game already, they exactly know what to do in order to get the win. They know when to pull the trigger, they know when to actually fall back. And that those small things, these micro decisions that they have made, allow them to be at the very top spot right now. Undefeated, not even BRU can actually take them down. We can recall during day number 1, them pulling off such a big such a big turnaround in their game number 1, creating that upset for BRU. And then on game number 2, it was a dominating game by V Gaming. So this time, this is gonna be a battle of the titans right now. DTAC Talon versus V Gaming in this best to 2.
Yes, and we're gonna see the lineup here for DTAC Talon. It's gonna be Tony, Ares, iPad Pro, Moop, and NTNZ subbing out Happy at the first game. Maybe we're gonna see Happy in the second game. But for V Gaming, it's gonna be Han, Wong TD, Maris, Twang Hai, and Bird LB. These guys are the pinnacle of Group A, and we're definitely going to be expecting a lot going forward in the playoffs as well. Let's enjoy the best of 2 series right now from these top 2 teams. We're going to see here the DTAC Talon players ready to play in this best of 2 series. Very, very happy to see them. And of course, these guys are going to be showing us here as well the pictures of V Gaming. The key player though for DTAC Talon is going to be Moop, 3.6 KDA, kill participation of 60.3%. Goal per minute is going to be 720. Damage percentage 10.1, not as big, but we're going to see here Bird LB, one of the pinnacle Dark Slayer lanes here in AIC. 4.3 KDA, KB of 54.2%, damage dealt 15.6, and 20% damage taken in terms of tanking capabilities. So DTAC Talon, V Gaming, 2 teams that are very, very good in outplays and comeback potentials. We've seen DTAC Talon do it. We can actually see V Gaming also do it in some of the matches that they face here in the group stages.
And now, with DTAC Talon on the blue side, V Gaming on the red, naturally, or normally, we can see a prioritization on the Elsu, but anything can happen in this game. Both teams know how to be very creative in their draft, especially in the highlight right now, the series to actually catch upon
they are having an 80% appearance rate in most of the series that has already concluded, not including tomorrow's matches as well. So let's see what is going to be happening here. Since first pick is going to be a Superman on DTAC Talent, while on the side of V Gaming, 2 picks are actually showing here with the Crixie and the Hayate.
In this composition that V Gaming is making, it kind of seems like they want to allow DTAC Talent to actually engage onto them, but a crucial hero might be well, there is a hero that actually might be crucial. It is gonna be their front lines, of course, being able to actually not only stop the engage, but also keep them contained, because that's when the Hayate and the Crixie will pop off in most of their damage when they actually get the lockdown onto the members of DTAC Talent. But for DTAC, so far they have been crafting this really strong lineup, even getting the Joker, especially for the early game, and good counter to the Hayate as well. The amount of crowd control that DTAC Talent is building is really nice so far, but the Lubu can actually be a good threat since the sustain is high, and also the amount of aggression this particular hero has can match those of DTAC Talent.
Yeah, and definitely looking at the first 3 picks of DTAC Talent, Joker and also Lorian adding to the mix of the Superman. We've seen this kind of lineup before, even in the earlier series of the day, and it has been mostly a success. Just because you're gonna have a lot of survivability with the Superman going in for the defense and continuous pushes, and you're gonna be repositioning mostly your opponents to the kill spots that you want, and you want them to land. And of course, there is gonna be a setter on the Lorian who can deal a lot of damage with his skill set. And of course, when he hits his ultimate, it's almost a done deal that you're gonna be reeling from the damage. But on V Gaming, you're gonna see Lupu, Hayate, and Crixie, also a lineup that we've seen before. So game number 1, we're already seeing top 3 picks from each team actually having the synergy. But in terms of getting that potential, DTAC Talent has the better fighting potential, while on V Gaming, they have the better pick-off potential.
Better picks versus team fighting, and both can be good win conditions here as second banner phase comes through. The Omen will be taken away here. Roxy and Kira being removed here by V Gaming. DTAC Talent, what are they gonna be removing as their last ban? Because V Gaming, definitely they will add a little bit of a front line for their protection, or like the peel for the Hayate and the Crixie for sure. But for DTAC Talent, there is a chance they go in with the triple frontline and also that assassin. But having the Tachi being removed can be a problem. But are they really gonna go with this? Are they gonna go with a Krizix? Is this gonna be the Krizix once again?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before from V Gaming, and it has been a hero that they were able to utilize well, especially for protection and also for the ambushes that they can conduct. But the problem with the Krizix pick is, of course, the vision wars that's going to happen, wherein the Krizix is always going to be undermined in terms of the damage that he can deal in, securing the brushes. But on DTAC Talent, we're gonna see a hover on an Ellender and a Batman. Is this a new meta for DTAC Talent? Is this a pocket pick? I'm not sure.
Are they really gonna go with this? I'm kind of confused as of the moment on what's happening here. If they go with it, this is gonna be a surprise. But I wonder if who's gonna be more surprised here in terms of the result. Because so far, it's this is gonna be the first time we're seeing it, and it gets picked here. The debut of a Batman what better way to actually try it out other than the battle for the top spot in the playoffs?
Yeah, and we're gonna see pocket picks against another pocket pick, V Gaming, using that Crisix. Let's see if it is going to be the battle of pocket picks here in game number 1. It's D-Tactile and then V Gaming, and the last pick is also going to be a hover for V Gaming. Is it going to be the Ryoma being picked out, who's going to be adding more damage to the lineup of V Gaming? And we've seen Bert LP use this Ryoma once before, where he was, even if he was shut down, he's going back strong in the late game.
Oh my, I'm so excited about this. This is gonna be insane. D-Tactile with this amazing composition. The Batman is also here along with a Joker. So you know what's about to happen. The tandem is real from both of these heroes. And V Gaming with the Crisix. This is gonna be such a crucial composition that both team has. A lot of setups can actually be made, and vision is gonna be crucial. Timing is gonna be crucial as well, and vital for the decision making here of both teams, because they are gonna be battling it in this best to 2 series. Game number 1 will set their momentum, and momentum will help them rise up in this tournament.
Yeah, and going forward, we are now going to have an exciting matchup. D-Tactile against V Gaming. Who's going to be coming out on top? Just because I really like what we're seeing right now. These are pocket picks that we don't usually see. And if they're going to be able to use this to their advantage, we'll actually see here in game number 1. Is it going to be the Batman pick of the D-Tactile, or is it going to be the Crisix pick of V Gaming?
Oh my, let us go! D-Tactile versus V Gaming. Battle of Titans for the top spot here in the group stages. Let us go! Game number 1. NTNZ. Well, it's a safe start for now, of course. But as we do scale up later on, oh my, this is gonna be really fantastic, as both teams have their very many win conditions in this. It's not gonna be the usual standard of team fighting, and also setups, and also objective control. There are many ways for them to actually sneak up their build up and their lead.
Yeah, and we're seeing a high damage comp here with Ares landing that killing joke on Wang TD, reducing his health, but he still has a restore for himself. We're gonna see Tony and Ares actually harassing Wang TD in the lane, while we're gonna see the Ryoma kind of harass the Moop on the jungle. This is going to be a battle of harassment for both sides. And Han and Kwang Hai is going to be ending the rotation here into the top lane, spotting out Ares. Of course, Tony is going to be there as well. They're not going to be contesting that Spirit Sentinel, with Wang TD going back and being forced into the base. That's going to be a lot of the damage being procced out here by V Gaming. And we're going to see much more once the objectives are going to be spawning. 15 seconds for the first Holy Dragon and also the Slayer to pop out here on the map.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first. Well, I wonder what's going to happen. Will it be a trade of objectives, or will they contest on each other? So far, into the bot side of the map, we're seeing them grouping up. D-Tactile look to position themselves towards the dragon, of course, but we have to take note here that things might actually turn out in favor of D-Tactile because of their engage, and V Gaming are looking to just take this instead. It's gonna be traded out by D-Tactile onto the Dark Slayer, but V Gaming, knowing them, they're not gonna give out any objective just for free. They're engaging right now, and they get a first blood here onto Tony and Knifepunch Pro. they fall down. And even though they got the Dark Stair, V Gaming are not gonna give that for free.
V Gaming going in hot with that kind of play, and this is what we're looking for. The contest of D-Tac Talon on the Slayer costed them a lot, and the lead is now going up by 1K in favor of V Gaming. V Gaming right now, one of the teams that are undefeated in the group stages, are showing why they are strong. And going forward, we're gonna see here the replay where in the contest coming in from V Gaming nets them a lot of kills, and that is gonna be definitely V Gaming coming out on top. Another moonfall with the knockup. Is gonna be used by iPod Pro, not getting a hit on that ultimate. A lot of mobility on the side of V Gaming.
Oh my, they never step on the brakes. V Gaming starting this off with a bang. A contest on the Dark Stair, and they take here onto the bottom side of the map, and now Wang TD continues to scale up so that his damage is gonna be insane later on. But D-Tac Talon eyeing on actually rotating here as Tony is also lurking from the sides. Wang TD is not gonna get too scared about that, as he has his comrades actually protect him, and the invade comes through. Bird will be even going in heavily in front. This is how aggressive V Gaming are, and as Tony engages, Maris might actually need to respect what's happening right now as NTNZ gets blown here by Wang TD. That is gonna be a kill. Can they actually trade out something? R5 Probe goes in, but can't get anyone. Bertleby though is getting chased upon here by Moop. Can actually survive? The answer is no. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in that jungle camp.
Yeah, even with that single kill coming in from Moop, it is not going to change the fact that we're going to see a goal deficit onto the side of V Gaming. They are leading this game right now, and most of the contest, we're going to see them very, very aggressive, going in for the kill, locking in on the heroes of D-Tac Talon. And so far, we're seeing a very, very fast rotate just because of the Christic. They're going to be aiming to take this first tier turret. Ares might be caught up. That is going to be another start. The orb is going to be procced out, and Maris, with a lot of damage on his kill set, is going to be able to burst down Ares under the turret.
Oh my, after the 1-for-1 trade, V Game is like, oh, let's take another one. And now they're looking to eye themselves into securing more objectives. But so far, D-Tac Talon are eyeing on securing this Holy Dragon as well. Not so sure if that's going to be contested, as the jungler is kind of far away, as Moop sneaks it away for the meantime. And the top objective might actually just get taken here. Tower might fall down onto the hands of V Gaming. But so far, without the wave, they can't push through. They're going to be stepping on the gas, stepping onto the brakes for the meantime, slowing down up, and then trying to look for picks once again with a conceal. They are going to be trying to back away. Wang TD goes in with the orb, tries to survive, doesn't live for so long, but iPod Pro takes the turret shot. He's being chased right now, and he will fall down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and suddenly we have a pause.
And oh man, a lot of amazing outplays from both teams. iPod Pro, if he was able to secure that ultimate on 3 of those heroes, it would have been a disaster. But good thing he was bursted out by the members of V Gaming, although we are seeing Wang TD fall down in that clash. Even before the cavalry arrived, he was trying to go and contest that Spirit Sentinel, and it turned out that it was a very, very bad idea.
Yup. And it's just insane performance by both teams. And to think that, you know, D-Tac Talon with this cheesy composition is trying to challenge trying to challenge V Gaming. I mean, 3 heroes seems really familiar to me. The Superman, the Joker, and then the Batman. We can already see where this is going. They want to pull off something that can, if they win here against V Gaming, it's gonna be a little jab onto them, a little flex that they can actually pull off these kinds of stuff. And DTAC Talent so far are struggling, but they're not really trailing far behind. V Gaming still has that upper hand, but with the objectives, just like the dragons that they are constantly getting, it should allow them to actually scale up and maybe catch up in terms of goals, since they do have the Elender that can just allow them to have that late game insurance.
Yeah, and so far, we're seeing a lot of good looks for V Gaming just because of how fast the rotations are happening because of the Krizix, who's just able to, amplify the rotation coming in from V Gaming. And they are always one step ahead over DTAC Talent in this game number 1. And definitely going in and finishing this game off. We're going to be going back into the game here. We're going to see a lot more of the action that we saw from the first part of this game. And TNZ and Bird LB going in for exchanges, and Han finishes off that turret. They're going to be starting in the Dark Slayer with Kwang Hai on the pit. Tony is going to get a spot out on there. The Killing Joke is not going to secure and steal the Dark Slayer. And more of the gold lead is now into the side of V Gaming, and TNT pushes Varus into the kill zone.
Yep, like here you go. We are friends for life in this game, not on the other universe, of course. And now they got a kill with this sneaky picks. They're slowly starting to catch up in terms of gold, and V Gaming doesn't have that much a lot. Only for 500 gold. It's slowly dissipating, actually quickly dissipating. And in the meantime, as DTAC Talent looks to rotate even more with this, with Batman constantly going in with the sneaks, it's gonna be a problem for V Game to track him down.
Yeah, and we're seeing more of the rotation going fast into the hands of DTAC Talent now. They are the ones controlling the mid lane. So basically, if you control the mid lane, you're going to be controlling the rotation in the game. Yes, there is going to be a hole in the first tier turret of DTAC Talent, but the important turret is going to be in the mid lane. So if whoever gets a secure on that is going to have the advantage in terms of getting the invades and also some vision in the mid lane. Kwang Hai goes in with a Conqueror. Red Stallion is ready, getting some damage. Goes in for a kill on Tony, but Tony flickers out. NTNT is going to take it out as well. That's the Kunai flip. Eris used the Cal Raptor, but he's not going to be able to secure the kill. Bird LB just getting more resources for V Gaming, and that's another win on the Clash for VGM.
To think that that was just one kill, the amount of resources V Gaming has pulled just to get that kill onto one member of DTAC Talent, and it was traded out with an objective already by DTAC. They got the Dark Slayer, and they got even the turret into the bottom lane. Slowly, the gold lead is rising on this blue team, and they can even get this Holy Dragon because the hesitations are starting to build up on the side of V Gaming, and this is not going to be good for them. These objectives are going to get taken here by DTAC Talent, especially with their double ADC composition, dishing so much damage through the members of V Gaming.
Yeah, it has been a roller coaster of leads, wherein we're going to see V Gaming and DTAC Talent actually trading up on the objectives, and Han is going to be starting it again. There is going to be a vacuum there, and TNT is going to be forced out to use the speeding bullet. Wong TD is going to be able to dodge there, but we're going to see Maris falling dangerously low. Move gets that kill. A lot of free hits is happening here, and he is going to be hiding some of the damage coming in from Wong TD. Uses that orb to reposition himself, and TNT is going to be joining again the fray. He is going to be able to maybe get a kill on Wong TD. Is he going to be able to run? The answer is going to be yes.
Nearly gets caught out. That was a trade favorable to DTAC Talent as split push comes through here at mid as well. So the gold lead is starting to be uncontrolled here by V Gaming. They can't catch up that much anymore as the pace is currently just continuing to be in the favor here of DTAC Talent. Now as only a few towers remain, 2 towers on the outside of the base and all 3 inhibitors, this is gonna be a bit difficult for V Gaming.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult. Ares might be caught out here with the Red Stallion used by Kwang Hai, with the Conqueror. Han uses the vacuum, not hitting anyone. The blue buff is going to be a sales, definitely a point of contention, and that's a cat laughter being used on Kwang Hai. Being able to use the orb, IFI Pro is going to miss that Star Sky. Still, that's going to be a successful engagement, and a lot more resources are going to be on the side of DTAC Talon, now taking in the gold lead at an almost 3.5k.
And the problem here for V Gaming is NTNZ creating so much space, disruptions with the pushbacks, and that creates so much peel for the double marksman here of DTAC Talon. And we can already see the struggle of them having Kwang Hai and Wang TD so low a while ago in the previous fight, and now Tony looking to assassinate Wang TD. If it is able to do so, that would result already onto a Slayer take. But they are also pathing towards there, knowing that V Gaming can't really contest that much. As they start the objective, the Infinite Slayer is gonna fall down pretty fast, and there's nothing that V Gaming can do. Now Moop opts to go in, but he has the out. So he's gonna be playing it out safe for the meantime, waiting for the Infinite Slayer on where they are gonna be posing it to. But I think it might be towards the top lanes, because they are grouping up there for the meantime.
Yeah, and we are going to see Moop as one of the best Elender players here in the game. He knows the mechanics, and still, V Gaming still has that kind of advantage here in the middle parts of the game just because of the damage that they can do. And Tony deals some damage on Wang TD. Tony's dangerously low. One more hit, and that's going to be a secure Star Sky. It's going to be used. Orbital Frost, it's going to be there. He's not going to be taken out. And TNT goes into the flicker, beating bullets, repositioning them. But Kwang Hai is just too tanky at the moment.
Yeah, V Gaming nearly gets caught out there. The problem was iPad Pro doesn't have the ulti anymore, so they can't actually go in with the layering of that engage. But now, as they do spawn the Infinite Slayer besides the Holy Dragon, they're looking to split push here into the bottom lane. No steal comes from Kwang Hai as they look to reposition themselves, trying to take this Infinite Slayer before it reaches their towers. So it's going to be a little bit wasted on the side of DTAC Talon, but since they know that Bertleby is onto the top side, they might actually collapse onto the members here of V Gaming as the burst comes through, but not going to be enough to actually take them down. They take a breather in the reset on the side of V Gaming.
Yeah, and so far, we're going to see DTAC Talon going on top of V Gaming. And there is still going to be a chance here. Like I said, if we are still on a 2,000 to the 5,000 mark, there is a lot of chances statistically for comebacks. Wang TD is going in for the clear. He's not going to let an easy take here in the tier 2 turret. Kwang Hai as well is going to use the Red Stallion to get some damage into the Slayer. But the wave clear is going to be falling down to DTAC Talon. And the wave is going to crash again to the tier 2. Maybe without any kind of objective though, they're not going to be able to capitalize on that wave clear.
Yeah. And right now, well, V Gaming are still trying to play this out safe. 45 seconds before the next layer, and DTAC Talon are eyeing on actually securing this once again to be able to take on the towers here of V Gaming. Also, kind of bait them out towards initiating to them. Right now, they are just focusing on the clear. Wang TD took a bit of damage from Ares, and he is trying to just play it out safe, maybe get some help back again. But as we see DTAC Talon pathing towards top, they're just taking some vision here to know where the members of V Gaming are. And in 10 seconds, they're just going to be securing this Infinite Slayer uncontested.
Yes, and definitely we are going to see a 4-man rotate here for the side of V Gaming, while we're going to see Bert LB trying to go for a wave clear. The Dark Lord Slayer has been spawned here. Han is going to be spotting them out. iPad Pro is trying to bait the ultimates coming in from V Gaming, and the Moonfall was proc by Maris. It's not going to be available. This is the best time to go for a clash. The Dark Lord Slayer is being started here by Move. He is going to be dealing a lot of damage and damage per second with arrows in the toe. They are going to be taking that Dark Lord Slayer without any kind of contest. And Wang TD Han is going in on. no, the Dark Lord Slayer has been presented. Then we're gonna see Tony being first down. There's gonna be an amazing outplay. A lot of the heroes are falling down for D-Tactile like flies for the slaughter. Two of the heroes of D-Tactile are gonna survive that clash. But are they gonna be enough for the defense? The lowest death timer is going to be at 25 seconds. The tier 2 turret is now being pushed by Big Gaming. Going in slowly camouflage, and that's gonna be the vacuum being caught out as well. They're not gonna be able to move. The Moonfall just deals a lot of damage as well. The Blade of Eternity is gonna be struck down as well. This is gonna be a Nexus lock. B Gaming goes in strong for sure, and this is game number 1 secured by BGM.
V Gaming with a fantastic team fight turned into this win. Oh my, D-Tactile started to get things under their control, but the moment V Gaming saw the opportunity when D-Tactile were taking the Slayer, they just went in with zero hesitation, breaking them down, starting with the team fight, and then they just went for that game-ending push. There was an attempt there by the other members of D-Tactile to stop them, but the amount of damage was already too much, especially that they have the Hayate. They will just shred onto everybody, and that was the game. B Gaming showing dominance through this game number 1.
Yeah, and you know, the highlights of the game is the roller coaster wherein we're gonna see the lead actually falling into V Gaming, then D-Tactile, and it's gonna be V Gaming again and D-Tactile. And the highlight of the last play is gonna be the Dark Slayer, where they're not gonna be able to secure that Dark Slayer just because Hope went out of the pit and the Dark Slayer was resetted at that point. And it was just a very unfortunate series of events for D-Tactile after that, where they got wiped out by V Gaming.
Fantastically played here by both teams, but it's unfortunately V Gaming that came out on top, and we saw in that last fight 1TD with a Gunai Blitz shredding onto everybody that crossed his paths, and because of that, it allowed them to secure this victory, and now we have a 1-0 score.
What a very intense series. Game number 1 was so teeth clenching that, you know, I was actually very excited just sitting on and looking on to the players. It was, you know, this is the right time to actually say it. This is why we play Arena of Valor.
Yup.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the top teams actually giving us a prelude on what is going to happen on the playoffs.
V Gaming there's no better way than that demonstration by V Gaming. That was spectacular, and because of that win, even though if D-Tactile gets a win on the game number 2, V Gaming is still gonna be sitting on top. So now they're just battling to get that unscratched record in the whole of group stage against D-Tac.
Yeah, I mean, V Gaming has been in a streak, and we're already seeing V Gaming at the one of the highest level, and the gameplays, the outplays, and this is what I was talking about before the game started. Yes, we're gonna see D-Tactile as a team of superstars, but in V Gaming, you're definitely gonna see a lot of those strategies playing out into the minds of VGM, getting all of those potential comebacks and even potential opportunities where we saw them actually contesting that Dark Lord Slayer.
Oh, I'm just so thrilled in this fight, in this series right now. V Gaming and D-Tactile. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're gonna be talking about D-Tactile now and what they need to improve. Well, for sure, that kind of draft wasn't really, you know, like the best draft that they actually wanted. Just wanted to make a little pun out of it, since either way, it's gonna be the same result, them being included in the playoffs. But I wonder if this performance by V Gaming is gonna force them to go in with a serious composition in which they won't go for those, the picks: Superman, the Joker, and the Batman. Maybe this time they're gonna be picking up a much more stable pick. And in this match, game number 1, we can see definitely the swing to a swing. Ooh, that is art.
Yeah, this is one of the first time we're gonna see a graph like this. Once they went to a 10k gold lead, and it became a gold lead for V Gaming. That's just how brilliant the gameplays are with those wide swings happening in this game. And D-Tactile was just unfortunate to be in the receiving end. I thought that game was just going to be lasting a lot more longer just because of the turns that we've been seeing.
Yep.
It's just that V Gaming was able to close it as clean as it gets when we went for that Dark Lord Slayer contest. And looking at the kills, V Gaming was going in hot. It is a 5/14. That is a 9-kill gold deficit for Indie Tactile is trailing. Although we're gonna see some equal grounds in terms of the gold, and even in the objective takes, we're gonna see V Gaming only having the tower count onto their advantage. That says a lot on going into this game, and the MVP is of course going to be Han, using the Krizix here in game number 1 with a kill participation of 100%. In the KDA of 4010, damage dealt is going to be just 19k. Doesn't matter because he has a lot of assists and was able to set up a lot of plays. Roll goal difference, 821, negligible, but okay. MVP points is 12.9, which he has acquired in game number 1 alone. This is his 4th MVP. One of the most dominant supports here in the AIC 2021.
Oh my. V Gaming with a fantastic performance and 4 MVPs. That is always impressive to see, especially with this Krizix pick, allowing them to actually gain an advantage in most of the cases, having a 100% kill participation. That is the first time we are going to be seeing that in the group stages. The perfect KDA. No, that's how efficient he has been, how good he has been playing out this game. And as we ready ourselves for the game number 2, what are you expecting, Vittorio? Because I can't really predict things right now on what's happening.
I mean, game number 2 is always fun to watch just because the surprises are always in game number 1. So in game number 2, maybe we'll still be spotting out some pocket picks as well. There's going to be a lot of heroes still open. And the side of D-Tactile, they only got the Superman, the Elander, the Lorian, Joker. And there's still a lot that they can replace out of. We can see Iggy, Tolan can also, whenever he's open, they're still open. There's still Wonder Woman. And for V Gaming as well, they still have a lot of heroes on the books for themselves.
I wonder what they are gonna be picking though, and in this game number 2, because if we check out their previous picks, a lot more options are here on the side of V Gaming, having to get a chance to get the Superman, the Lorian, the Joker. Even they can even pull off that El Swift that's gonna be available to take here. Because of global bans can be something to take note as well if D-Tactile actually wants to get a win against a V Gaming. But in this second game, I'm still kind of trying to assess the situation here of D-Tactile, and they can opt to choose the heroes that V Gaming had. I mean, the Ryoma is a really good pick, the Hayate is good, Crixie and the Lubu. All they have to choose is their other support, in which I'm not so sure if they're gonna be comfortable in picking out something like Krizix,
Yeah, and I mean,
in the game, it was a very big turn. It was a 10k gold lead, but
Instantly dropped.
yeah, I mean, V Gaming had the had the
everything.
insight. Yeah, had the insight that they could take back everything they lost in just one last clash. And I guess the pressure went into the head of Moop at that point. It was very and trembling for sure for the jungler of the Attack Talon, who was not able to get the Dark Lord Slayer into their grasp. And that was one of the reasons why they lost that. They were forced to commit themselves into the clash, and they were not ready at that moment.
Mhm.
So moving forward into game number 2, I hope that the nerves are gonna be back. They're gonna be having balls of steel to actually go in and be confident about the skill level that they have. Because even if they do lose here again in game number 2, it doesn't really matter. They're still gonna be participating in the playoffs, and they need this kind of experience. While be gaming just a very very dominant game for them. They are definitely one of the best counter strategy. In terms of counter strategy, I think V Gaming is one of the best teams to actually go to look out for. We're gonna see a lot of upsets from them for sure, especially in the best of 5.
Oh, counter strategies. I mean, overall as a team, they are. I mean, there's a reason why they're undefeated as of the moment. Attack Talon trying to change that. At least one scratch onto V Gaming. They're gonna be happy with it as the pick and bans come through. This time, V Gaming. What are they to choose? Because the picks are kind of in their favor as of the moment. Definitely the Elsu is gonna be a priority. The Elsu can be a priority here for V Gaming, unless they're gonna be wanting to use the draft that Attack Talon had just for that flex.
Yep, and we're gonna see the bans yet again. Omen is gonna be banned here by V Gaming, not wanting that hero who can tank a lot, even if you are gonna be targeting that Omen in the laning phase. The utility of an Omen cannot be underestimated. You can expect a lot from just the Death's Embrace, and of course, when he uses his skill sets for him, he's gonna have the damage production. He's gonna be able to tank maybe 5 seconds longer than the normal tanks that you usually field here in the Arena of Valor.
So they give out the L2 and the Superman. Which one is? Well, most probably V Gaming can actually opt out for the L2, but I'm not so sure. They can be reading this ban here from the Attack Talon, but they still pursue with it. Talon is available, but I'm not so sure if they are gonna be able to pick it up as well. It is also possible for the Attack Talon to take.
Well, there's still a lot for sure for D-Tac Talon. Loop is still going to be open for the taking. Can also pick up Richter, and also that's going to be the hover for themselves. Joker is still definitely going to be open as a counter pick on the Elsu, and of course on the D-Tac Talon side, maybe on the mage they can secure a Tulin as well.
Maybe, but I'm not so. Ooh. Are they gonna be locking this in? They do. They're really confident with this. But how will V Gaming actually respond? Is there even a chance for them to pull? I mean, I really like the Ultra Poke composition, having the Elsu, Joker, and the Tulin. Please give us that, because I definitely love that poke action coming in from all these heroes. But I'm not even sure if V Gaming are gonna be letting us get a taste of that in their version.
Yes, and there is gonna be an unknown over here for V Gaming. There's still a lot as well. They're now gonna be picking up the victor for themselves. Tulin is also gonna be open, and it is definitely gonna be over here by V Gaming with 5 seconds left. This is gonna be a lock-in for V Gaming. That's gonna be putting in a lot of damage for anyone who's gonna be entering into the zone of V Gaming, with the snipes connecting, and of course Tulin, who excels on punishing the divers that goes in to secure some kills on the carries.
Marha pick? Okay. They're gonna be changing. I thought there's gonna be a pick onto Marha for in a split second. They're gonna be changing it up. Oh, this can. What are your thoughts if this is gonna be their choice? I mean, can this actually help them out in this and beating V Gaming, the undefeated one?
I actually don't know if the Zata is going to be the best mage to actually face off against V Gaming. We've seen a lot of Zatas before, and they failed miserably on that hero.
At most, maybe the Iggy would have been optimal, since it's kind of like the most used matchup for against the Elsu. This one is kind of different. They're gonna be sticking with it, and if the second banning phase comes through, maybe Ditak Talon would opt to remove some of the cleanup crews that can be an option here for V Gaming. V Gaming tries to limit their options as well. They have yet to pick up something that can provide more damage towards the side of the Ditak Talon. They're gonna be starting with the AOE.
And yep, we're gonna see the second phase of the bans as well. Ditak Talon is actually banned out. Natachi gonna be one of those warriors that goes with a lot of synergy on the protection, and also can be comboed with the Richter. And I'm curious to see what is going to be the second ban. Another tank maybe, and Florentino is actually being hovered here, and a ban on that Florentino is going to happen again. And a very fun fact about the Florentino right now here in the AIC, he is actually showing up a lot on the banning phase. He has been banned 64.79% in most of the group stages. So definitely, even with a very low win rate at 40%, he is still being looked out for from almost all of the teams that are participating here in the AIC.
Maybe it's just preference, perhaps, but preference doesn't come out to be results sometimes, as the Florentino does have a low percentage win rate. But is this for real? Is this for real? Are gonna be
just to give you a light, has been used in the AOG a lot in the jungling phase, so definitely Zuka can actually be picked out by V Gaming. So this will be the difference in the meta right now for the RPL and AOG. And if they do lock in on the Zuka, we're gonna see if it is gonna be effective going here in game number 2. And they do lock in on the Zuka, and I feel like this is gonna be the jungler for V Gaming, or maybe they're gonna be proving me wrong. They're going to be relegating the Tulin to actually go into the jungle while they're going to be putting the Superman in the mid lane.
Kind of gave me a glimpse of the 1v1. Kind of had to check back who used the Zuka back there, but unfortunately it was Almond P that actually had Bang.
That was Bang.
Yeah, Bang on that, but yeah, at most it's just that V Gaming this time are gonna trying it out. I mean, it is a staple jungle pick, but it's gonna be the first time it is gonna be used in the group stage. To see if this can actually pave their way into maintaining an undefeated record, especially against the Tactile that is looking to actually scratch the record right now.
Yep, and with another pick coming in from the Tactile, they actually picked out a Murad.
Oh, I thought you wouldn't react to that. I was already looking at it a while ago. The Murad. Okay, thoughts, my friend.
With a
Please.
0% win rate right now for AIC, I feel like Murad is not gonna be having a breakout match here, even in the hands of the Tactile. But they could actually prove me wrong. I mean, the Zuka jungle can be acceptable just because of the shields and the damage that he brings in the late game. And in Murad's side, it's like you're having nerf Nakarat wherein there's going to be a lot of potential for outplays. But after you use all of your skills, he's just going to be a sitting duck most of the time. And he's a very squishy duck at that. So we're going to be starting here the game. V Gaming and versus the Tactile. It's already a 1-0 in favor of V Gaming. The first snipe is not going to get a hit on Tony and Han. And also, DHT is going to be here in the middle lane.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to poke out Tony as snipe is there. Okay, 1-1 on the hit department on that snipe. Causing a bit of damage onto Tony. Let's count this out. Oh! 1-2!
Yep. And we're seeing here Moop being harassed by DHT and also Han getting that small cap for sure. i5 Pro is just waiting there, getting some damage on Han as well. DHT is going to be in the midst, and TNZ with no skills available is not going to be connecting. The Flying Spear coming in from Eris is going to stun Han in the Dragon Pit.
And the start is so far kinda messy, but also relatively safe, as right now iPod Pro is gonna get caught out. Snipe doesn't hit him though, so he's gonna be able to back away successfully and safely, as Moop is positioning himself towards trying to get a hit onto one of the members of V Gaming. Meanwhile, Huang TD is just trying to play it out safe here in the bottom lane. Maybe not that much safe for his enemies, as he's trying to go in with a 2 versus 1. Definitely surprising the members here of the Tactile. Look at the aggressiveness of Wang TD. Knowing his limits. Just going all in and even getting a kill onto Eris. Can it actually be a double kill? The answer is no. For the meantime, as a flicker comes through, it will be traded though by his comrade. DHT cleans it up for him.
Yes, iPower Pro was late to the party, and DHT coming in with the cavalry. And this is just a game full of surprises. We're seeing a lot of aggression for both of these teams. DHT is now clearing out the waves, while Eris and iPower Pro is going to be stuck on the bottom lane. We're going to see Han just sniping out some of the resources here onto the jungle camp. And TNZ was kind of scared there. I thought that was going to be the initiation, but DHT is going to be taken out by Eris in the midst of 4 players of Tactile. What are you doing there? Moop is not going to be able to secure that Holy Dragon with Kwang Hai going in for the steal.
Oh my, and now they are trying to engage here in the bottom lane. Moop taking a lot of damage, but Huang TT is continuing on to the poke. 2-2 on the scoreline, but we're seeing a little bit of a goal discrepancy here, as V Gaming already have secured this dragon, but a slain onto Han! Assassination, even an emote shown here by iPod Pro, showing them that, oops, you got a little bit too careless, my friend.
Yes, and at the right moment, we're going to see here Birdell B going in for some fights against NTNT, getting some slows in. That's blocking out the passive of that Yena, getting insane damage. Birdell B is still going to be a tanky hero, so he's not going to be bursted down easily. The Tactile is now securing this brush here in the middle part. Han is going to be able to dodge the flying spear. The snipe is not going to get a hit again. We're going to see another engagement. DHT almost takes down iPod Pro.
iPod Pro being barely staying alive is gonna be able to back away successfully for the meantime, as V Gaming looking to invade in their jungle. Tony is keeping a watch onto them while the rest of the members are actually trying to secure this Dark Slayer. Bertleby is hovering here. You're just watching them. The laser beam! How is that even possible? Oh my, that is a tilter.
Oh man, 2 objectives stolen by V Gaming under the noses of VTAC Talon. Han is gonna get a snipe to hit again on Tony, and we're gonna see IFR Pro converging here in the ball lane to actually deter the members of V Gaming in there. The HT is gonna kill Moop in that engagement, kills with a parry, and another engagement coming in from Bird LB using the speeding bullet. He is gonna be able to disengage again, and we're gonna see more of the action falling into the hands of V Gaming. Another snipe getting a hit, and TNT spots out Bird LB and Kwang Hai. Is he going to be going in for the engagement? We'll see soon enough, and the answer is going to be no.
Oh my, this has been full of action. V Gaming and VTAC Talon trying to get their very own kills and objective. V, okay, I thought the stun is gonna hit Wang TD. That's not gonna be getting that as of the moment. Gonna be able to back away successfully, but iPod Pro is gonna get killed here. Han is gonna get traded out in the process. No one's there to actually help him. A bit of an overextension of this Elsu, and now VTAC Talon are just looking to clear out this mid to help out bottom lane, but that's not gonna be the case anymore, as Bertleby just continues to go in, and even Kwang Hai on the other side of the map takes one each. It is a massacre everywhere, a bloodshed between these both teams. Now into the jungle fight breaks out once again. Moop is taking all the damage, but Bertleby will fall. DHE will fall in Dex, but oh, maybe not, as Tony lets him live to tell the tale. Now with a snipe poking out iPod Pro, V Gaming are just looking to maybe go in with this reset.
Yes, as of now, it's going to be V Gaming leading the gold department, and VTAC Talon has been trailing a lot. We're going to see a high kill match here with all of them just going in aggressively hot. Not much of a strategy here. It's just more of them going in and trying to get a kill for themselves. A lot of solo kills were already done off cam, and even in the defensive phase, we're actually seeing a lot of dives coming in from the members of V Gaming, especially with the lineup that they're sporting with a Superman, a Zuka, and also a Richter. It is not going to be very, very easy. And we're going to see a Tulin, Kwang Hai, actually getting a lot of resources for as well. DHT is going to be there. Ares might be caught out. Wang TD misses out those Thunderclap, and an Agnes Grip is going to connect. Wang TD, is he going to be living in there? How the flying spear is not going to get a hit. What an unfortunate series of events. And again, iPod Pro is going to be into the midst. Wang TD getting in some damage. Re-engagements are happening because of Bird LB speeding bullet, and that's going to be a win for VTAC Talon.
And they're gonna be able to take this tier 1 tower into the top lane, and TNZ is gonna be able to back away, not at the cost of the bottom lane jungle being taken as well. And V Gaming just continuing to up their lead and showing to everyone that they are a menace to fight against. But this stun is not gonna connect onto Han, nearly actually gets caught out. But he's gonna be able to back away successfully for the meantime.
Yup. Oh! The iPod Pro maybe bursted out. Han is not going to be taken by the Flying Spear of Ares. That's a safe sniping spot for himself. Bird LB is trying to go for a kill on Ares as well, but because of the flicker, he's not going to be able to secure, and Wang TD might be caught out. The Agnes Script is not going to be used here by the Roxy just because of the distance already traveled by Wang TD. A lot of thunderclaps as well. Moop is going to be missing out with the snipe of Han not hitting him. Another snipe into the face of NTNZ. He is trying to put in some pressure, and we're gonna see Wang TD again getting a kill of his own. He's gonna be taken out by Moop. Bird LB finishes up Alpha Pro, but with the slow.
Oh my!
Skyfall is gonna be used with the Panda Chariot. A pain in the stick is also gonna be used here. He's now able to live, and Han is gonna be joining the fray. Will he be able to take the kill? The answer is gonna be a no, and the double kill is on the side of DTAC Talon, with Tony securing those kills.
A red team tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, and yes, and so far we're gonna see here that V Gaming is now taking in all of the turrets that they can, while the members of DTAC Talon is currently under the dead. Alpha Pro is going for the ascend, but the damage is not going to be enough. They are going to go and take the HT, with NTNZ securing his passive kills. And look at the plays coming in from Bird LB with a flash and a speeding bullet. Alpha Pro did it. He was hit by a truck.
Oh my! DTAC Talon, even though they pulled up a really good team fight and a pick as well, V Gaming are not stepping on to the brakes. They're continuing to step on the gas, accelerating it, and applying pressure all over the map. DTAC Talon, and the snipe again! Wang TD, this time with a blow-up on their face. NTNZ might actually need to flee as they are trying to secure this Holy Dragon, but Birdle B might actually get caught, gets bursted out here by Move. The best possible case here for the Murad solo target. Now DHT actually might be the next target. He is trying to flee at the meantime, but he realizes maybe he can actually initiate for the team, as Wang TD is actually going there to assist them, and they get the bait. They get both 2 kills, and now V Gaming get the revenge on their comrade as they look to actually take this tower into the mid. Moop can't escape. He was just trying to kill the monster, man.
That was a lot of bursts coming in from V Gaming, and Wang TD on the tool is just a beast right now. You're gonna see Tony being sniped here by Han. Not gonna hit that snipe though, and the tier 2 turret is gonna be damaged. DHT is gonna be hit. Mark of the Hunter and the parry is also gonna be connecting, with Tony's active script actually being delayed on that class. One snipe on Moop, almost died from the damage that V Gaming is packing.
Oh, disengage almost hit him as well. Thanks to the orb, he was able to dodge that and stay alive after disengaging. This time, DTAC Talon looks to recuperate after so much loss already in the fights. But as the Holy Dragon spawns, it might be taken here by V Gaming as they look to path towards there already. Tony is taking a lot of damage, but now they turn on to Move, and he can't escape anymore. Birdleby gets the kill. Now they can actually push onto the top, or maybe even the bot, as they can actually catch out iPod Pro. He's lurking onto the sides. Can be a good position for him. Can it actually be a good flank as they look to actually engage here into the bottom lane? They're gonna disengage for the meantime, spots out iPod Pro, and now he's gonna get caught. The damage gonna come through as Kwang Hai gets a kill. Han looking to go in with a snipe. Birdleby even survives on that 2 versus 1 as Wang TD clears out the mid. This time, V Gaming are gonna transition onto this Holy Dragon.
Yep, another objective is gonna fall down into the hands of V Gaming. The Holy Dragon being taken here without any kind of contest at all is because of the wave clear that we're seeing. The middle lane also has a gaping hole, and that is gonna be a bad sign for DTAC Talon. If they're gonna be wiped out, we're pretty sure, or maybe if 3 of their members are taken out, we're pretty sure that it's going to be a sure GG with a Nexus lock, with a Nexus push going to be in place. And the next layer is spawning in a few seconds. 2, 1. We're going to see here the Slayer ready for the taking. Will there be any contest or any kind of vision for DTAC Talon? We're going to see
not
just yet.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that, as, you know, we're already seeing a fight into the bottom lane. Quan TD getting a kill already, can actually even get a 2 versus 1. No one can actually duel him as Kwang Hai gets the Slayer once again. They're going to be putting it into the top lane for sure, as all the towers are constantly being pushed. DTAC Talon struggling against V Gaming in this game, as V Gaming looks to just be very strong in this series. As the Infinite Slayer is gonna spawn here at top, a wave is being crashed upon here into the bottom. Now with DHT, Tony goes in and actually pulls in a nice assassinate onto DHT, and right now they're trying to go in with a 4v5, but Quang Hai is still alive. Now with Superman, Bertle B tries to go in, gets stunned here by Ender, but the entry once again here by Quang Hai actually deals out a lot of damage. You don't have Han anymore for those knives, but Bertle B is not afraid. Maybe he should, as he gets blown up here by iPad Pro. No push onto the inhibitor tower. That's 3 kills in exchange for just 1 by DTAC Talon.
Yeah, very disgustingly nasty play coming in from the support. Tony pulling in Richter into the right position, and TNT is going to be suffering from the Thunderbird of Wong TD. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage. That's just going to be the passive, getting a hit on Moop, and he is reeling from the pain. We're going to see iPad Pro going in for the combinations as well. Is he going to be able to live? Yes, the answer is iPad Pro winning that matchup.
Oh my, is this V Gaming kinda losing the grip? But maybe not, as Quang Hai gets a kill here onto the top. Reinforcements come in, but he's not gonna be caught up anymore, as DTAC Talon tries to make more plays around the map. Han is lurking here into the bottom side, and TZ is getting caught. Might get sniped, but actually it missed. Now, reinforcements coming. Tony is gonna initiate onto them. Moves is looking to go with a follow-up, but since Superman is here, Speeding Bullet is available, but not gonna be using it as of the moment. It gets caught out, gets blown apart, and as Moves is looking to actually engage onto them, Snipe will miss. And V Gaming starting to crumble a little bit. They're making mistakes, and DTAC Talon are not letting that go through that easily.
Yes, and definitely going in for a lot of those plays. We're going to see our DHT spotting out Tony. Is he going to be using the Agnes Grip to get DHT out in the area? The answer is no, he's not going to be able to hit that, but the Flying Spear is going to be used. Moop uses a Temporal Turbulence to finish off that Elsu, and that Spear almost hit Wang TD. We're going to see Aaron as a sniper with that Spear.
Yeah, and starting right now, well, as of right now, DTAC Talon starting to actually catch up, as they are being the ones to actually initiate these team fights. Quang Hai nearly gets blown apart, but there's an engage here by Bertle B with a spilling bullet. He will get that kill onto Ares. Follow-up is not really good here on the side of V Gaming. Maybe they can pull this off, as 2 members are already down on the side of DTAC Talon. iPad Pro trying to go for the outplay, but Tony looking to clean up the mess. He goes in. He will take out 1. Moop and Tony are still alive, but it's only DHT and Han waiting into the base, and they can't do anything when their teammates are down. DTAC Talon slowly catching up.
Yep, and Han cancels that snipe animation just because Tony went into his front. He's gonna have him information. DHT is gonna be using the Mark of the Hunter, and the Agnes Grip again is gonna connect, and a lot of slows, and that snipe is gonna connect on Tony, but the damage is not gonna be enough yet to actually burst down that Roxy. He's gonna be able to skate away. And the Dark Lord Slayer is actually going to be a favorable and an eye-catching objective here. Whoever gets the Dark Lord Slayer is definitely going to have the better time on getting the push. And with 2 lanes already taken here from DTAC Talon, I guess VGM is definitely going to have the better wave clear management right now.
Better wave clear. And they're attempting, well, V Gaming is attempting to maybe have a priority in this Slayer, but you have to be real careful. Tony, though, took just 2 snipes and is already down 1/3 of his health, as they are going to be giving away this Infinite Slayer for the meantime. Dark Lord Slayer, rather, as V Gaming looks to secure this without contest. DTAC Talon are just waiting in their base, waiting for maybe VE Gaming to actually make a mistake, as Tony is just lurking for them. DJ is kind of low in terms of HP, if you ask me, and maybe he should try to play this a little bit safe as Moop goes in with the ulti. Didn't really catch out anyone. And they're making their way towards the red side camp. There's a push onto the bottom side and onto the top, so maybe D-Tak Talon has to split up. But that's not what they're doing. They're wanting to get an engage onto the members here of V Gaming, as Quang Hai is still located towards top. Maybe this is gonna be the blow-up moves. Almost getting caught there by Huang TD. Now they're positioning themselves towards top. The flicker into the spinning bullet actually didn't hit the target. Stoney is gonna be the one to actually punish him a little bit, as the Dark Slayer is trying to push here into the mid lane. They will kill Tony in the process. They will get this inhibitor tower at the top, and finally the base is wide open here for D-Tak Talon. Can they actually defend? The Infinite Slayer is still attacking. They're just gonna lock in onto this Nexus, and V Gaming, they will secure this series 2-0 and remain undefeated in the whole of group stage. V Gaming with a fantastic win. Oh my. Vittorio, what can you say about that, my friend?
I mean, V Gaming won without Maris. But that says a lot on how confident they are, although with Elsu not really hitting his shots. Doesn't really matter, because 4 of the other members of V Gaming was able to dominate the map with Han in tow. But anyway, that is going to be a 2-0 sweep, and D-Tak Talon falling short. We are now seeing the clear dominance of the AOG region this season here in the AIC 2021. We're gonna see a lot more from V Gaming for sure, and it really excites me to see these kinds of gameplays going forward.
It's just fantastic, you know. I mean, as we check out the highlights, it wasn't a one-sided game. Both teams were clashing upon each other. There was no break for either of them. Even for us, we kept screaming out of our lungs due to the fact that they have been making such fantastic plays. And it's all worth it. I mean, to see this kind of action in the last day, in the last day of the group stage for Group A, it's just fantastic. And right now, V Gaming has made the best possible scoreline in the group stage, taking up the top spot of it, and they will move on to the playoffs without even a scratch, without even any team being able to challenge them in any case.
Yep, and we're just gonna be wrapping up the highlights for you guys. We're gonna wait for the scoreboard later, but going forward, we're gonna see the top team here in Group A. It's gonna be V Gaming, who is gonna be undefeated here in the group stage. So definitely going into the playoffs here are actually gonna have the better record and the better, they're gonna have a lot of the targets on their back just because of the performance that we saw coming in from V Gaming. And it's just gonna be unfortunate for D-Tak Talon. I felt like it would have been different if D-Tak Talon actually won game number 1, but it was just a very convincing win coming in from V Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times I was running the scenarios in my head. It was just so bleak. I felt like the right call for D-Tak Talon there was actually to get a kill and then, or maybe get some damage into some of the carries of V Gaming before they executed the Dark Lord Slayer. And basically that's what happened. They were not able to capitalize on that, and they let a contest coming in from V Gaming happen.
Mm-hmm. And well, overall, V Gaming is it is kind of the reason why they are on the top spot. They have a fantastic performance in all of their games. They never hold back. They never show signs of weakness. And sometimes teams make mistakes, players make mistakes, but when they do, they recover pretty fast and they pick up their pace. And it has shown over all of their games. Particularly, I think the most challenging one was their game before against BRU, and this one against DTAC Talon.
Yeah, it was a very good series clincher for V Gaming. With the experience that V Gaming has accrued here in the group stages, beating out Mad Team, the likes of Mad Team, also with DTAC Talon, and of course, Buriram United. I feel like V Gaming is definitely some of the teams that is going to be way up and beyond in terms of tier in the playoffs.
Oh my. And as we check here, ooh, what a good gold graph, up and down.
Yep, and looking at the kills advantage, it's an 8-kill advantage for V Gaming. This is a game wherein we saw that all the players was just very, very aggressive, showing off their stuff. I feel like this game was more of a show match, wherein we saw no strategies are actually in play, and they were just playing it as meticulously as they could. Especially with the Mura pick, I've never seen Moop actually use that in the AWC, so that says a lot on the effectivity of their lineup. And the objectives are, of course, going to be on the hands of V Gaming, just because they are the more aggressive lineup here in this best of 2 series. We're going to see the bands here being ready for both of the teams. That didn't really matter much, just because we didn't really see a lot of strong picks here in game number 2. And the MVP of game number 2 is going to be Wong TD on the tool and making waves for himself. 64.3% KP, 1147 KDA, and the damage he's dealt is at 235k. Roll goal difference just under 1k. MVP points 12.7, and this is his second MVP of the tournament. So Wang TD having a breakout game is definitely something to look out for. So going forward, we are still going to be looking into a lot of the matches where we're ending Group A's group stages today, and tomorrow is the last group stage day again for Group B. So, Giang, do you have any final parting words?
Well, no parting words. Just looking forward for day number 8, because it's gonna be the conclusion of Group B tomorrow.
Yep, and of course, you guys will still see us in tomorrow's matchups. And in behalf of all the production staff from Garena, from VSPN, Tencent Games, and of course, Arena Valor, we would like to thank everyone who's tuning in the English broadcast. This is the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiang. We'll see you guys again tomorrow on the last day of the group stages.